Is this working? Is this thing on? I can't even tell, dude. Is it working? It is! Hello! What's up? We're here! I'm 2 minutes late. That never happens. But it happened today for a very good reason. That I will tell you in a little bit. I think the order... I'm going to do the intro and the takeaway business. And then I think I will hit you with some housekeeping, which I haven't done in... feels like a long time. And then, and only then, will you know why I was late. Because we'll just chat for a little bit. YouTube didn't notify me on a background tab. Discord for the win. It's nice. What's up, Belphegor, Teprock, Daniel? Hello. Okay, there we go. Is that the actor who plays Scanlan? No! No, not after last episode. We can't. Wait, what episode am I even on? I'm on episode 82 of Critical Role. This is Critical Eyes, and I'm Megaphone Man, or Mega for short. What is this? This is Critical Eyes. This is a series where me, watch through Critical Role. I've been DMing since whatever year 5e came out. I've been a forever DM that whole time, but I had never seen an actual play before starting this series. And I watch through Critical Role, give my analysis, give my takes, have some fun along the way, and try desperately to predict things that are probably unpredictable, if we're being very honest with ourselves. And my takeaway from last episode, which I did not put in the teleprompter, so you will have to... The illusion might be ruined, even though everyone knows that it's pre-written. Because I will not be looking very well into the camera. But my takeaway was all about... And I'm gonna turn off the music. It was all about funneling your players into the next arc. Because people will know if you've been around. I've said it before. It's something that I'm terrible at. I am really, really bad at funneling my players into the next arc. That, transition period is not good for me. So I said that I really, really liked how Matt responded to Vox Machina's planning and inquiries during this episode. He was pretty firm in not bending any of the rules to make going after Raishan any easier, which I think is good. I don't think it should have been easier. But when they were more active or particularly astute in their questions, he dropped pieces of information that not only directed them towards various quest hooks, but specifically directed them towards distinct locations. Or at least directed them on a search for distinct locations. And those locations, in turn, were pretty clear options for future questing. And I think all of it worked because Vox, or at least one of the reasons it all worked, was because Vox made their intention to go after Raishan very clear. And I like that rather than helping them accomplish it, he broadened their options for tackling it. It's a really good example, I think, of how to do the start of an arc, as opposed to what you should do at the end or even in the middle of an arc. And to use the Chroma Conclave as an example, it started at a very singular point, which is the dragons attacking Yaman, and then it slowly kind of... I'll do it in 2 dimensions. It slowly, it started here at this point, and then it widened out into a huge amount of options. We're talking the vestiges. We're talking allies. those are it, but there was a lot of them. And then around kind of the midpoint of the arc, it kind of flattened like this. We stopped getting new options and we started kind of progressing and slowly whittling down our options. The number of options kind of peaked. And then as we approached the very end, the very climax of the arc, all of those options and paths kind of collapsed into a singular point, which was them attacking Raishan in Amon as she tried to do whatever she was going to do to Thordak. Excuse me. Now, as we progress past that climax and into something new, so we're, kind of whoosh, as we progress, the options broaden out again. This episode was a nice example of Matt starting to introduce those options, and I think it will be interesting to see how much more we get. I have a feeling this arc is going to be much, much shorter than the last one. And while the kind of, degree or like the wideness of options doesn't necessarily dictate arc length, it definitely has an impact on it, especially if those options aren't mutually exclusive and if there aren't hard time limitations. I think we saw that really clearly with the Chroma Conclave arc, where the Vestiges and the Allies were not mutually exclusive, so they could do... It wasn't like, you had 3 options and choosing this one locked off these 2. That would, force you to progress. But when choosing this option doesn't, completely get rid of these other 2, you can kind of go sideways for a little bit before progressing. And that can have that impact on the arc length, is when you can kind of go sideways. Or when there's not a time limiter, which in this kind of tree visualization, you can almost think of as the amount of moves you're allowed to make before you are teleported to the end. So like I said, it can have an impact, but not necessarily 1-to-1. And that's pretty much it. That's my takeaway. I thought it was a nice little episode. There's also sort of a stealth takeaway, I guess. There's a stealth takeaway that I didn't want to... I don't want to say I didn't want to put it into writing. It's more like it's more nuanced, and I have an easier time communicating nuance when I'm speaking as opposed to when I'm writing. I've been told that I'm very blunt when I write. So the kind of nuanced or stealth takeaway is about Vax'ildan. Because I thought more about the scene between Vax and Keyleth, and I realized why I was so conflicted in the moment, even when it seemed like, this is something I don't like. Why am I so conflicted? It's not just because I'm criticizing someone. I criticize the players and Matt often, but it was because I realized it was because there's kind of there's different facets to what makes a good moment in a TTRPG. And I think at the kind of level 1, the baseline evaluation of any given moment, I actually really liked what Liam was doing. But then at the second and third layer, the levels 2 and 3, that's where it starts to go wrong for me. And it's very similar, honestly. This will sound kind of weird until I explain it, but it's very similar to the Feywild arc. And that level 1 for me is just the baseline requirements of good role playing. And part of it for me was okay, Liam is willing to be serious. That is not a given a lot of the time during role playing and TTRPGs and, at any given table. The fact that someone is willing to do a serious bit of roleplay is really good. And the fact that it is, maybe seemed like it was possibly a little pre-scripted, that's not necessarily a bad thing, at least in my opinion. Sometimes we see Matt clearly have some like location descriptions or some things that NPCs will say scripted out, and I think that can be kind of a anxiety reliever for a lot of people. It can help them kind of get into the roleplay. So I that doesn't bother me. There's also a display of a willingness to not only engage another PC, but engage them on things that are part of their arc and engage them on flaws. Like, even though, and we'll get to this, but even though I didn't think that Keyleth displayed a lot of hesitation in that particular episode in 81, that has been one of the features of her arc, is like, a little bit of indecisiveness, self-doubt. Like, that is definitely a component of what is going on with Keyleth. And it's a flaw. Like, both of those things are things that it's really cool for another player to engage you on. It like shows a level of care and attentiveness and like interest in what you have going on with your character. So like all of those things are good. But then we get to kind of the first thing that immediately stuck out to me on that like kind of level 2, which is, I think you could either call it like timing or context, which, I mean, what is timing if not choosing your context well? And that is like the first location that the scene kind of fell apart for me, because even though indecisiveness or self-doubt has been a part of Keyleth's arc, it wasn't really displayed recently. Like, it was displayed a little bit right after they were like kind of doing the looting sequence. Maybe not right after the looting sequence, but kind of during the looting in Thordak's lair, where she was like, hey, like, that was my fault. Like, I'm so sorry, everybody. I shouldn't have done that. And then everyone else was like, nah, it was a group decision. We're all good. And then she's like, oh, okay. Pretty quickly. And so, like, maybe there was a tiny bit of self-doubt, but not an exceptional amount, like we've seen her display in the past. And so the timing of it felt kind of weird, especially at like the very end of that episode, because we hadn't seen that very recently, so it didn't feel like the conversation was being prompted naturally. It just felt like it was a conversation that was trying to accomplish those level 1 things. And that kind of gets into the third layer, which is player intention, or at least that's what I'm calling it. Player intention. What is the scene meant to accomplish, or what is the player's intention with the scene? Because they choose the timing and context. Like, Liam could have just not had Vax do that, right? And so there's a question of why that timing and why those things. And I think it's very hard. This is one of the complicated points that I was like, I don't know how I would even write this down. But it's like, it's very hard to determine intention, right? We can only look at the results. And unless they say out loud, this was my intention, it's very hard to know it. But we can kind of look at some possible intentions and see if any of them were accomplished by the scene. And I think the big two is that, like, the intention was this was supposed to be very sincere. Like, this was just a sincere expression of Vax and Vax's feelings. And I think in that case, the timing really hurt it, because it didn't feel like something that Vax would have naturally come to. So if the intention was for it to feel, was for it to feel very genuine and like genuine care and like a genuine, progression of their relationship in like a good and healthy way, I think the timing really hurt it. It made Vax sound disingenuous because he was referencing this thing that hadn't really been displayed recently. So it made him come off as a little bit inattentive, possibly. Like, he knows this thing in theory about Keyleth, but he's not reacting to her as a person right now, And so then the other, I think, main kind of intention that we could look at or that we could think about is, okay, maybe this scene was meant to communicate Vax being a little bit of a dick. Maybe it was meant to communicate that he is a little bit inattentive, a little bit in his own head, isn't particularly intaking the current state of those around him. And I legitimately think this is a possible intention. But in that case, I think the level 1 kind of roleplay kind of fails. Because the nature of the improv scene means that if that's the intention, that needs to be way more obvious in the level 1. It can't be so sincere and so serious. And like the actual way that Vax is displayed needs to have bigger hints for the interlocutor, for the other character, and for the other player, unless they've both scripted it beforehand. If Liam had wanted, if that had been his intention, to make Vax come off a little bit inattentive, then he could have talked to Marisha about that ahead of time, and they both could have like scripted at least the beginning, and or at least like the broad strokes of how the conversation would go. But that I don't think happened because Keyleth responded very seriously, very earnestly, as if Vax was being earnest and sincere. And again, if her intention was to like play Keyleth as if she is being swayed by the disingenuousness, that's number 1, a really complicated thing to convey. But number 2, again, the clarity's just not there. So I think that one's a little bit less likely, honestly, because it's really complicated and it would need a lot more clarity in the role play if that was the intention. And so I think it's more likely that it's the level 1 intention. And in that case, I think it's really just a case of pretty poor timing. If he had grabbed her after, not like literally grabbed her, but like metaphorically, or if he had like pulled her off to the side after she's having a very heavy indecisive moment, like say Vax is just like staying quiet during some group conversation, and Keyleth is very obviously doubting and second guessing every decision. If he interrupted the conversation and pulled her to the side and had the exact same like scripted dialogue to her in that moment, I think that could have felt cool. Like I think the intention would have been accomplished. So I think that was the big really big standout thing to me there. And we had some comments that I wanted to kind of show. Number 1, on the takeaway for the entire episode, the original takeaway. John asked for some more specifics about the options that I saw. And I said in the case of Raishan, I saw him introduce the ancient necromancer Opash. the tomb in the south that Kerr had explored, the lab in Viscan, and the Vecna lab in Wildmount. I think all 4 of those are legitimately like new options that are going to shape how they approach Raishan. I think they're probably just going to go straight to Viscan, but if they didn't want to do that for some reason, they have other options to still tackle the Raishan problem. And then, so that's number 1. And then number 2, there was a lot of good comments on the last one, and I won't read them all. But G. Hercub, I think the most revealing part about Scanlan modifying Jarrett's memory is that he didn't even try to convince him first. And I was like, oh, you're so right. Like, it's crazy, dude. It's crazy. It's so wild that, like, it's not like the convincing failed and he just didn't, and then he resorted to the modify memory, but he didn't even try. And then Crazy Smith, very similar to the more nuanced takeaway that I had, but much longer and with a lot of details. So go read crazy comment, because this is what it helped me kind of crystallize some of my feelings. Especially there's a comparison between I lost my names. Vax and Keyleth and Percy and Vex. There's a comparison between the two relationships that I think draws a really good how do I say it? It draws a really good comparison in showing maybe one of the flaws of scripting. Because the scripting of Vax's words requires that he choose the right time to say them. Whereas the scene that Crazy references in that comment, kind of the whole difference between it is that it's pretty obviously not scripted. It's much more improvisational and formal. Or not formal, but more improvisational, which naturally lends it to having better timing. So, yeah. There's also a deeper kind of look at kind of how Vax and Keyleth's entire relationship kind of behaves that I didn't talk about at all. And then also caught Dingoes talking about the take on free will and like the authority of our like, or where our autonomy comes from and how our view of free will and autonomy has changed. Thought that was very interesting. So yeah, check out those comments. There was a lot of good ones. There's normally at least one or two good comments, but this one had a little bit of a higher amount, so it really stood out to me. And I think that's it. I'll talk about the housekeeping. I'm going to read some of the chat first, and then I'll talk about the housekeeping. Let's see. Might not be able to stay on stream, but I want to catch a bit at the beginning. Hell yeah. I feel like being blunt is natural in writing. That's how I feel, but I don't know. I really like this batch of episodes, and not only because the lead up to Thordak was so boring that everything would look more fun in comparison. Hey, that's fair. It was pretty boring. I won't lie. Unrelated, have you ever tried the Walking Dead universe RPG? I'm going to try and GM it. I was wondering if you could give some beginner DM tips. I have not played Walking Dead. I mean, I would definitely look at some possible, like look up, Walking Dead RPG GM tips. Broadly, my like very, very broad GM tips for any system is clarifying expectations. So what, people talk about session zeros a lot. And there's a lot of really good session zero advice that I think applies to almost any TTRPG. So I would look up session zero advice because I think that having a really solid session zero is going to set up expectations really, really well for the entire campaign. And then beyond that, I'm a big proponent of check-ins after a session. I always, I say I don't do a lot of like over the table rules discussions, or at least I don't have very long ones during my sessions, because I try and kind of siphon all of that off to right after the session. So I'll have a check-in of like, hey, what'd you guys think of my DMing? Any feedback for each other, and having that space to discuss the session. Sometimes, I mean, I'll be fully honest, sometimes it's a little awkward because no one really has anything to say. But in the moments where they do have something to say, it's immensely less awkward than them either trying to get it in during the session or reaching out after unprompted. So like one of my players told me like 2 or 3 sessions ago afterward, they said, yeah, I feel a little overwhelmed with all of the faction dynamics. And like, I don't want to interact with the world because I'm afraid of committing to one side or the other in this conflict when I don't know a lot about them. So I'm just trying to learn about them, but there's not like a really solid way to do that without interacting with them. I would like maybe some more quests that are not at all related to the factions so that I can just live in the world a little bit longer and understand them a little bit better. And I was like, that was amazing feedback. I really took that to heart, and I've kind of made some changes to the next few sessions because of that. So those are my 2 big, broad pieces of advice. Beyond that, I don't know much about The Walking Dead. Yeah. I know that one of my friends was thinking about it and compared it to Call of Cthulhu. I don't know how justified that comparison is, but if there is some overlap there, you might be able to look up Call of Cthulhu RPG advice, and that might help. But yeah. Not to be narcissistic, but this mini takeaway kind of sounds similar to the essay I left on 81.5. It was! It was! I hadn't read this chat yet. But no, I had been thinking about it a lot, and your comment crystallized some things for me, and just like made me realize that I needed to, or not needed to, but I wanted to talk about it on the actual episode, because it is this kind of, it was this very interesting scene that worked on a base level, but really didn't work on a not so base level, which is not always that clear when that's the sort of thing that's happening, I think Scanlan sees modify memory as an extension of his silver tongue, just another method of convincing someone. Maybe. I mean, that's a very generous interpretation. I think it's one you can have. I disagree with that worldview. But I can see, I think that is a justifiable sort of defense of what's going on there. Yeah. I worked really hard on that. It was great. It was really, really good. And like I said, I did not even touch on all of the things that Crazy talked about. So I would really, if you're interested at all, I would go check it out. When you say timing, are you talking about timing in an actual play or in storytelling in general? Because I would agree with one, but not the other. Storytelling in general. I think that like when a scene happens is important. And it's one of the really, it's one of the harder parts about TTRPGs and one of the easier parts about other mediums, is that timing is more difficult in TTRPGs, which is why I think so many people lean so hard on improv, is because improv helps with some of the timing. Like when you script something, it's harder to find a time where the entire script fits exactly and like fits really, really well. But at the same time, it still is a difficulty with improv. Like the timing and the context of when you choose or don't choose to do something is really it's tough. It's tough. And when I say storytelling in general, I'm not even necessarily just talking about like actual plays. I'm also talking about like home tables. So like I think that scene between Vax and Keyleth, like I like a lot of the baseline stuff that is going on there, but I think the timing was really off. He needed to, even if that, wasn't scripted, he needs to wait until those things are more applicable, more there's more recency between, the things that he is talking about observing and the things that have actually happened. Or modify the script in some way to acknowledge the lack of recency. You could essentially, what's the word? Oh, there's a storytelling term for this. Lampshade. You could essentially lampshade the fact that the timing is a little off. You could say like something to the effect of like, I've noticed it seems like you're really, really trying to be decisive and self-confident. I wanted to check in. Is that difficult for you? Because I know you've struggled with it in the past. Like, it seems like you're doing a really good job. You could kind of lampshade and acknowledge the literal timing, like the fact that there has been a bit of a gap between the last time that we observed these flaws and addressing those flaws now. So yeah, I think timing is good for storytelling in general, not necessarily for actual plays specifically. I mean, I think that actual plays involve storytelling, but and the party uses it too. Like, Vax asked him to modify Kima's memory if she reacted badly to the idea of working with Raishan. Yeah, which like that I can see as a more practical tool, because they are in a very high intensity situation. There's a lot of danger, and frankly, Kima's not necessarily the most slow and thoughtful and patient individual. She was going to ram her head into Kavarn until she died, or the party came with her to make sure she didn't die. So I can see that one specifically, but it does bring up a larger discussion about when that is, justified. As you talked about the interactions between Scanlan and Vax, I haven't. Which that's a can of worms. Maybe I'll come back to this later, but I have not, and that is a separate. Oof, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. He'll do it after this. Yeah, it's been 3 episodes since a member of the party killed a dragon. Who this Will guy is? Why was he imprisoned? I don't know what we're talking about. Speaking of Session Zeros, apparently Age of Umbra will live stream on May 22nd. Yes, probably, maybe. I'm not making any hard decisions about Age of Umbra until Critical Role responds to my email, or until like a week and a half has gone by. Like, if I haven't heard anything back by like May 20th, I'll probably make a decision, but I'm not sure yet. I think Scanlan is just a selfish character, TBH. He's a flawed person. Yeah. It's the man, it's just the depths of the flaw. I think what was so surprising to me is that I knew that Scanlan was flawed and selfish. I just did not picture him being that flawed and that selfish. To me it was a new magnitude of that. But yeah. But he still has love and loyalty for his friends. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think that if you're part of his family, yeah. Let's see. What keeps me from seeing Scanlan as unsalvageable for endangering his friend Jared is the way that he's being careless rather than cruel or sadistic. He can learn to treat people better, maybe. Maybe. I think that I would have fully agreed with you until that Jarrett moment. And now I'm I don't know. To me, that Jarrett moment either added a degree of naivete to his character in not understanding the risks that he might be putting Jarrett in, or it added a layer of cruelness or sadism. To me, I didn't necessarily think that Scanlan was cruel, sadistic, or naive before this. Maybe a little careless. But this was so careless that to me, it kind of straddles around either naive, cruel, or sadistic. Because, I mean, we just haven't seen anything, and it sort of, I guess it sort of depends, but like, especially getting drugs in an apocalypse, I feel like he's putting Jarrett in quite a bit of danger, and Jarrett's not like an adventurer like them. He could very easily, I mean, especially if anyone used any sort of magic on Jarrett to find out who he was supplying, and like the fact that Jarrett is connected to Vox might be a reason to kidnap him and blackmail Vox with him. And I'm not even saying that would happen, but to me, the fact that Scanlan is being so careless as to apparently not care about that either means that there's a bit of naiveness to not even think about that as a possibility, or cruelness or sadism to know that that's a possibility and be cool with it. That's kind of what that moment introduced to me. Because Jarrett's connection to Vox, sending him into the underworld to get you drugs, is putting him in enhanced risk, as opposed to, just like a total rando. He's under more risk than a total rando would be. But he can grow from selfishness. I was just curious, since it could be an interesting opportunity to talk specifically about a session 0. I agree. I very much agree. Yeah, we'll just have to see. I'd say it's more carelessness than naivete or cruelty. Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, like I said, I think it's so careless as to like almost necessitate one of those other two things. But, it makes me wonder if Sam is trying to push for the others to go after him. Maybe. And that might fall into a similar conversation of, okay, well that kind of hits on two conversations. Similar conversation to Vax of if it's Liam's intention for Vax to come off a little iffy here, then that needs to be more obvious. I mean, Sam does come off very iffy, clearly. But the second kind of aspect of it is that he is isolating himself in Jarrett. He's not doing this in a hyper public way. And so the other players would have to metagame in order to have this RP moment. Now, again, there could be, a scripted moment that he could have achieved by saying to one of the players before the session, hey, Scanlan's going to do something that's a little fucked up. If you see me isolating Jarrett, like, sneakily follow me. I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'll leave you to react as you will. But I want someone to be there to interact with it, right? When I say scripted or scripting, it can be that light of like, I just want someone there to react to it, but Scanlan wouldn't. And I think that if I just take him off on my own, no one will follow me because you all are very respectful. So it can be as simple as that sort of thing. Yeah. What do you mean Jared is an adventurer? Didn't you see him in the Thordak fight? I did. Yeah. Like a cry for help. I think a cry for help is a little bit one of the harder things to accomplish in a TTRPG, like especially improv role playing. But it's also super cool. Like, so I very much understand the like desire for that to be part of someone's arc, especially if they're trying to simulate like a rock bottom sort of situation. But I think that requires either things to be a little bit more obvious or a little bit of interaction with the players above the table. Yeah. I'm wondering if he told Matt he was going this way. Maybe. Maybe. Not gonna lie, the few times the DM has asked me to do something secretly in the game, I loved it. Yeah, it's super cool. Especially if, like, you only give just enough for them to successfully accomplish the scene. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can tell them so little to the point where, like, you maintain the surprise and you maintain the fun of discovery, but the player or the GM is still in the right position to do the improv. You know what I'm saying? And so that's and I think, you know, we could look at a similar thing with Vax and Keyleth of like Liam didn't need to tell Marisha if the intention was for him to come off poorly. Liam didn't have to tell Marisha, this is exactly what I'm going to say. Let's work on your response. He could have just said, hey, I'm going to say some things that will sound kind of sweet, but are ultimately kind of disconnected from the current reality. I want you to know that that is on purpose. Like, before we execute on this scene, I want you to know that that is on purpose, and feel free to react as Keyleth however you want. I want you to know that this is not an attempt from me, Liam, to be genuine. I know that this is disingenuous, and I'm meaning for it to come off that way. Like, you can be that vague. You don't have to tell her anything you're going to say or anything like that. And it can create these really fun moments. Yeah. It feels like narcissism, like he can't see past what he needs or wants. Yeah. I think that is a fair interpretation of how Vax is coming off in this scene. It feels very inattentive isn't the right word. I think I had a better word last stream, but it's to me it feels as though he knows things about Keyleth in theory. Like, he processes things very delayed. I know I'm thinking of a specific person in my real life that this reminds me a lot of, where when you're interacting with them in real time, it's in one ear, out the other. It's like nothing you say will impact their mindset in the moment. And then there's like a 2-day period that it takes for them to process. And then once they've processed fully, they can like take on that new information. But it's on like this really weird delay. And Vax really came off that way to me, of like, he wants to be there for Keyleth. He understands that this is something that Keyleth struggles with. And honestly, not something he struggles with as much. Is like in the moment decisiveness. And like, so, although actually, no, that's not even true. Never mind. Rewind that. Vex absolutely struggles with self-doubt. And so it feels like a like connection point for him almost, of like, I know you struggle with self-doubt. I also struggle with self-doubt. So that's the thing I'm going to focus on, even though you haven't displayed that recently. Like, I know this thing about you. I am looking to connect with you. This is a way I can do it, even if it's not in the moment applicable. But I don't think that's on purpose. Like, I don't think that is an on purpose, like, character defining thing for Vax from Liam. Yeah. Scanlan's always been... Oh, that was about Scanlan, not Vax. Makes more sense. It definitely, I think Scanlan seems incredibly narcissistic. Yeah. I fully agree with that. Yeah. Scanlan's always been narcissistic. This is different. It is like an extreme. I think that's the overlying thing to me, is this is like a new depth. Like, whatever we call Scanlan's flaws, I think this is certainly like a pattern of behavior. Like, how do I say it? It doesn't surprise me that Scanlan would do something like this. It surprises me that when he does something like this, that it is this bad, is kind of where I'm at. Of like, you put this in a different scenario, you just tone it down a little bit, and it makes total sense to me. It's like, oh yeah, Scanlan's like that. It's just how toned up it is. It feels like a new depth of that narcissism. A new look into the window of like, oh shit, I didn't realize it was that narcissistic. Yeah. I think it's fairly unlikely that Liam didn't mean it to be Vax cares about Keyleth, but I don't know. I think you're right, Teprock. I'm playing some possibilities, but I think to me, the extreme likelihood is that he was playing it normal. Yeah. Your analysis on Vax made sense in a way I never thought about it, though. Thank you. I mean, it's how do I say it? I haven't said this in a while, and I like to reiterate this occasionally. I don't think I am that. I don't think I have like an above average intelligence. I think I am as smart as the average chatter in this room. So if you are listening to something that I say and you're like, damn, I never thought about it before, I'll obviously take the compliment or the credit. But I also want to say that I think a lot of the reasons that I can come to conclusions like this is just because I think about it a lot. Like, I just spend a lot of time thinking about it, and when I am watching the show, I'm in a very different mindset than I am when I'm just watching something for entertainment. So it is, I think any of you, at least on average, could come up with a lot of these conclusions. You just didn't the first time because you were watching it as like fun entertainment. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I know that you weren't like, I know this is a little bit tangential, it's a little bit of an aside, but I like to say that occasionally because I don't want people to feel like, oh, I need to watch and analyze everything like Mega analyzes Critical Role. I think that would be a not very relaxing way to enjoy media. I definitely analyze things more than the average person, but I don't do it anywhere to the degree that I do on stream. So I just like to say that occasionally. Yeah. I assume he's playing. I think you nailed it on the self-doubt mismatch for their RP. Thank you very much. For Vax, an interesting example that how they see their characters, i.e. self-doubt, or each other, is different than what makes it to stream for the audience. Oh, very much so. I mean, the way that they see their character is different than how the other players see their character, which is different than the way that the audience sees the character. Absolutely. I don't even have anything more complicated to say. Yeah, it's just that is very, very true. Yeah. You are just very persuasive. Well, thank you. That is something that I do think about myself. I'll just agree with that one. Thank you. We may not see Keyleth as having self-doubt recently, but Liam could be operating on an older or different lens as part of the cast. I agree with you, Mega, that there's something there. Yeah. But also different perspectives creates more interesting analysis. Also very true. I have the benefit of not only watching it with somebody, because I definitely analyze more with other people than I do alone. Like, even I was rewatching Dungeon Meshi with Paige because I started it by myself, and I was like, too much food. And so I was like, okay, I'll watch it with Paige, because Paige likes food. And so she'll be able to enjoy the food parts, and I will be able to enjoy her enjoyment. And that'll like close the gap on the show for me. And I'll tell you, I was 100% correct. I've never been more correct about an analysis. I love Dungeon Meshi now, watching it with her as opposed to by myself. It's great. And so, but we were watching it, and I'm 100% analyzing it more watching it with her than I am watching it by myself. Because now I have someone to talk to about it, and I can like bounce ideas off of them. Like, when I have an idea watching something totally by myself, I just think it, and then that's it. And maybe I can like bounce off of myself, but there's only so many ways it can kind of deviate. But saying something to someone else and having them either, thumbs up or thumbs down immediately gives you like feedback and refinement in what you're saying. To lead you to deeper truths. That sounds not pedantic. What's the word? Highfalutin, snooty. Pretentious. Deeper truths. Philosophical. So much of this showed up on Talks Machina back then. It sucks. It sucks that I would love. I do occasionally think about me just watching it totally off stream just so that I can see some of their perspective on things. But it would take a lot of time. And I wouldn't want to make any like bespoke content on it. It would only influence my opinion for Critical Eyes. And unfortunately, it's too much time for me to justify just for Critical Eyes. But man, yeah. I still think that if there's one where I am really, really unsure on their like backing mindset, I still might watch Talks Machina. I haven't been that uncertain before. Maybe except for the Clasp episode, actually. Maybe I will. Not the episode. The episode where they wanted to give over a bunch of control of the Clasp. Maybe I'll watch that Talks Machina at some point, because that was crazy. Watching without it is so weird. So much perspective lost. Yeah. I can fully imagine. Yeah. Bold of you to think some of us dorks don't rewatch obsessively post Usual Suspects like reveals to see the strings. That is bold. Yeah. You won't even watch food? No, I'll watch it. It's just boring. Like, all of the scenes of Senshi cooking and explaining the recipes, I'm just like, meh. I just like tune out of the show. I'll watch it. It's just not interesting to me. And then they're all like, ooh, wow, it tastes so good. And I'm like, I'm sure. It looks good, yeah. Lol. You're in unknown territory? Ooh, that's fun. That's very fun. Lol. Only 50 minutes-ish late, so just about to get into the episode. We haven't even done housekeeping yet. There was just a lot to talk about. Yeah. Genuine question. If chat spoiled things discussed in Talks Machina, how would you feel about that? I wouldn't care that much. Especially if it's like, I watch the episode, I marinate on it, I think about my takeaways, etc., and then I give my takeaway. Like, if you guys right now talked about things from Talks Machina 81, I wouldn't care. I think my tone's a little bit weird now. I wouldn't care. I wouldn't even really consider it a spoiler. I just probably wouldn't have a ton to say on it because there's only so much It's not there's... I don't want this sounds extreme and I don't want it to be taken that way, but I don't know of another way to phrase it. I don't necessarily put that much stock or faith or trust in secondhand information and discussion like that. So if you told me about something that happened in Talks Machina in episode, Talks Machina 81, I'd be like, oh, okay. But I probably wouldn't dive too deep because I just only trust that sort of secondhand stuff so much. Like, I would still feel compelled to talk about the cases in which the thing that was told to me wasn't true. Because I just have like very little faith in that sort of secondhand delivery. Doesn't mean it's not interesting. And that's why I don't know exactly how to phrase all this. Because it doesn't mean I'm not still interested in it. But it's like, yeah, from like an analysis or critique perspective, I'd have to see it myself to like really take it to the bank. What's up?
I wanted to comment on the Delicious in Dungeon.
Oh, you wanted to comment on Delicious in Dungeon? Okay.
I don't know what to... I forgot what I wanted to comment.
Oh, you forgot.
I'm really enjoying it.
Paige is really enjoying it, she says.
Funny. Is there a Delicious in Dungeon cookbook? Someone find out.
Is there a Delicious in Dungeon cookbook? Probably. Or at least there's a website.
It only came out a year ago.
That's true. You were not a Redwall reader, and it shows. I don't know what that is, so yes. Would you be interested in transcript quotes, or would you feel like that was still missing context? The second one. It would be less missing context. But it's like sometimes Paige like will tell me about something that she watched or read, and she will describe it to me in full. And then she will describe like her take or, the way that she reacted. And I don't know what it is in my stomach, in my soul, but I find it so difficult to know what to respond. Because I feel like if I haven't seen the thing, if I haven't experienced it, I can't make like a judgment on it. And I find it very difficult to work it into my judgment of other things that I have experienced. It doesn't feel like lying, but it feels something akin to lying.
I would bet that you would say that 9 out of 10 times me describing something feels like had to be there moment.
Yeah, I think I feel that almost everything is you had to be there.
Yeah.
If I'm gonna give like a complicated analysis or judgment on it.
Even if you're not, you don't give a complicated analysis or judgment on anything. I just am like, oh, isn't this crazy that this happened? And you could be like, oh, that does sound crazy. But instead you're like,
maybe.
I don't understand.
Even in my head of this hypothetical, I was like, maybe it was crazy. I don't know.
And I've tried.
I trust that you think it was crazy based on your experiences, but I don't know if I would think it was crazy because I didn't see it or experience it.
But I've given you all the details you need to know that it's crazy.
But what if you left out some details that make it not crazy?
I guess you just have to trust that I'm not. Also, me with details.
I do trust.
You would know that I didn't leave out details.
I do trust that you conveyed all of the details that you think are relevant to it being crazy. I just can't. Only with those things, I can't form a full like picture in my mind. And so I can't be like, that's crazy. Because I can't picture it. I'm just like, I say that sounds crazy sometimes. I'm like, oh yeah, that sounds crazy. But I don't know. I don't know if it's crazy or not. Is it good to know that I'm like this off stream?
Oh, he's reading Way of Kings with him, that entire series. He just like stops me so often and is like, well, what about this? And what about this? And he'll theorize for like 20 minutes. And I'm like, we don't have enough evidence to know any of that.
But what if I predicted it beforehand? Wouldn't that be so fun?
He did predict something, and at the time I was like, there's no way, like, we have no evidence to support that, like, where are you even pulling this from? And he was like, well, here and here. And I was like, that means nothing, like that. And he was right, and it sucks, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry that he's like this. Yeah,
dude, it's awesome because I don't even remember what you're talking about. What was that? Oh, wait, but no, it's probably a spoiler.
yeah, I was like, I mean, are they on the third book?
No, probably not. Damn. Damn, I want to know. I want to know now. You'll have to tell me after stream.
Because it was literally,
I don't remember it all.
You were like, oh, this is probably what's happening. And I was like, how the fuck? Where are you getting that? And then we read 2 pages later and it was like, this is what's happening.
Let's go. That's the best feeling. It's the best feeling in the world. Also, I'm skipping ads. Boop. Oh, so yeah. Like, I don't care if you do tell me, but I just can't intake it. Unless I experience it. Yeah. As the episode started, not even close. Not even close. The author lived through the Great Depression and spends like entire chapters on the feasts in the world. Oh yeah, no. I literally cannot agree if I don't know myself. That's what I'm saying. I get what you mean about secondhand info though. Sometimes it's hard to validate things, especially if you can't look it up for fear of spoilers. Yeah. I feel bad about it. Were you like, how does he do it, Paige? She did not say that. She was mostly annoyed. But she was fun annoyed. She was not actually annoyed, but she was fun annoyed. You spent 45 minutes theorizing. My sympathies to you, kind blue shirt lady. I like to make predictions and analysis when we're watching stuff with my boyfriend, but he's like, no spoilers, please. And I just yell online to like-minded friends. Anyways. There was something a long time ago that Ivo asked. And I was like, I'll talk about that later, Ivo. And I don't remember what it was, and now I feel bad because I definitely changed topic like 3 times. Ivo! Oh, yes! Has he talked about the interactions between Scanlan and Vax? No. Oh, man. And this is why, honestly, the interactions between Scanlan and Vax are one of the reasons that I don't completely discount the idea that the awkwardness in the Vax and Keyleth conversation was purposeful. It's one of the reasons I don't entirely discount that. Because Vax and Scanlan's interactions, dude, again, it's like the juxtaposition between the way that Vax acted during the conversation about going after Raishan the second time, like when they were in Whitestone talking about going to Viscan. How he acted in that versus how he is pitching his mindset after the Thordak fight, they're not fully in conflict. Like, there's a version of a person that genuinely does both of those things. But it's a real specific person. Because it would be very hard. I even like after the first one with Scanlan and Vax in Thordak's lair after the fight. Like they have a conversation where Scanlan's like, dude, I died. Like, what the fuck? And, you know, they're having this big argument about it. And Vax is essentially like, I'd make the same decision again. Fuck it. But then he hands him the paper that he apparently wrote beforehand that says you were right, essentially indicating that, like, I guess he knew ahead of time that he was gonna do something fucked and would need to apologize for it posthumously if he died. And so then for him to go and look at a situation where they are ostensibly more at a disadvantage. Like, I think they are more at a disadvantage going to attack her on Viscan than they are attacking her in Thordak's lair from their perspective. That may not be the actual reality, but they did not know her true strength when they attacked her the first time. And so I think from their perspective, she is more powerful to them, even now, like the disparity between them, even now, than she was when he attacked them in the lair. And so for him to push so hard against Scanlan, looking at his face and saying, hey man, I don't want to die again. And then him continuing to push that, it either, like, I think there's a version of a type of guy that does this, and it is someone who is intensely convinced that they are correct and is more concerned about being right and getting every conceivable edge to get an attained result at any cost. Like, it paints a picture of someone that is results and, like, goal oriented to extreme flaw. Because, like, he tells Scanlan, he doesn't say straight up, I don't care that you broke your elbow. He doesn't say straight up, I don't care that you died. But he heavily implies it in the first conversation. And then he's like, we should go kill Raishan in the second. And Scanlan's like, hey, I'm probably going to die again if we do that. And then Vax is just like, meh. Which is crazy. It puts his "you're right" note and his action of giving that to Scanlan in a, I don't want to say a nefarious light, but in a light of someone who is just trying to appease those around them in order to accomplish a goal. Like, it paints a picture of Vax as someone who does not actually care if they are wrong, as long as they achieve the desired goal. To me. Or it doesn't, you know, that's like the way I can rationalize it as like a personality. Otherwise, it feels weird to me. I mean, the entire stuff is I don't want to say it's all weird, but the entire stuff is very awkward. And it's hard to parse to me regardless, but that's like the way I can make it make sense. Are we talking about the scolding Vax gave Scanlan at the end? Not even that. I didn't even. Yeah. Also that. The "you were right" I think refers to when Scanlan told him to leave the shit behind, that he smiles because life before was not as good. This is better. I don't really remember what you're talking about, Belphegor. So maybe it is. Maybe it is, but I don't remember that. So maybe. Possibly more context and maybe I'll remember, but I don't recall that. But I believe that it happened. I just don't remember it. Vax has come to Scanlan's perspective pre-Kaylee or early Kaylee, while Scanlan is profoundly not the same person who said that to Vax. Well, that's very true. Vax did what Percy did, wrote a letter in case I die, and hey, so did Scanlan, but no one knows except Pike. Oh, I see. But but I don't think the letter didn't say anything other than you were right? Maybe I'm misunderstanding something. Yeah. Someone who is okay with being wrong if it achieved their goals is like full Percy IMO. I think it was Percy. I think now, at like post Briarwood, I think he has come to a little bit more of a ends don't necessarily justify the means, but he still has a good bit of that in him. Yeah. Did Scanlan actually read the letter, or did he just throw it in the fire? Okay, maybe I misinterpreted what happened. I thought that the letter just read the words, "You were right." Was there a separate letter that said things more than "you were right"? I thought that those were like the only words on the piece of paper that Scanlan was given by Vax. If that's not the case, I'm very much misinterpreting what's going on. The characters do also overlap. I wonder if Vax thinks death is irrelevant because his god will just fix it if that is how it was supposed to go. I mean, we did kind of just get confirmation that that is the case. So, like, that is a version of Vax that I can construct in my mind that, like, is just unconcerned with death because things will go how they will go. That's a version of Vax I can construct. Yeah, is someone who is like basically fully given over their actions to the will of fate. Someone who has basically shunted all responsibility from any action that they take in life and is just following whatever their gut says will accomplish their goal. Because they are fate touched. They've been told that they're special. They're the chosen one, essentially. So what they want to do must be the way that fate will go. And so they should fight for it vigorously. And then if they still get shut down and they aren't able to accomplish it, then that was also the way that fate was supposed to go. It's a very strange, like the predeterministic, like no free will mindset taken to an extreme of like things need to happen. I need to play my part. And my part is more important than other people's part. But if I'm wrong, the universe will conspire to stop me because that's how fate works. You know what I'm saying? It's a very strange mindset. Yeah. Years after watching and listening to the campaign many times, I still do not understand the inspiration behind that scolding. Yeah. In Inspiration, just after Vex's death, Vex and Scanlan had a little conversation about life and stuff. Really? I kind of remember that. It was episode 45. Maybe I'll go back and re-listen at some point. If their relationship progresses in a way that I really don't understand, maybe I'll have to go back and listen to that. But we'll see. Yeah. How do you do it? How you risk your life as much as any of us, and you fucking... Oh, wait a second. I remember that quote. That makes sense. So that's so when it says you were right, it is in response to the philosophy that Scanlan conveyed then. Okay. That all makes sense. In that case, man, Vax as a character is clear as mud. And that's annoying as shit. Okay. Okay. And I'm not even saying that from the perspective of like from the perspective of like, oh, I didn't get it. I'm saying that from the perspective of like, that is not what he said. That is not what Scanlan said in Scanlan's letter, which would have a more direct equivalence. It was just like, oh, you left a letter for people after you died. So I'm going to say you were right about a separate conversation not related to the letter. In my letter, and you'll know it was for you, and it was about that other thing. That's just annoying to me as a person to operate like that. But I can see that makes sense to me. That makes frankly more sense than what I thought was going on. Yeah. Yeah. I remember Scanlan even reading the "you were right," but I could be misremembering. I can't really write essays with research in live chat. Yeah. That's fair. Pretentious and obtuse. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. If the "you were right" was referencing that conversation, which I believe it. Now that you say it, I believe it probably was. That is pretentious and obtuse. Maybe we've already talked about this, but I think Vax Liam also has a hard time imagining his friends are actually powerless, considering how often he talks about how powerful they all are. That is fair. That's something we sort of hit on last session while watching the scene, is like, hey, I think Vax is super wrong here for encouraging them to go after Raishan. But also, I do truly think that Vax and or Liam has I think both, honestly. I think Vax and Liam have a misunderstanding is the right word. But I don't think they have a good intuition for how the power of magic works. I think that Vax and Liam both think about each member of Vox as roughly at parity with each other in terms of power. Like, they are all roughly as powerful as each other. And he does not have, either of them, Vax and Liam, don't have a good understanding of the differences between the power of a rogue and the power of a bard. And, like, the ways in which those can be reflected. Because, like, there is an argument that Scanlan isn't powerless. He has some spells left, and he can only cast probably one of them around, and he has cantrips. So, I mean, if you are not playing a full caster, and you know those facts, and you don't have a really solid intuition for, like, why Scanlan is so much more powerless than he was at the beginning of the last fight, I can understand maybe pushing it a little bit further. But it does show a lack of trust when someone says, I am wrong. I am the person that would actually have to go and do this thing. And I am telling you, I'm spent. I cannot do it. I will die. And there is a conviction there that is displayed when when Vax continues to push it, that you are incorrect about your statement, or I don't care that you're correct. I don't care if you are probably going to die. Or I think you're wrong. And I don't trust your evaluation of your skills. You know? I definitely think he's he has a hard time with it. Yeah. Have we gotten Matt's explanation of Fate Touched? No, it's a soft like term that the Raven Queen gave, and then we got a little bit more explanation, like a little tiny look into it when Matt was explaining the Raven Queen to Care, of like they bend fate around them, which again I think could lead towards this sort of narcissistic no free will look. It feels like if you take that statement at face value of there are those that can bend fate around them, that makes it sound like everyone besides these people does not have free will, and only these people have free will. And they are capable of exerting their free will in order to change the course of fate. And man, oh man, I think that's a reasonable interpretation of what we've heard so far. And if you were told that that was the case, holy shit. Imagine the narcissism that would give you. It'd be crazy, dude. I can understand actually him feeling like if everyone rests for the night, then everything that happened in that fight was all for nothing. I can understand that. And I think that there is a level of like defensiveness there. Like, I think that is when someone feels like that about like, hey, we made a bad decision and people died. If we rest, then that decision is kind of wiped out. And then it just sits there as bad. Like, if they continue to go after Raishan and they win, at least the decision that Vax made to stab Raishan built towards the ultimate win. If not, if they rest and Raishan recovers all of her resources, then he essentially risked all of their lives, caused them to die for nothing. He might as well have just let her teleport Thordak's body away. Or talk to it and witnessed the conversation. Like, if they let Raishan rest, he just objectively, in the grand scheme, made the wrong decision. You can still argue that he made the best decision he could with the information that was available to him. But if you're Vax and you are in the mindset that I have pitched him to be in this very ends-oriented perception, the ultimate goal is for Raishan to be dead. You know? And what happens between that, if it's not ultimately leading up to that, it is now like on your like conscience and responsibility. You know what I'm saying? I feel I'm not exactly communicating this correctly, but it's like, yeah, if she regens and she's essentially the same. Oh wait, this is it. I've got it. I've got where I was meandering with this. If you are only focused on the ends, and you do not give yourself any amount of like grace or anything, then that is the objectively wrong decision, because not doing it would have given you more information that you could have ultimately used to accomplish the goal of Raishan being dead at your feet. So if they don't kill her today, then the fight that they had did not accomplish anything. It did not move them closer to the goal, and it actually precluded some options that they had for moving towards the goal. It means he was wrong. It means he chose wrong. And in a worldview where you're the only one that even can choose, choosing wrong is all the worse. Choosing wrong is so much worse for you because you're the only one that can choose. So you have to choose correctly. And if they had gone and killed Raishan while she's low on resources, it doesn't matter who dies. The goal was accomplished, and everything that happened along the way was just fate. That's an interpretation, at least. Vex and Scanlan died for nothing. Exactly. Yep. Yeah. Oh wait, episode 45, 2:30:10. If you want to rewatch it. Oh, we're at 125. I can't. I gotta go fast through this, but maybe some other time. Yeah. I think pretentious and obtuse is a great way to describe the central aspect of Vax a little bit. Yeah. I was editing a video and erased all my work. I restored it, but I'm taking a break. Oh, erased all the work is so tough. It's so tough. I think Vax is wrong. Lol. If she's right around the corner, no, do it now. Better 2 dead dragons than 1. Oh, I mean, again, I think he made the best decision he could with the information he had in the moment. But if you have a purely ends-based view of the universe, I could see you not feeling that way. Yeah. I think part of the reason it's hard to judge where the issue is because this is the first time Liam Vax has taken the lead planning a scene at all since before the Sunken Tomb. That's fair. He was very, very, very much the leader. Because I identified Vax as the leader at the beginning, but my view of that has slowly shifted over the course of the campaign, kind of away from that being true. I still think he exerts a lot of leadership qualities in terms of the 5-man band archetypes, but not as many as I think he started with. Yeah. That's the player character plot armor POV. Yeah. With great power comes great responsibility. Kinda, yeah. If you were to view the characters from a distance, Percy as a nobleman would typically be pretentious and obtuse. Well, Percy is sometimes pretentious. But honestly, he's not often obtuse. At least in the way that I think of obtuseness. Sometimes he is vague, but his vagueness is very obvious and it was sort of contradictorily. Yeah. His vagueness is very clear. Like, someone will be like, can you be more specific, Percy? And he goes, no. No, thank you. I will not. So it feels more like something Percy is doing on purpose than an actual flaw, if that makes sense. It feels like it feels like kind of a game almost, which is pretentious in and of itself. But I weirdly don't get the obtuse angle from him. At least not nearly to the degree that I get it from Vax. Vax is so obtuse. Yeah. I 100% agree that Vax was the leader until Whitestone. Then he was one of the leaders until the Sunken Tomb. And honestly, it wasn't until 81 that he even really felt comfortable digging and defending the plan. That is kind of what it seems like, which is weird. It's weird because I don't really, it's even kind of weird for me to think about it that way. But I do think you're right. It's very, very strange. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I'm pulling up the thing. I meant more so because he had a privileged upbringing versus Vax more so growing up in the streets. Oh, that's very fair. Yeah. In terms of expectations, what you would naturally expect out of those character backgrounds. Totally. Yeah. Let's see. An absent player announcement. Oh my goodness. Okay. Wait, before I continue. I wanted to... Okay, housekeeping. I, at least for the time being, am going to stop streaming to Twitch. I know that there are the occasional people who watch me there, but, and for some people that's their preferred hub and player, and I was streaming there for those people, but the views are and it's not just about the views, but it's basically like the audience base is like fractional compared to on YouTube. No one watches the VODs on Twitch. Why would you? And very few people are watching live. And I do subscribe to the opinion that like when you're multi-streaming, you're kind of always focusing on one over the other. And in practice, the way it plays out is that the times where I focus on Twitch are to ban bots in chat. Like the main feature or the most consistent feature that Twitch serves is to display bot links in chat. Maybe that'll change at some point, but like I was doing some coding and some developing for an on-stream kind of enhancement, and it was not quite doubling the amount of work to include Twitch in it, but it was like time and a halfing the work for like less than 1% of the audience. So, unfortunately, I am going to stop the Twitch stream right now, right here with that. And I'm going to, for now, modify it to not start. I will hopefully be back to Twitch at some point. But for now, I want to just focus on YouTube and not even give like a little bit of my focus to Twitch, because they're not getting they're not getting nearly as good of a product as YouTube is getting, and it is still taking like extra effort to get that worse product. So that is that. Unfortunately. But the good news, the good housekeeping, is that I've been coding again. And not only have I coded some things that I think will make doing the chapters even a little bit easier, but I am also coding up something that will automatically change the thumbnail on a Twitch stream, or sorry, on a YouTube stream, like Twitch does. If you don't know, if you haven't used or experienced Twitch before, you don't set a thumbnail on Twitch typically. You just have this like auto updating view of the stream as a thumbnail, and it updates every couple minutes. And I coded a thingy to do that. And I was testing it before stream. If any of you got jump scared, I think Teprock put it in chat. It doesn't fully work yet. That's why it's not on. But I think it will be on for the next one. And I'm going to I'm going to also superimpose like a banner on it to be like, this is a live stream. And so I'm hoping that'll be cool, because then it'll allow you guys to like, I like the thumbnail. I like the thumbnail that I use for Critical Eyes, but I also think the only difference between them being the number, I think could make it just a little harder to tell, oh, is this live or is this an old VOD that I've already seen? So I want to remove as much of that friction as possible. And I also know that that's like something that in general, live stream viewers don't like about YouTube. Like they like the Twitch version more. And it will hopefully help for making live streams that I want to do a little bit easier. Because then I can, make the thumbnail theoretically after the stream, because I'll have that auto updating feature during the actual stream. So yeah, it's a little bit boring, a little bit behind the scenes, but I think that'll be a little cool. And yeah. The occasional spammer is always Twitch. Oh yeah, exactly. It's never YouTube. I think I've had a YouTube spammer like once, and I was like, whoa, a YouTube spammer? And then that was the only one. See you, Mike. The audience on Twitch versus YouTube are completely different, super different. And like, I do ultimately want to multi-stream, but I would have to give I would have to give Twitch more attention than I currently do to make it worth it. And, well, actually, no, that's not even true. I currently am giving them an amount of attention that is not worth it. And I'm not giving enough of that to make it worth it. Yeah, there's a middle step. And I can't give more attention, so I'm going to opt for less. What's a YouTube spammer? I mean, what do they do? Mostly spammers, scammers, anyone that's in chat that is, not there for the content. They are going to be trying to do something to get you to click on a link that ultimately has malware on the other end of it. So you see Twitch spammers all the time that are like, buy viewers here, because they see that my Twitch stream has 0 to 1 concurrent viewers. And so they're like, oh, this guy would want to buy viewers. And then they post like a bit.ly link in chat. And then, theoretically, then a desperate streamer clicks on that and they get malware. Yeah. Do you want a free cup holder? Click this link. Exactly. Anyways. Okay. Well, only an hour and a half later, hour and 40 minutes, I think we can get into it. There we go. That must be so annoying. It is. Well, and I also I'm constantly looking out for them. Like I am always I'm watching chat constantly because I have to I have to ban them, and I want to ban them pretty quickly so that no one sees the link and even feels tempted to click on it just to see what's on the other side, because even that sort of thing can be dangerous. And so I'm I wouldn't say paranoid, but I'm very vigilant about it. And so that's another aspect of like, oh, if I'm not streaming on Twitch, I will have to be less vigilant, and like streaming will be less. Streaming isn't exhausting by any means, but it'll be one less like stressor during a stream. Can you put your vids on Twitch? Maybe. But the short answer is I wouldn't want it. That would be less worth it than streaming there. People do not watch VODs on Twitch. I get more live concurrent viewers, which is I get very little on Twitch than I do VOD views. Most of the VODs have 0 views. As opposed to the YouTube VODs, which have hundreds. Their VOD experience is terrible. Maybe they're working on it. I kind of doubt it. My impression of Twitch, which is not that informed, but my impression of Twitch is that it's a pretty lazy company when it comes to continued development. All right. It's a terrible UI. But any hoosers. I have a hard time even finding VODs on Twitch. Yeah. Well, and that's what people will say about YouTube live streams. But YouTube is actually working on making that better. I just saw this the other day in my I went to my subscription feed, like my sub box, and now in the sub box, oh wait, is it only on mobile? No, it can't be. Is it because of the screen resolution? Wait 1 second. Where the heck did it go? Maybe it is only on mobile. On mobile the other day. Wait, let me see. Unless they were like pilot testing it for like 1 day and then took it away, that would suck. Yeah, okay, here it is. So now in your sub box on YouTube, they have a thing that is most relevant, which is basically your home tab in terms of them like algorithmically feeding you stuff. Oh wait, you guys can't see that. So they have like most relevant, which is like algorithmically chosen, but only from your subscribers. And then they have these like tabs at the top, and one of the tabs is lives. Now, is that a good, system? Maybe, maybe not. But like, I can just go to this and I can easily see the people that I am subscribed to that are live. Or that, this is Pocket Dimension, they have a scheduled live. They have a scheduled event. So now if you guys wanted to, you could go to mobile. Can't believe they don't have it on desktop. That's weird. You can go to the live tab in your sub box and you will see if there's an event up for my channel. Which is cool. It's not incredible, but it's progress. And that's why it's like, I have plenty of bad shit to say about YouTube. But at the end of the day, I actively see them making progress on live streaming that I do not see Twitch making, frankly. And I don't see that progress for Twitch in other areas of the business. They're trying with shorts. Twitch feels very much like you had to be there. Oh, yeah, well, especially because there's no DVR. Which, by the way, we were talking about DVR the other stream. I found it. I found it in the settings. I was just, my eyes were glazing over it somehow. So I apologize to anyone that I have told that the whole, like, no pausing thing on YouTube is impossible. I thought it was. I did not realize it was a toggleable setting. Because I've said that multiple times, that it's, what? Not being able to, like, it jumping you ahead? That's not a thing. It's a thing. I was wrong. I was very, very wrong. Yeah. Oh, man. Anyways. You have that button on desktop? Oh. It must just be like a pilot program sort of thing then. Because I do not have it on desktop. So it must just be a pilot, like some people are getting it on mobile, some on desktop. I love it. I barely use my sub box anymore. And because honestly, I do find the algorithm on the homepage legitimately helpful. But if they put that sort of algorithm in place, but only for people I'm subscribed to, I'm so there. That lets me essentially curate my algorithm of say like, hey, run your algo all day long. Just only do it to these select channels. Beautiful. That's beautiful. I love that. So I am that's an exciting change for me as a person for whom YouTube is their main source of entertainment. I don't really watch TV. I watch very few movies. YouTube's like my daily dose. It's consistently the most used app on my phone. And I've been a YouTube Premium subscriber for years and years and years. Since well before it was YouTube Premium and when it was YouTube Red. So that's a very exciting change for me because the algorithm is the best and worst part of YouTube, and being able to curate it to a specific list of channels is so sick. So I really hope they keep that. What I like about the lives on YouTube is that when people are live, it shows me them at the top of the sub feed on mobile, and the live stays on top of that list whilst live. Yeah. So I don't know. I've got hope. I feel the eyes glazing over when the dyslexia hits hard. I definitely do not have dyslexia, but I don't know what happened. I just missed it. So I got a little taste of what you deal with. Just a little bit. I use my sub page all the time on mobile. I love it. I will probably start using it more. A lot of the people that I subscribe to for like one type of their content. Like it's a lot of jack of all trades type of channels where like I'm only interested in like a third of the things that they post. But I'm very interested in those things. And so the sub box was a lot of like scrolling through chaff for me for a while. But this algorithm is going to be awesome. They show me a lot of things I've already watched from subscribed channels, but discovering lesser known channels is actually hard. I get that. Yeah. Anyways, Anyways, let's actually watch a little bit of CR before the break. Oh man, this is going to be a straight 2-hour long unbroken chapter. But there was so much to talk about, so I don't even feel that bad. Because there was so much to talk about from last episode. It was so dense with like interesting things to discuss. And I had a lot of things to personally discuss. So that's what happens. That's what happens. Hopefully this one will be, oh my God, it's a 2-hour, 8-minute first half. I didn't even notice that. Holy hell. Combat medium? Okay, at least it's combat medium. Thank God. That probably means second half. Oh no. Okay. Let's strap in. I might have to go put on a tank top because I'm already getting hot. Let's do it.
It's an episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around and play Dungeons & Dragons. We are down one Sam, unfortunately, tonight, so Scanlan will be Jaeger piloted by Keyleth and Percy over there. But, and Pike is still in New York, but in trade, we do have Rothfuss joining us this week via Skype. To continue the journey of Carrick along with these crazy kids. So thank you for joining us, Patrick.
Look at his beautiful office.
Look, man. I get it, but it's already kind of annoying when they do it with Ashley. And I understand more why they want to do it with her. I hope that it's not a continued thing. Patrick wanted him to play, let him play. Look, maybe this is a little harsh from me. If Patrick wants to play bad enough to justify doing it, they need to put in more effort. This is purely as a viewer. This is not as a D&D analyzer, as an anything. But purely as a viewer, I believe that Patrick wanted to play. I believe they wanted him to be able to. But if they're going to do it for people other than Ashley, they need to actually put some effort into modernizing this setup, because it sucks. I'll come in with the hot takes today. The Skype setup fucking blows, and they need a better way to do it. And until that happens, I'm gonna be a little annoyed about it.
Yeah.
So many owlbears.
So many owlbears.
2, 3, 4, 5.
It's beautiful.
Owlbears.
Cool. So before we get into the game tonight, let's go ahead and do our announcements. First and foremost,
My annoyance is mostly around Skype sucking. To be clear, my annoyance is that I think that having someone on the Skype degrades the experience of watching it, and I already think that it's a little annoying with Ashley, but I get it more. Yeah. They're gnomeless. They just replace Scanman with a dwarf paladin. Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Matt starts the recap. It was pre-pandemic. We had discovered how Zoom sucks. I'm assuming he hadn't discovered how Zoom sucks differently yet. And hey, this is why I said it is purely from a viewer perspective, because if you're at home, I think the Skype setup is fine. If you're at home and everyone on the couch is cool with it, sure, go for it. But I already have trouble hearing them sometimes. I already have trouble seeing them and seeing things. And I don't know, man. Just purely as a viewer, it kind of just becomes a distraction to me. And it just makes the episode worse. But it is a totally opinion-based thing. I have no other defense or rationale beyond what I have what I have offered. But man, oh man, just fucking put him on the OBS. Put him on the OBS. It's people were live streaming at this point, right? This isn't Justin TV days, right? Iced Poseidon had been streaming for long before 2017. You should know how to put a Skype window on a fucking OBS layout. Just, They're a professional production company. They have a fucking set and PAs and editors. It's ridiculous. I'll say it. I know that we have come a long way. It wasn't that long ago. It's not that much a product of its time that they couldn't put the Skype window on the OBS layout. No. You think GNS cares enough to make it good? That's what I'm saying. That's the annoying part to me. Is it's like, I'm willing to like kind of ignore it for Ashley because she was one of the originals. But for a guest player, for some reason that I can't even fully explain, it's so much more annoying that it's like, okay, this is like a thing we're doing. Okay. This isn't just like the occasional, adjustment for Ashley because, Ashley gets special privileges. It's like, which I think she should, frankly. She's the special guest player. This isn't like just the occasional thing we're doing for her. This is now something we're doing for Ashley and other people. Put some fucking effort in. Put it on the OBS layout. It's not that. Pipe in the audio to the OBS. I know. As a production company, they have the technical skill to do that, even in 2015. So it's very annoying to me that they are almost certainly choosing not to. I can't say that for sure, but it's annoying. They should have the Skype window and also give the cast a monitor to react to. Give the cast a monitor to react to. Zoom in a camera on the battle map so that I guess they did just add that for the characters. Pipe the Skype audio into the OBS setup and into the mixer that they're using for everyone's mics. It's just like, this seems like the actively less intuitive way to do it to me. And my only justification is that they are finding out about it like less than an hour before go live. And so they don't have enough time to implement it. But at that point, it's been happening enough. Do it just in case. Do it just in case. I don't know, man. They're prioritizing people in the room. Maybe. But I even think that like running it off of a laptop. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but it seems to me like if you were running it through the main setup, it would be easier to deliver the information to the other players. I could be wrong about that. That's something I feel much less confident on. But I feel like there's a way to do it for both that I could come up with just a little bit of effort, I don't think GNS had given them a real budget yet at this point. Bro, I don't have a budget. You think I have a budget? I could do this. Not only could I do this, this is how I did all of the interviews. I just screen recorded the fucking Discord. It is kind of stupid easy to do. Now, maybe it's a little bit harder to do that and display it to other people, but they have the budget for a set, for cameras, for editors, for PAs to sit there and watch the entire thing because we saw the time lapse of the entire setup. They've got something, bro. I just can't imagine. The players can barely see the table, so why should GNS accommodate for the viewer? They should just be better. They should be better overall. It feels like there are just slam dunk ways to make it better. Maybe I'm wrong, but from the outside looking in, it feels like there are slam dunk ways. How dare you watch CR? I thought this was a stream where we just chat with CR open. Hey, wait, Spencer, how dare you? How dare you accurately describe the stream? Right now, I am just complaining about Geek and Sundry with the screen open. Real-time editing is different than normal editing. I know. I'm here. I guess in terms of like the interviews, I've done live streams with people that are on separate stuff. I did the Exquisite Corpse dungeon with Ryan. He was on Discord, and I was switching between him and my screen, and I had them all in the OBS layout. I'm not gonna claim to be a total expert, but I have done enough of it at this point to feel confident that there are things that they could do. Especially as professionals that are like working on, you know, this sort of stuff full time. I feel like there's stuff they could do. I don't know. I could be wrong. And if someone from Geek and Sundry ever comes into chat, they saw this conversation somehow, even though I'm definitely not going to clip it because it's way too boring for a short. If someone is a former GNS employee and wants to disagree with me about how easy it would be, feel free. I would love to learn. But to me, it feels very simple.
Yeah, it was a great countdown. So, to bring us into the story and get you guys up to speed, the adventuring group of Vox Machina had been battling the Chroma Conclave, a collection of ancient chromatic dragons that had terrorized the Taldore countryside, ruined a number of the villages and cities. Their leader, Thordak the Cinder King, lording over the capital city of Iman for a number of weeks at this point. In order to prepare themselves for this battle, they've traversed the plains and all across the world to acquire vestiges of divergence, these powerful artifacts. And upon acquiring them and gathering allies, they made an assault with the help of these allies upon the city of Amon, defeated Thordak the Cinder King, and after making an alliance with one of these conclave members, Raishan, the diseased deceiver, to aid them in this battle, they ended up battling Raishan as well within Thordak's lair beneath the city. Raishan nearly annihilated the entirety of the group Vox Machina, kept at bay only by them summoning one of their allies, Jaman Saord, the powerful brass dragon and secret leader of the city of Ankarel. Enough of a threat to push her away, Raishan took the corpse of Thordak, apparently via teleportation, as well as two of the eggs that remain in the lair, and vanished. Upon wrestling your way outside of the lair itself, you came upon a number of allies who had fought their way to the center of the city, as well as Patrick's character, Carrick, who had brought a number of his ragtag adventurers from the city of Western to aid. Carrick joined you in your return to Whitestone and has now agreed to aid you in your search for the current whereabouts of Raishan. Through the use of some rather rapid scry magic and the dragon's spent capability to defend against it at the time, you found the location of Raishan, apparently a distant island to the far south in the Lucidian Ocean. One that once was the lair of Thordak before he was sealed, and before that apparently belonged to a necromancer named Opash. You have then spent the evening in Whitestone, or I guess now the day, since you slept through the day, in Whitestone, preparing to rest for a coming conflict, giving chase to Raishan in hopes of stopping whatever her plans are before they come to fruition. So, that is when we dive back in. So, all of you guys have had a full night's rest. You're back up to your full hit points. You regain half of your spent hit dice. Spells are back. I know we had a few characters level. We had Scanlan level, Percy leveled, and Pike leveled.
So we're just gonna choose an 8th level for Pike, but it won't stick if she wants to not have that be it, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's fine. It's a cleric give access to all the cleric spells. So, like,
Oh, okay, so she doesn't have to choose one like a ranger?
No. Yeah, that's kind of the benefits of like the cleric and the wizards. They have a larger breadth of spells, druids as well. to
That's
choose from.
great. Well, then never mind.
We're gonna
prepare
pick
one.
power word kill green dragon.
Yeah, power word kill green dragon for 8th level spell.
Just take power kill.
Wow.
Green dragon.
Specific.
Green dragon specific.
Can she do that?
No.
Okay, I was just saying, is that allowed? What? For her?
You don't know.
All right.
So, if you guys want to get any attunement changes you want to situate for the coming party company move.
I would like my boots back, and I've been sort of dreading this moment. Can I have my boots back?
They look so good on me. Have you noticed?
It's all I've noticed for the last 24 hours.
Right?
When
I
we
mean,
were
they are
fighting,
beautiful.
we probably would have killed her yesterday, but I was so distracted by how good
The boots
you looked in the boots.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, like, really good.
Strategically, I think I can actually do more, and I think I'm more likely to get a little more bang for my buck. out
Oh,
of them.
really?
Yeah.
Strategically, you can do more than me.
Never mind. I'll use the sword.
No. I'll give it to you.
Yeah, that was as painful as I imagined it would be. Yes, I could. Percy, would you like this sword back?
You know,
Or anybody?
what sword?
Yes.
Wait, it's a dragon killing sword.
I know,
Is that
but
what I had originally?
I'm better when I'm maneuverable, and I feel like I'm going to get one swing in and miss and it go to waste.
Oh,
And
jeez. Who needs it? Can
I will
anybody
admit,
take
if I
it?
get within striking distance, I'm probably
Can I see
in
it?
trouble.
Yeah,
Sure
pass
you
it
can.
over, pass it over.
No.
Oh,
Here's the handle.
All right, well,
Proper handling techniques.
maybe,
That's how you
What?
do.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll have it.
should I do,
Good. Yeah.
should I do stealth cloak?
You
or
guys
should
also
I
have taken
do-
some time to inspect the other items that you received
Yeah,
from
those
the
boots. What are those
Get me
boots?
out of this bed situation! I want to
Give me those, give me those,
Maybe
give me
they're
those
your
boots.
own boots.
Tequila.
God,
Okay.
And this whoever is the
Haste.
hammer.
Whoa!
There's a hammer?
Oh, just
like
turned into a
What?
2016 song.
I found a warhammer. I was asleep. No.
Hold on, I'll pass it over to you. I'm not even gonna read it, Keegan.
Okay.
Chapter 1.
Okay. Wait, the dwarven thrower. This is the warhammer. Okay. You gain a +3 attack bonus to attack and damage rolls. It has a thrown property, normal range of 20 feet and a long range of 60 feet. Grog. When you
Okay, we're about to go into ads, so I want to have it pause for when that happens. But I agree. They're both really good at the sibling banter, and that is why it was so complicated. It's because I truly think that Liam is really good at roleplay, like straight up. That specific one just had these kind of weird outliers, but I think he's really, really good at it, especially the sibling stuff. Max could use Ace more strategically if he did the double sneak attack technique. What's the double sneak attack technique? Can't you only sneak attack? What's up? What's up? Oh, good timing on explaining the two the double sneak attack. Use BA on Vax for sneak, hold action for second sneak. Oh. If you haste attack on your turn, then hold main action to attack next turn, you double sneak attack, but you lose reaction. I see. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah. He would definitely be more effective. I mean, I think generally, it's tough. There's not a huge bar that he has to clear because we're comparing any version of Rogue to 2014 original Ranger. So there's not a... Oh, yes, captions. Good point. Yeah. It's like, we don't even really need to think about a special tech for him to do. He's gonna be better, kind of regardless, with haste. Just giving him more opportunities to proc sneak attack, and to actually like land the attack is going to be net better than even Vex being able to do more. Maybe not with her magic items. Honestly, I don't know that much about the capabilities of her magic items, so maybe there's some delineation there where her magic items would make haste more beneficial to her than Vax's magic items, but just based on the classes, yeah. Plus, she likes to be on the broom, which isn't affected while his wings are. True. Absolutely. Yeah. Very good point. Anyways.
When you hit with a ranged attack using this weapon, it deals an extra 1d8 damage, or if the target is giant, which a dragon is, 2d8 damage.
Actually,
Meaning actual giant.
Yeah.
Oh, is a giant. Never mind. Immediately after the attack, the weapon flies back to your hand.
Another one of those secrets she was talking about.
Yeah, it's Thor hammerish. It does require attunement by a dwarf.
Oh, does it say that?
What if I've got a dwarvish beard?
If you
And a
have
belt?
the belt of dwarven kind attuned, you can attune to that hand as well. But only under that condition. If you unattune the belt, you have to unattune the hammer.
Oh,
And you have to give Matt $20.
I'm so happy about that.
Yes, that as well. I forgot that on the card.
I'm gonna open up like a weapon
Alright,
expo.
you
This is
secret
amazing.
dwarf.
I may drag something from you. You might.
No,
You're
the
human?
similarity is notable.
I noticed you haven't actually given me the boots back, and I just wanted to remind you.
Oh my god, let me find the fucking piece of paper. Jeez.
It's very important. I'm also going. Oh, you go.
These boots might be good for our wonderful cleric. These are boots of elven kind. While you wear these boots, your steps make no sound, regardless of the surface you are moving across. You also have advantage on dexterity stealth checks that rely on moving silently.
Oh my gosh, but I don't know what else. I don't know what else Pike has to change on.
Well, that one I don't think requires attunement.
Pass him over, Pike will win.
Yeah, you don't have
They
to
don't
tune
need
to
to?
it. No.
Whoa, I'm writing down on her sheet.
But you will not have her boots levitation or any other things. We're not have her sprinters boots will be replaced by those.
Well, what are the chances that she's going to need to bolt? Probably more than sneak around. Probably.
What if?
It's a choice to make.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a question. Can she have the boots on and then right before the battle put on the sprinter's boots?
20 minutes.
Sprinters boots do require attunement.
And like, it's not like you can attune them and then take them off.
I have to look at the card from her. I don't know if they do.
Sprinter's boots are pretty clutch for Pike.
Yeah, they're pretty clutch, especially after the last time it went to
Move
guys.
around.
We're going to brawl.
But we're going stealthy probably in before we
It's
get
up to you. The process of a giant armored gnome to like change out her boots is going to be. It's not like quick. It's not pressing an X button in your
It's
inventory.
like changing from one pair of ski boots into another pair of ski boots.
Essentially, yeah.
Minor thing, I'm going to attune the Deathwalker's Ward to Necrotic.
It's necrotic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well then, how is your stealth, Percy?
I have spider boots.
Oh, you have spider boots. What about you, Grog?
What's the question? Sorry, I'm drooling
Do you
over this
mind-
Pike
do you
hammer.
mind-
Are you still wearing the same
Yeah,
boots
since
that you
I gave
made
back
for
his
yourself?
boots. Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah.
Fancy.
My
Wearing the
pretty
boots of
alright.
Feral Leaping.
He's got a leaping boots.
Is that a Thor hammer? Is that what that
Oh,
is?
you have
It's pretty fucking close. Apparently I throw it, it comes right back to my head. If I had like a frenzied rage and 3 attacks, it would have gone like a giant yo-yo.
Technically, yes.
I'm taking this one.
I get it.
Oh my god.
How far can you throw that thing?
60
man?
feet.
60
Well, it's 20 feet, and then 60 feet is the second range increment. So if it's longer than 20 feet, your attacks are disadvantaged. But you can still attack with them.
But if I do Rex attack,
Then it would be a normal roll, and then everyone gets advantage against you.
I love you right now. These two tables right now.
Dude, love the dice that rolled that treasure hoard. So,
Oh, it's all at the bottom of the table after the show.
does anybody else want to?
I would like to tune to this.
The dwarven thrower?
Yes.
Okay.
Not the blood axe.
Not the blood axe. Okay, so the blood axe goes away.
He's
Dwarven
really
thrower's
excited
out.
about it.
Cabals, Dragon Slayer, and
So just so you're aware, the dice roll on that is a D8.
Oh,
to do
whoa.
damage. It's supposed to be a D12.
Oh. That doesn't sound as cool.
I must think.
I'm gonna do my circlet, my antlers, as always, ring of protection, spire complex.
Okay.
Just to chime in out of character, I know we picked up the dancing sword, which could act as an autonomous fighting thing, but I don't know who has that or who has slots available to attune.
That is Grog has that actually.
Grog has every weapon ever.
Is it an attunement thing?
You have to attune it, yeah.
Northrop Gummin.
You're a Fallout character.
Basically,
I'm Raytheon.
it's
I make all the weapons.
But yes, Grog does have the sword.
Do you have an extra spot, Care?
Bro,
To attune?
I'm going to show my age here. You know, I've only occasionally done 5th edition. Back in the day, when I got used to playing, we never attuned our weapons.
Yeah, you only have 2 things attuned,
so you're good.
So, yeah.
You do, you can.
Yeah, so I'm relatively easy in terms of like what magic items I have. I could have it and set it loose at the beginning of combat if nobody else can.
Yeah,
Okay.
So Grog pulls the sword out from the bag of holding, and as he kind of reaches his sense towards you, you feel a sudden, like, almost like a sudden burst of headache in the back of your mind, and you kind of stop for a second, Grog, and you look at the blade, and there across the metallic sheen of this gorgeous scimitar, you see this image begin to almost seep through and look at you. It's this female-like face, very faint, a reflection. But the teeth are fang, and you see what looks to be almost like a swirl of snakes around the outside. At that moment, you feel that burst of headache in the back of your head grow extremely strong, and you drop the blade out of your hand, and you guys watch as Grog falls to his knees, just clutching the sides of his head. The sword, as it hits the ground, clacks, cling, cling, cling. The blade almost immediately rusts and turns into a dark, dull metal. The gems crack and turn to dust, and what now lies there is an inert weapon.
What the fuck?
What did you do?
Grog?
Well?
Ow!
Is it?
Again?
Turn you really, really, really stupid.
That really hurt, and it's still hurting.
Grog, how many fingers am I holding up?
Square.
Well, he's fine.
He's dumber.
Magic sword bit me. That really hurts.
What happened?
Is it just because it's only meant for you?
Carrot, do you still want it?
Do I have any idea what like was this thing rejecting me or pissed that Grog was like abandoning it?
You get the sense, just because you've seen a few things like this, that this was actually an inherent curse within the blade, and it just took a moment to dig itself into Grog.
Oh no.
But the source of the curse is expended, and Grog, you are permanently at -$2 saving throws. Correcting my mistake from the card last session.
Shit!
This is the deck of many things.
This was me completely either misreading or mishearing it last time. As the internet let me know that was the card drawn. Want to make sure
I
that
do
the
have a
mistake was
problem with
drawn.
that. I do have a problem with the headache. Could we maybe like bargain to get the headache removed? Because I'm really happy.
I have Tylenol, but it requires attunement.
I need BC.
Oh. I remember us looking at that, and I was like, that sounds like this. But then people were like, oh no, I think it was the key. I was like, oh, was it? That didn't sound like the key. What was it actually? It wasn't the star. It was like the constellation. Where is it? Uriel. The card's Medusa-like visage curses you. Whoa. Only a god or the magic of the Fates card can end this curse. Huh. There you go. Whichever one is -2 to all throws. Interesting. Yeah, I guess he just completely... What was it? The Uriel? Where? I'm missing it on here. Where the... Oh, Queen of Spades. There we go. Interesting. All right. Well, Rip to Grog. I'm sure the Raven Queen can heal it. It is very funny to do this correction so casually. That's very funny. And you were pretty adamant it was no big deal in the context of it not ending the world, of course. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's bad. Don't get me wrong. That's not good. It's not that bad. It's okay, you know? But it is very funny to me now because it just feels so how do I say it? It's just so casual now compared to how like big of a moment the deck pull was last stream. That's funny. I don't think they should do it differently. It's just funny to me. Also, because I'm already paused, I'll make a comment about the tiny monkey ranger over rogue. I would disagree, mostly because of the majority of the reason I would disagree about rogue versus ranger, but this is a pretty how would I say, not light disagreement, but like this is a disagreement I would have to dive in too much detail to fully explain. But my general reasoning for the rogue being better also wouldn't be damage based. I would say that my general rationale is expertise, cunning action, uncanny dodge, and evasion. The uncanny dodge and evasion are going to give them effectively far, far more health than the ranger will have. And I don't even want to get into reliable talent here and now, but and the 2 instances of expertise plus the 4 skill proficiencies are going to give them a lot of utility. And if the ranger was a half caster, if they were a full caster, I would agree with you. Or even if there was like a 3/4 caster or something where they like got up to 7th, I might even still agree with you there. But I don't think they have the spell slots to keep up. And that's not even getting into their subclasses, because the rogue also does have access to up to 4th level spells. And the ranger has nothing that gives them that additional kind of deal. Like, I think Arcane Trickster versus basically any 2014 ranger, even from the perspective of spellcasting, is gonna dunk on them in terms of utility. Because the ranger, the 2014 at least, ranger subclasses are all pretty lackluster. Because there's, what is it? Hunter, not Monster Slayer. It's Hunter, Beastmaster. Oh, bro, is that it? That is it. That's so crazy. Anyways, it's Hunter and Beastmaster. And they're both pretty lacking. And there's more we could talk about. And if you still disagree with that, I think that's fair. I don't want to. The conversation would be too long for me to give a cohesive response, a fully cohesive response. But that's my short response. And unfortunately, I've been going too long because I do want to. I like digging into these sorts of things, but they probably had to deal with a week of Twitter yelling at them, especially Matt. Oh, I'm sure. In regards to getting the deck poll wrong, yeah. Yeah. Ranger does have fun utility spells, but only 2 spell slots. So even if you're more in a more survival type of game, you can't do many, especially because out of combat, those time limits are. Yeah, and I probably honestly have a negative bias towards Ranger because I don't like that a lot of their exploration-oriented skills are what I would call like skip skills. It's like, hey, here's this challenge, just don't deal with it. I don't love that as like as an archetype. I love Ranger as like a fantasy. Like, I would love to be a Ranger. But the way they're implemented in 5e makes sense for 5e, but they really highlight the shit I don't like about 5e. So I definitely have some negative bias there as well. Talking about Rage was the first class, so a bit of bias. Yeah, which that's fair. That's fair. And I mean, and I am also, despite me, I do believe that Ranger is probably the class with the lowest how do I say it? The lowest skill expression and fun expression. Like it is the least capable of being super skillful and the least capable of being super fun. That is only in terms of a ranking hierarchy. I think you can still have a fuckload of fun with them, and there is still a lot of ways that you can express skill with them and like do fun builds. I think that generally all of the 5e classes, even like the base 2014 ones, are relatively good. At least more than the online discourse might have you believe. So it's not that big a deal to me if people are like, oh, this one is better than this one. Like, I have my opinions and my own ranking and hierarchy, but I would never tell a new player not to play Ranger. I would tell a new player not to play Fighter before I would tell them not to play Ranger. And especially Druid. Druid is debatably the class with the highest skill expression and fun expression. And I would steer a new player away from that every day. But if they were like, I want to play Ranger, I was like, yeah, fucking go for it. Because you'll still have fun, you know. Ranger was my first class too, twins. Yeah. And Belphegor is about to hit on it about what I was about to say, the subclasses. Yeah. Half a dozen if you want to count Tasha and Xanathar, Drake Warden, Fey Wanderer, Gloomstalker, Horizon Walker, Monster Slayer, Swarmkeeper. Yeah. I was only looking at 2014 stuff. I do think the Gloomstalker does up its power a bit. More in line with maybe of some other classes. And then the Fey Wanderer and the Horizon Walker are both, well, I don't know that much about the Fey Wanderer, honestly, but the Horizon Walker is very cool. It is unfortunately cool, in my opinion. Like, I love... The Horizon Walker Ranger is like the ultimate example of things that I love in theory and hate in 5e. Because the idea of it and like the teleporting thing that they can eventually do at higher levels, oh my god, so cool. So cool. But they also, like, their main shtick is that they can detect extraplanar portals, which is only good in like a very niche of games, which is, I think, one of the primary problems with 2014 Ranger is that it is too niche dependent. And secondarily, it continues the 2014 Ranger tradition of, if you do fall into that niche, skip a lot of the traditional challenge. So if you're in a Ranger, or if you're in a game with extraplanar portals, don't worry about finding them. You know, one of the main exploration things that you would do in a game with a lot of extraplanar portals. Horizon Walker is maybe the subclass that bothers me the most, because it's so close to being so awesome, and frankly is kind of awesome. But it just does the thing that I, for my own personal tastes, hate. And that's it. So yeah, that's yeah. That's why I was interested, honestly. That's why that's why I wrote it down. It was like, I love the boldness, I love the hot take, because like, I'm not someone that will say Ranger is too bad to play. I think it's easily good enough to play. And so I'm always interested in people that have a higher opinion than average of things like that. Same thing with like Monk. Like, I think Monk is good for a very specific reason that I've talked about before. But I'm always interested to hear people who think it's good for other reasons. Druid as a beginner player sounds like a headache. Exactly, Pharaoh. Exactly. It's so much to learn, keep track of. They're a prepared caster, so they have access to their entire spell list. They have all of the monster stat blocks to keep track of. Absolute headache. Absolute headache. I think it's a really fun class, and if someone really wanted to play it, go for it. Paige is a beginner, and she's playing Druid. But I recommend against it. And I let them know how much work it's going to be, but that if you're willing to put it in, it's very fun. Gloomstalker is busted if you get the party to travel at night. Yeah, that's why I pointed it out. I was like, Gloomstalker, that bumps up the power a little bit, yeah. Prepared spell classes intimidate me a lot. I started with Bard, and I worked my way up from there, playing a Cleric in Pathfinder 2e at the moment. Totally. Prepared casting is just way harder than known casting. It is more powerful and flexible. Well, it's powerful because of its flexibility. Like, it is quote unquote better, but it is so intimidating compared to known casting. Yeah. People who dunked on Marisha in the early years of CR for struggling with Druid spells need to shut up for so many reasons, including that Druid being hard. Absolutely. I think it's the hardest class to play. I think it's the hardest. Yeah. Having to DM your own session. A little bit. And I mean, there are lots of ways to overcome that. There are lots of ways to account for it and address it. But the other classes don't have to do that. They don't have to account and address those same sorts of things. They just get to play. There's a reason D20 made me want to play a Gloomstalker, not naming the season to avoid spoilers. Hey, fair enough. Yeah, no, Gloomstalker's cool. Gloomstalker's very, very cool. I also like Swarmkeeper. I don't think it's as powerful as Gloomstalker. And I don't think there's as much like fantasy and skill expression there. Like it's kind of a weird fantasy, but it's weird and wacky in like a lot of the ways that I personally enjoy. And I think that like for what it is, it's very cool. So I like Swarmkeeper as well. I think they did a good job at Ranger subclasses after the base book. Again, I don't know much about Fey Wanderer, but the ones I do know about. In terms of hardest classes, Druid, Wizard, Cleric. What? Oh, shut up, Paige. Paige was like, Druid's not that hard. It's like, okay, stop bragging. Ooh. Okay, I'll say it like this. I think Fighter is the hardest martial. Wizard, Cleric. I think I would say that Cleric is harder than Wizard. Wizard has some very specific things that are difficult, but I think Cleric is broadly more difficult. Like, I'm thinking about if a new player came to me and was like, Wizard or Cleric, which one is going to be easier for me to like play and learn? I think I would go Wizard. There's also like less this sounds kind of weird, but I think there's less possible regret with Wizard. Like, it is so flexible, but its flexibility has like a goal to it. It's like, okay, if you are trying to play this in like the most complex and like most opportunity way, then you want to go after new spells and you want to go after spell scrolls and spell books and all this. Like, it has like a goal. And before that, it's not as hard as fully prepared casters that have the full access to their spell list. But it's a little weird in terms of like, oh, you have your spell book, but then you also prepare things off of the spell book. So that's a little strange. But again, if I'm thinking about like new player stuff, the fact that Cleric makes you choose subclass at level 1, and you not only is it weird to change your subclass later for all of the normal reasons, but Cleric carries like lore implications for why it's weird to change your subclass, much like Paladin or Warlock. And it making you choose it at level 1, which I think is fair for like obvious reasons. I think it's fair that it makes you choose it at level 1. But I see more opportunity for regret from a new player in that vein. So it's hard to call it the hardest or harder, but I am less likely to recommend it to a new player, I think is the way I would put it. Because honestly, I think once you get used to a class, the actual difficulty of piloting them is pretty narrow. I think Druid is a standout because they essentially have 2 spell lists. Like, I think it's weird to think about Beast Shape in that way, but it's essentially a second spell list that you are a known caster of, or you're a prepared caster of. So they are essentially like a double caster, which I think puts their difficulty kind of well and above any other caster in terms of like the moment-to-moment piloting. Everything else is in a much like tighter band, in my estimation. So I don't know. It's tough. He's tough. Paige playing a druid, handshake emoji. Yeah. Battle Master is solely responsible for that? I don't even agree. I think that Fighter, the complexity of Fighter, and like and a lot of the fun of Fighter is doing things with your multi-attack other than attacking. Like, even Champion Fighter is able to do so much with their multi-attack besides just attack. And same thing with their feats. Like, if with all of the feats that you get from Fighter, if you just take ability score improvements and you say go Champion, I think Fighter will feel very boring. And that's why I don't recommend it to new players, is because I think that Fighter is the most buildable of the marshals. Because you have so much you can do compared to other marshals with your attacks mid-combat. And you have the most feats out of any class. So you are the most capable of customizing your build to do exactly what you want to do with those attacks. You know, the classic Sentinel Pam sort of shit, but also like Tavern Brawler for easier grappling if you want to grapple with some of your multi-attack, you know? So that, and then like you also have Action Surge, which I think is one of the most, it's debatably one of the most powerful features, but it has very few activations, so you need to be really kind of careful on when you use it. That's a little bit of piloting difficulty. And beyond that, it has... Oh, what was I going to say? Oh, I forgot. Well, oh well. So that's why I hesitate away from Fighter. Fighter is kind of like the... I mean, it's strange to say, but it's almost like the blue of like Magic the Gathering archetypes. Maybe not. That's probably not a good comparison, yeah. Any class that has their whole spell list available at all times is harder at the start, IMO. Yeah. That's what I mean by prepared casters. Yeah, I agree. I think Wizard is the easiest of the full spellcasters because there's 2 class features, so you only need to focus on spells. That is true. That's why I really debated on the Cleric. And the Cleric doesn't have that many features, but it does have more. So yeah, it's hard. Wizard would be hard, though. It would be hard. Yeah. You wouldn't have to decide on which approach is best. You only have spells as an option. That kind of constraint can be good when you're learning. That is true. The wizards rely on only spells. Yeah, that's why it's hard for me to exactly judge the wizard difficulty, because it's maybe one of the most specialist classes. I'm trying to think of a different class that's a specialist. Probably monk. I think monk and wizard are similar in that way, where like they do one thing and you are just figuring out the best way to do that thing. Monk is just, how do I punch the best? And wizard is just constantly evaluating which spell do I use. You know? On a 2-hour, 8-minute first half. Oh my god, I know. I need to stop talking about this. I know. I've always been too lazy to understand artificers. Oh my gosh, we're not even going there. You mean Action Surge? I did mean Action Surge. What did I say? Did I say like Second Wind? I did mean Action Surge in terms of the difficult thing to pilot with fighters, yeah. Is Warlock good for new players because they're also so customizable? I think so, just because all of Warlock's customization is out of the session, unlike something like Druid, which has to like customize on the fly with their beast shape. And it's very most of the Warlock customization is either very straightforward or it is things that you do that are not casting spells. And its spellcasting is very limited. Like, Warlock spellcasting is very limited. Pact Magic is very, very limited, which is nice for new players. It gets its spell slots back on short rest, so you don't have to worry about like spells being too good to use. You just fire them off whenever it seems good. That's nice for new players. And then the invocations either buff Eldritch Blast in a very direct manner, or they give you things to do outside of Pact Magic. So like, you know, Cloak of Many, or Mask of Many Faces, you're getting to do Disguise Self whenever you want. It adds, there's very, very, very little, oh, I should save this for later with Warlock. Warlock is just do everything you can. If it seems good in the moment, do it. There's no evaluation on, oh, I should save my action surge for later because this isn't the exact optimal time to use it. You know, there's no wizard or druid where it's like, oh, I gotta manage my spell slots. Nah, fucking let it rip. It's a double barrel shotgun. Boom, boom, move on. You've still got Eldritch Blast, the best cantrip in the game. So I think Warlock, you know, it has some complication to it, but it's so, it just completely, or not completely, but it largely removes the question of, it kind of removes resource management in a game that is largely about resource management, which I think will make it a lot more approachable. And again, the fact that the customization is outside of the session. I think it's easy for new players because it's kind of limited but fun. Yeah, totally. The only Warlock choice you make is who you EB. Bit. See you later, Belphegor. Okay, let's watch Critical Role.
I think Grog is a way to get rid of headaches.
Can I also say, like, no one's going to ever try to get away with anything here because you know we're being watched like fucking, you know, people are watching like hawks.
I know.
Everything's going to be seen.
So,
Camera.
so wait, there's
So, yeah.
minus 2 to all of his saving throws?
Yes.
Permanently?
Well, until a god takes it away.
No, I'm
A
not visiting those
god?
stupid gods.
No, go talk to the Raven Queen or somebody.
it's a curse.
Seven Ray.
You're cursed.
Maybe she can greet a restoration.
Yeah.
Never mind.
No,
Realize it's what it is.
Stupid sword. Jeez, me and swords.
Pike,
I'm really not doing well.
Yeah.
Pike, can you take a look at your buddy?
Well, I don't know if I know that anything's wrong with him.
I always get the crazy ones.
Grog,
Why can't
do you
I get
have a
down
headache?
on sword? Normal.
Grog is clutching the side of his head.
Your mom.
Pike just came up to you and asked you a question.
What'd she say?
Do you have a headache?
I do. Do you have anything to help with it?
Well, I can maybe do like a cure wounds. Or,
But I'm not wounded, it's just a headache. Do you have cure a headache?
I don't think so, but I can pray to Saren Ray if it would help.
Actually, I don't know. It's out of my league. I mean, maybe. Yeah.
Can I, is there anything I have?
What do you want to try?
Pike is just universally cute. She's like a Kigurumi. If you wear it, you're just automatically
You're
cute.
just cute. Is there, would I know what to do? Would she know what to do?
Great restoration.
Try to help with it all? Or?
If it's a curse, I mean, there are a few things that can usually take care of a regular curse, but she doesn't understand the nature of this curse.
Okay. I can try to do like a I don't know what level greater restoration is.
It's really, it's only a headache. I'll be fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah, we all just healed. I'm fine.
To go.
Okay.
I mean, she's used
Let me know
races.
if you need anything though.
All right. Yeah, well, thank you, Pike.
You're
It's
welcome.
like coming into this fight down 2 on all saves.
We're gonna kick some ass. Oh, down 2. That's.
If you have do we have anything that sitting around that's not a tune though? We can gift you something.
Pike got that cloak with the fucking Hotis glued to my flesh off.
That's true.
That's what I think what she did.
Grog, if you want, also, you can have my Ring of Protection, which is a Ring of Protection +2, and it gives you +2 to AC and to all your saving throws. I was gonna wear it, but I could wear the Cloak of Displacement instead.
I'm not a real big jewelry fan. Do I have to attune to it?
Yes.
No, I don't want it.
Okay.
Thank you, though, Keely. That was very sweet.
You're welcome. It's a little bit of a girly ring, so I
She would
understand.
know.
Do we have anything that's not a tune that we can lend?
She knew something was wrong and she tried.
Well, you're full on
to
attunements, though, right? You're full up.
Okay, then Pike's gonna try to do greater restoration on Grog.
In theory, I have a.
So as you guys have been finishing this conversation, Grog and Keyleth, Pike walks up and lifts out, or holds her gauntlet out, her giant, awesome monster ogre gauntlet, as it begins to suddenly emit this bright, white, vibrant glow as she touches the front of your forehead, kind of beckoning you to bend down to try and get rid of the headache. You watch as the healing energy surges through your body from head to toe, and as it passes through you, the light fades. The spell is spent. It was a fifth level spell she used, and the headache remains.
Did it do anything for my gas?
There is no divine magic that can do anything about that either, Rob.
You need to worship the goddess of Vino.
It was worth a try though, because that would have been helpful.
I cannot find my card for my Ring of Lightning Resistance. It seems to have vanished.
It's different.
Something different.
I don't know where it would have gone.
Do we have anything else
And
that we can lend
trinket,
for
I didn't say that last time, but trinket's out of the necklace.
Sarah, do you have
And
any
he healed
magic
overnight, he's left
healing
it.
on you at the moment?
Actually, Carrick is kind of standing around, just it's like he's buffing a little bit of the rust out of his like off the rack chainmail. And he's trying not to look like that kid who showed up at the rich kid's party. But out of character, I will say, if anyone has anything just trying to like that they're not using in terms of protection, I'm reasonably geared up. I'll be able to go in and hit.
No.
Anybody that has anything in the bank,
Are you wearing?
make use of it.
Are you wearing armor?
It's chainmail.
Okay, so the bracers of defense wouldn't work.
No.
Yeah, with the cloak work? With armor, right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't replace his armor,
No.
cloak?
Yeah, no, the cloak's not.
Oh, are you okay with that, Bax? Kara, we have this cloak of displacement that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's
if you
made
want to
from
wear
the flesh of like a flying manta ray type thing, and it makes you really hard to hit. And now this is a loner.
It's actually made from the flesh of a displacer beast.
I know that.
Okay.
I know. I also have a very precious ring, which I would love to have back from you once we've killed this dragon, but you will not be seen if you wear it.
Really?
Yeah.
I would put that to good use in the coming fight.
Okay, I take the cloak and I throw it over him. Are you gonna tweet it to him?
Yeah.
Or text it to him? Whatever.
And I slap the ring down into his palm.
Do you have a picture of the ring?
Picture of the ring?
Do you have
Like it's a ring of invisibility.
It's just a ring. Do you have a thing?
It's a
No?
legendary ring.
Yes, I have a ring.
Just a legendary ring.
Just a legendary ring like you do.
Yeah, because one of the text photos. My phone's being stupid.
Just note, with the ring of invisibility, you remain invisible until the ring is removed, until you attack or cast a spell,
Right.
or until you use a bonus action to become visible again.
If anyone has anything better to give him, we
No,
can-
that's really good.
Hardcore.
That's a badass
Hey
ring.
Siri,
All right, cool.
remind me to ask Patrick Rothfuss for my ring of invisibility back once the dragon is dead. We're good.
All right, there you go. Thank you, Siri.
Assisting indie games.
Indeed. All right, so, and what else do you guys want to prepare for anything? As you wake up from the consciousness,
We should have a hero's feast.
Yes, we should.
Is there anybody that can do a hero's feast?
Like,
Outside
how
of
are you
us?
looking on feasts?
Huh?
Is anyone else?
I mean, if Pike wants to prepare heroes, Pike can cast it.
We have Pike Pen.
Can
No, Gilmore. That was the one
Gilmore
time
can't
you
do
did
it?
Gilmore can't do it alone?
Gilmore had a few items that basically turned into a hero's feast, but he lost his shot.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Pike can do another. What level is that?
Hero's feast is, I believe, 6th level, I think?
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
6th level
spell.
spell.
Okay.
While we're on a feast, do we want to fight something?
Yeah.
It's breakfast. It's the most important meal of the day.
Yeah.
Right, I feel
Mark it off.
terrible.
Why should it not be the best breakfast that we can
Okay,
have?
so we all have hero's feast.
All right, so Mark,
Salaryman's
your diamond that you recently found
Yes.
on the board, marked off, as Pike prepares a long wooden table summoned through divine magic that contains a fantastic meal of all the classic Western comfort foods instilled with the power and guidance of Saren Ray. As you spend the additional hour to eat and drink and gain the effect of the spell, you become immune to poison, immune to fear, and you all get an additional 2d10 to your maximum hit points if you want to roll that, Laura.
For Pike.
Yes.
And for Scanlan.
Well, for everybody. Everybody gets this amount.
Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad.
What's that?
That's a 15 added for
So
everybody.
everybody gets 15 additional hit points.
Thanks, 15.
And I'm assuming Trinket is eating
Yes.
and Alora is eating?
Yes.
It can feed up to 12 people. So
Care is
yes,
eating.
that would be Care, as well, and Allura and Keemer.
And it's a save against, and we get advantage on what saves?
Fear and
Poison.
Well, you're immune to poison. You're immune to fear and immune to poison.
We don't get an advantage? I felt like
advantage
it
on
was...
wisdom.
Wisdom saving throws.
Thank you.
Oh, good enough.
Yes. Alrighty.
Oh, I assumed. By the way, my bracers of archery are attuned again. since
Okay,
I
so you
took
can
the-
do Gotcha. Cool. Alrighty. So,
Should I do a scrying eye, see if I can still find Raishan?
Yeah, but what should you scry on? Can you scry on like Lord Exbaldi or something? You should have it right next to him.
Can I?
Her.
We have the ball.
it's either a creature or location.
Or location. Can I?
If right now we're pretty sure that they don't know that we know where they are, do we want to risk that, losing the surprise?
We don't. If I scry on her cave, would that tip her off? In the cave of
Opash.
Opash.
Way to find out.
Opash is
Oh,
laboratory.
we found. Find out.
Opash is.
I'm of the opinion that it's personally, I think it's safer to know what we know now and go in, because if things,
I mean, I can always teleport us there and scry there.
Right.
and that way it's...
That way,
only
at least we're
minutes.
minutes.
Yeah.
As far as you know, when you create a sensor to location, creatures that can see invisibility can see the actual the scrying location of the orb itself. You create a magical orb of which your vision peers through.
Oh, shit.
But that's the only thing you would have to consider.
That's a massive thing to consider.
Unless she's in like permanent bubble bath world. I think we should just go.
I think we should go too.
Oh, jeez.
What do you think?
So nervous.
I know.
I'm not.
I'm feeling strangely positive.
Can I get 2 players?
Would you put that piece of wood down, please?
He's eating wood again.
We need to get him another salt lick.
I do miss my salt lick
fixation.
rock.
It's good to know.
Can I keep an eye out as we walk around for another salt lick rock?
Make a perception check.
Don't make me do that. Oh,
God, that sound those things make.
13.
You find a few separate pieces of what look like quartz-like rock that just kind of line the sides of the road and the exterior garden of the castle. And upon trying each one, not as salty as you'd hope. They're generally just bits of white stone or rock.
Oh, that's cocoa.
Round your road.
Let him lick it if he wants it. That's going to make him happy.
Is it close to salty? Can I confuse it with salt?
I mean, you get like a hint of salt, but
Is
it's
any one
gone
of
after
them
the
more
first lick.
shiny than the others?
After looking a few times, it gets a little shinier, yeah.
am a great sorcerer. I will keep this news.
Okay. So go ahead and mark three quartz rocks.
Like palm-sized?
Yeah, roughly. Some are a little bigger. The center one is a little bit like a basketball
Bag
size.
of holding, you've got new occupants.
Yeah.
That was the first thing I did when I got
Like rocks in the bag of holding. Just all of them. Just filling it with rocks.
Like drag too.
Don't judge this collection.
Frogs, dragon
This is the
poop.
world's greatest Walmart. It's fucking bag of puzzles.
Oxen, troll dicks. Pet rocks. Just a collection of pet rocks.
I think I'm back into reader.
All right. As you guys are preparing, Kima and Allura catch up to you guys. They've got the materials and they're prepped for battle. Kima's fully armored. And kind of,
Does she look badass in like a full sorcerer's armor?
Oh, Allura?
Yeah.
Take picture.
Take a picture. So she look like, yeah.
So Allura's
She's
still.
an upper, middle class girl.
Well, she's still she's wearing one of her many ceremonial robes that she does for presentory Tal'Dorei council work. But you see she has a hood up over her head. Her hair braids are both kind of tied together behind her neck so they don't get in the way. You can notice that there's some really nice jewelry that's adorning the side of her neck. The staff she carries with her usually is relatively simple, but you see now that there are a number of runes kind of carved in a spiral along the sides of it. You can see a number of rings that she previously wasn't wearing that are on, and her face is hardened, and you see that where normally she has this kind of air of keeping the room, almost a teacher or parental type presence in the area, there's kind of an intensity and darkness to her face that you haven't really seen before. Not since at least the attack on the city happened.
Oh my god. And Allura.
All right, guys. So they've arrived. Allura steps into the room, her staff kind of clinking across the stone floor of the castle. All right, have we put all of our affairs in order?
Yes.
Well, I hate when you
You
put it
might
that way.
got the feast too, right?
They come in towards the beginning of the.
So, my assumption, and I'm trying to think if there's any spell off the top of my head that would not fit this assumption. But my assumption is that the spells don't actually require a certain monetary cost. It is that the value that is, it is that sentient species that do have like an economy and place value on things, place value on certain things in accordance with their scarcity and potentially their usefulness and value. And those same qualities, scarcity, usefulness, that sort of thing, are the same things that the spells care about. So it's not necessarily that the spells care about the monetary value. It's just that the things that the spells care about would have a certain monetary value when they are valued in terms of gold. So it's not necessarily that it draws power from the value that is placed on it. It draws power from the things that determine the value that the characters are placing on it. You know what I'm saying? Makes me wonder if any wizards did experiments with true sentimental objects as components instead of in being worth more than a random gem. Well, I think it's the fact that the gem isn't random. Like, in order for the gem to be worth 100 gold, it must have certain properties that the spell cares about. A gem without those properties would not be valued high enough, essentially. Like, in my head, I'm picturing, the diamond has to be, to such a degree of bigness. It has to be yay big and of yay quality in order to be valued at that amount of gold. And that bigness and that quality are the thing that the spell cares about. That's how I have always interpreted it. It's very possible that there's a spell that breaks that interpretation. But also, there are some spells that care about materials that are more specific, even that are consumed. Like Find the Path. Find the Path cares about an item from the location that you are pathing to. Literal value doesn't matter. So I think in that case, value is gold value is a stand-in for quality or qualities, essentially. That is my thought process. Like I said, there could be a spell that disproves that worldview or mindset, because I have never thought about it out loud, except for right now. So I've never voiced these thoughts and had to really confront them, but those are my current thoughts. I always looked at the god like the god of magic takes the consumed item as payment for the magic. That's a way of looking at it. And I mean, I guess to go back to what Pharaoh posited about taking power from the value that characters place on it, there is something to be said about, like, the different economic conditions in any given setting. And it could imply a level of, like, gestalt intelligence, like we've talked about before, like certain, like, deities draw their power from the amount of believers that they have. And in that sort of system and setting, makes total sense that those same gods and that the spells and the magic that probably facilitates the god's existence also draws power from subjective value. So I think that totally, that perspective very much works, I think, really, honestly, really, cohesively in a setting with, like, those sorts of gestalt deities of, like, again, drawing power from their believers. Yeah. The set monetary value is so weird that it is at the same time hyper-capitalist and anti-capitalist. I get why the rules are that way, but the implications are very funny. Oh, yeah, well, the economic implications of D&D being, or of 5e specifically having no setting, is a whole other can of worms. It draws power not just from the spellcaster, but sentient kind as a whole, holding value on it. That's interesting and a little dark. I don't think it my perspective is not necessarily that it draws power. Like, I'll give an example. It's like, I think a diamond that is worth 50 gold in, like, the standard economy is still going to work for the spell, even if you get transported to a different world with a different economy. It is not that the diamond is worth 50 gold. It is that it has the qualities that we value as much as 50 gold. Like, I think that the spell does not actually care about the gold value. It cares about the qualities that produce the gold value. Or the reasoning that we would give it that gold value. Yeah. Things only have the value if humans decide they do. If you are starving and I have a sandwich for 50 and its value is 50, if you are not hungry, the value is 0. Yes. Which I think, like, you are hitting on what I view as one of the core issues with 5e's portrayal of value and setting, which is that I don't think you can really have one without the other. Like, the fact that 5e is set in the multiverse, it is setting agnostic, is frankly bullshit. The gold values of spells and equipment absolutely imply a setting, to me at least. Like, the fact that, because again, I in my worldview, the spell should not care about the gold value. It is just that the gold value is a substitute for the qualities that it has. But on a planet that is lousy with diamonds compared to a planet that is not lousy with diamonds, their values would be very different. Like, 50 gold would mean something very different on that planet than the other. Hell, I mean, even to use a less ambiguous example, 50 gold is very different in Eberron compared to the Forgotten Realms. And I personally do not often attempt to bend over to explain that discrepancy, I just call it bullshit. And move on. Because the idea that an iron sword costs the same amount of gold in Eberron as it does in Forgotten Realms is ludicrous. It's ludicrous. Gems are more expensive, are also more complex, and I would think of them as able to channel more magic. That's kind of my mindset, Delphi. The fact that it's a set gold price is weird. Like, if you actually wanted to make it setting agnostic, you would need to make it like 100 times the gold cost of a loaf of bread. Assuming that a loaf of bread costs 5 silver, that would play out. And as the price of bread fluctuates world to world, economy to economy, you can peg the value of the other things to that loaf of bread. Is that a perfect system? No. That's not a perfect system at all. But it's way better than pitching it as a static value, I would say. Assuming the gem is channeling anything and not just being consumed, that is assuming that. That is assuming that. Diamond is a good example, though, because IRL, they are super common stone that has been marketed into being rare and valuable. Oh, well, yeah, that's also a whole other can of worms, yeah. In Myth, Zeus did not need animal sacrifices, but humans value it, so it makes it valuable to Zeus. Yeah, that's a really good example of, like, that Gestalt deity sort of mindset that I was mentioning. Yes. Of, like, the collective value that we put onto things creates supernatural power. It's also the same underlying kind of power and mindset of like the Kuatoa. So honestly, if you want to explain how a spell could have a static gold cost outside of a static setting choice, the Gestalt deities is probably, in my opinion, the only explanation. The fact that magic is purely subjective based on the collective sentient consciousness of the planet that you're on. I think that's actually the only way to explain it in a way that keeps it sensible. But I also don't think that that's what they were going for when they wrote the book. I took it as an equivalent unity of measure, like 3 eggs is a better unity of measurement than 150 gold of eggs. But eggs vary in size, so you take the average. Yeah. 50 gold, diamond is actually worth less. Yeah. It's better to say diamond. Yeah. Yeah, I guess you can explain it like this. That essentially the gold values are being pegged to the average economy of the multiverse. But also, if we're going to be that detailed about it, then why not be one step extra detailed and say that the multiverse is infinite and you cannot average true infinity? The average of a true infinite is infinite. So I agree that, like, this mindset, takes you so far, but the idea of average in, again, a settingless situation also, to me, doesn't make a lot of sense. So then, if it's society who's imbuing worth into the items implies some kind of energy transfer to me, maybe, yeah. Yeah, I think we're approaching circularity, so I'm gonna end it there. But yeah, I've just realized my homebrew world just works on Kuatoa magic, and I now don't know how I feel about that. Hey, Kuatoas are sick. I wouldn't be ashamed. That sounds like a banging ass world to me.
The castle movies and they eat as well, I guess.
It's a buffet. It's a hero's buffet.
Yeah.
It's not God.
So, all right. How best should we arrive? If you have the ability to bring us through the tree, or I can teleport us there.
Is it the same
What,
difference?
what power, how much energy do you use when you teleport?
As far as the advancement of spell strength, a teleport spell in its own right is the 7th sphere of magical incantation.
Then let me go with our transport via plants, which is more like the 6, level.
Sounds like a wondrous idea.
Yeah,
Worst case scenario, we can camp for the night if we are victorious and spent.
Oh, I love camping.
yeah.
Mad dash.
Give it to Cassandra.
Give it, obviously, keep it in Cassandra's care. If somebody comes back, everything's gone horribly wrong.
Kima runs over and takes the stone from your hand and goes, all right, I'll get to her. Be right back. She kind of jogs off. You hear the ching, 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 the armor as she disappears.
Maybe we should give her
upstairs.
boots. It's not bad.
This is true.
Wash it up.
So,
Yeah. You know what? When Kima comes back, I'm gonna give her the elven boots.
okay, so
So
Kima
she can
returns.
be quiet.
She's not so
She
clean.
takes them and is like, not really my style.
If you don't want them, I'll wear them. I mean, I like them a lot. I'm just saying, you're loud.
I'll take it. And you all wait patiently for the next 6 minutes as she unbuckles and pulls off the rest of her lower armor and gets the boots on.
But don't match at all.
No, and you can see it gives her a twinge of disappointment.
Wouldn't it take her for us later?
Yeah, it's like different tiered armors in Warcraft.
Yeah, it's
so
this is wearing green.
it's the worst.
Sir Doc Martens over here.
Yeah. The expansion just came out, so it's like all epics and like one green that's better than the rest. All right. With you all gathered there, Allura puts still up, kind of nods. Gilith, lead the way to the sentry then.
To the sentry.
Very well. Let us hope that you return here tomorrow victorious. She swirls around, her cloak kind of spinning around her base as she follows suit after you, Keyleth, and the rest of you make your way, marching down the front of Castle Whitestone to the center of the town, where there you see the faint elements of green bloom now growing across the tree from where once it was bare. The season bringing in a sense of spring and summer that had been kept at bay for a while. And for you as well, Percival, this is the first time in a long time you've seen the sun tree showing that growing.
I quietly sneak up and give it a good kiss.
Oh, I see it, and I'm like, I know him. I can put in a good word.
We talk all the time. He never mentions you. Jesus. That's funny. Oh, man. I'm pausing because we're about to go into ads. What's up, G. Hercom? How you doing? I'm fully ignoring the fact that this is a KS game and needs to work fairly straightforward. Yeah. what's up? Hello, we're back. And let's get into it. Because and by we, I mean I have been pausing too much.
Really, we talk all the time. We never mentioned you.
What? What? I'm gonna let that go. That could be a discussion. I'm not gonna do that right now. We'll talk later. Are you ready?
All right, so what are you focusing on for the receiving end of this?
I'm assuming I found a tree that was kind of close to her cavern that's big enough.
With the second scrying that you did, Valora, which was just specifically the island of this gun, you did see a number of trees not far from the kind of rocky protrusion, the small mountain that seemed to be the place where this laboratory is in.
Okay.
So yes, you can choose one of those trees you saw be large enough to do it.
Okay.
So
Scanlan has some stops us before we start. For the record, this is a terrible idea and we have no plan. Just putting it out there. I'm with you. This is a terrible plan and we're going to die.
You seem different.
I'm fine. I have a cold. I don't feel well. I'm taking something for it.
Sing me a song. Sing me a song right now.
I'm not singing.
I try to stealthily sniff Scanlan. Does he smell like?
well, first roll a stealth check.
Don't ever say the word.
Okay, 14.
14. The not stealthy at all. Keyleth slowly approaches you. You see her. You make eye contact, and yet she still slowly crawls up and begins taking a big whiff on your shoulder.
Oh, so nervous.
There once was a barbarian named Grog who had the IQ of a log. I keep going, but now you're excited. You've made me lose my.
Does he smell like
amazing.
the incense that I smelled from him before?
No. He smells of frustration, disappointment, and worry.
You smell like a sad man. All right, let's go.
All right, so do you go ahead and cast the spell? All right.
I say to the sentry, I say,
Caught my eye.
I like your new haircut. I have a new one too. Okay, let's go.
I cast pass it on a trace on all of us before we go through the tree.
Okay.
Ooh, let's go.
So as the shadows coalesce around your bodies, your legs, your knees, your feet, you watch as the front of the sun tree suddenly splits open to reveal the pathway through across what looks to be a partially ruined jungle. You all step through the tree quickly before the portal slams shut behind you. And as you guys emerge, looking about, you can see what looks to be a lot of heavy dirt and earth that there's spatterings of sand throughout, and surrounding immediately you can see there are different trees throughout this kind of what at some points are lush green jungle on the outside, and as the further in you go, you watch as the trees have all withered black. A little ways over the tree line, you can see maybe a quarter mile off what looks to be the top of the mountain that a brief instant of your first vision and your scry spell lend you towards.
Does it look like the blight of the trees is getting more concentrated closer to the top of the mountain?
It looks like to be, it's a radial
It's like a
effect
radial?
from the
Yeah,
actual
yeah.
mountain, yes.
Does it look like fire damage or something else?
You want to go take a look?
Yeah.
Make an investigation check.
Yeah. Stand back. 11. Minus 2.
You can't recall the color, really, that they've become, but it's not alive.
Someone peed on these trees. All of them in a big circle. You know, like that.
Grog, is this what happens when you pee on trees?
Is that not normal?
We should talk with Pike when we get home. Make sure you're okay.
Is she here?
Oh, do you need me to cast another greater restoration for your?
No, his bladder infection's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can keep.
It can keep.
Take a wish spell to get rid of that, unfortunately.
And every drop on Taldor.
Not
It's a Grogbog.
Can I? Oh wait, did he find anything out? Did you find anything
No,
out?
you didn't find anything.
Can I do a nature check?
Sure, go for it.
These trees aren't alive.
Fancy that. Oh, that's good. 21.
Okay.
I don't know if this was answered. Wait, where's crazy? Allura answered their question about Opash's lair by talking about Thordax Island Viscan, which does correlate the ideas? Okay. Oh, I see what you mean. So, like, when they were asking her about Opash's lair, she then talked about Thordax Island Viscan. I took that as a bit of a non sequitur, honestly. I took that as a bit of a non sequitur, but I do see what you mean about how it correlates the two in a way that the players might have picked up on, but I didn't. So that's fair. That's fair. We're in the short-haired Keyleth era now. Can't wait for the fan art. Is it good? I wouldn't expect it to be. I don't know why. I don't know why I think that, but that was my gut reaction, and I'm not going to take it back. Do you think they're going to get spotted by Raishan sooner or later? I kind of think Raishan's not here. If I had to be honest, my current gut reaction or gut thought is that Raishan is not here because this is not where her lair is. I think her lair is in Wildmount. And possibly her lair is maybe even Vecna's old lab? That'd be kind of wacky. That'd be kind of cool. But I think her lair's in Wildmount, and she would have gone. I think this Viscan was like a pit stop for her, and so I think she stopped in Viscan, looked through all the books, and then she's gonna go back to Wildmount, and back to her lair to actually rest. Because I just doubt that she would have bedded down for the night, like bedded down for a long rest, when she's so vulnerable outside of her lair. Like my instincts as a creature of opportunity and not fair fights, I feel like I am in line with Raishan in this way of like, even if she didn't detect them scrying on her, she knows that they can. And she knows that she doesn't have a way to prevent them from doing so. So if I'm her, it only takes me an hour maybe to look through all the books, just riffle through them real quick. And then I bounce to Wildmount, if she can. I'm assuming she held open enough spell slots to do so. Maybe she didn't. But that would seem like poor planning in that case. I think it's even possible that they find like one or more of the eggs there. Like possibly she could only get back with Thordak's body. Or maybe she couldn't even get back with any of it. But I don't think we're going to find her on Viscan. At most, we find Thordak in the eggs. Yeah. But I could be wrong. I'm imagining Pike and Scanlan as sock puppets. Yeah, I get that. It's a weird non sequitur, though, especially from Allura. It is a weird non sequitur. So I do think it's fair that they would have correlated it. Yeah, that's fair. Short hair Keyleth is best Keyleth. Alright. I just felt like it was Allura trying to answer the question with another question type of thing. It could be. Yeah. The reason I pointed out it being a bit of a non sequitur is just more of explanation as to why I missed it. In retrospect, I think it's fair that she could have been saying that. Although it's a little weird to me that she would know that, if that makes sense. But it's also not the weirdest thing. I'll put it below here, honestly. The connection seems to stem from the fact that when Allura was asked about Opash's lab, she answered with a comment regarding Viscan this seems like a sort of weird way to deliver that info, but that could just be weird to me personally. Should keep in mind that Allura might be aware of Opash in a bit more detail than she fully lets on. Because it's not necessarily weird to me that she would even... Well, actually, it's a little weird. Because she was... When they asked her direct questions about Viscan, she was like, I don't know, man. I just kind of heard about it. But... So it would be weird to me if she had this, like, trivia knowledge about Opash. But also, some people have just, like, weird trivia knowledge. You know? She might have only known Viscan as the site of one of Opash's old lairs. And then, you know, discovered Thordak ruling it and all the other stuff. So, I mean, maybe she just had weird trivia. Seems weird to me, but it's possible. Shit is, weirder shit's happened. But what if Raishan is still reading? I don't think she would have stayed there that long. Like, even if there are more books to go through, I think she would have stored as many as she could and gone back to her lair with them. And then maybe come back when she's more at full power. But I think she would have gone back to her lair. I just don't think she would have stayed there for the length of time of a long rest, if that makes sense. I think by the time a long rest has elapsed, that 8 hours, she would have left, regardless of if she was done reading or not. Raishan does strike me as the type that stays up until 3 a.m. reading fan fiction on a school night. Well, that's fair. It's more a safety thing. I think she would recognize the risk of staying in one spot that is not her lair, is more what I'm saying. Lura fought Thordak in the past, so it makes sense for her to notice some Thordak lore. Well, that's kind of the thing to me is like, Opash lore is not Thordak lore. That's why it's a little bit of a weird non sequitur to me, is because knowing about Opash seems unrelated to Thordak, at least from the info we have now. If I had a nickel for every time Mega forgot Raishan's lair is in Southern Taldore, oh shit, you're right. I definitely thought it was in Wildmount, but they brought up Wildmount earlier. Are we sure it's in Southern Taldore? Are we sure? I know that it has been said, and I did forget it again. I don't know why it feels so natural to me that it would be in Wildmount. Maybe I just want Wildmount too bad. It's like Lassie, I'm pushing it away with how bad I want it. There was something about Raishan's lair last episode. We were just talking about it. Okay, Lucidian Ocean. Shipapa. Close to the archipelago. Was it literally just that, like, Necromancy and Vecna were in Wildmount? Yeah, Wildmount, Necromancy. Huh. Vecna's history was heavily tied with Wildmount. Shit. The old Forgotten Lab was probably on Wildmount. Well, shit. Well, okay, so she's probably not in Wildmount. I mean, unless one of the books told her to go to Vecna's old lab. But we have no reason to think that that would be the case. Except for, like, necromancy. Like, generic necromancy shit. On Opash. I mean, I guess Opash was also in the Southern Lands, which is Raishan's territory. Or, like, near Raishan's shit. So maybe... So Raishan is on Viscon. Right, it's Viscon, not Viscan. I forgot I got retconned. Viscon. Right. Okay. Well, I'm not changing my core thesis. I think she went back to her lair. I forgot that her lair is in Southern Taldore, not Wildmount. So that takes away the part of her going to Vecna's lab. But I think she's back in her lair right now. Currently. Because Wildmount is mysterious. A little. I do think I find excuses to bring Wildmount into theories because it is so mysterious and I do want to see it. Yeah. Maybe she has a lair in Wildmount and South Taldore. I mean, we do know that, like, Umbrasil had more than one lair. And she could have also just lied about where her lair was. I'm pretty sure the only person that we know of, like, the only reason we even know a location for her lair is because she told us. So that would track. I thought you gave up on VM going to Wildmount. Well, I did, until they said that Vecna's lab is in Wildmount. And now it's kind of back on the table. Because I could see... Because I can't imagine a different campaign BBEG at this point. Especially now that we're getting deeper into necromancy shit. I can't imagine another BBG other than Vecna. And so Vecna's laboratory being on Wildmount and like legal necromancy being in Wildmount, that sort of put it back on the table. But I could still see it being all Taldore based. I could see them never finding Vecna's lab. Just that Vecna came from Wildmount and the lab is still there, but it's loose. It's loose at best. I have 7 homes in Skyrim. That's true. You didn't quite kick the habit, yeah. Anyways.
You guys are going to walk kind of through. It's not a very, very dense jungle.
We want to keep quiet as we do it.
Okay, so make stealth checks as well.
Get past without a trace?
Yes, you do. So plus $10 stealth.
Natural 20! Pew, 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 pew. If only it mattered right now. Pew, 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 pew.
All right, a natural 20 for Allura. And actually,
Oh, Caitlin.
no, so that's because I rolled with disadvantage for Kima, and it was like 16 and a 4, but then she had boots on, so the first one sticks. Yeah.
24 for pie.
Nice. So stealthily, you guys, what'd you roll?
I rolled 30. I rolled 33, and Scanlan rolled 31. So
Grug?
13.
plus 10.
Yep.
Okay.
With the plus 10, Joe? Yeah.
How do you do that?
Okay. Well, as you guys, Kara, what'd you get?
14 for me.
Okay.
Plus 10?
Where would that plus 10 come from?
From Pass Without a Trace.
A spell that she'd cast on all of you.
Then I am at 24.
There you go.
38.
Nice.
Oh,
37.
So as you guys kind of fan out in this oh, hello.
Now boarding Star Tours.
Microsoft Outlook.
As you begin to weave your way through these trees as quietly as you possibly can, Keyleth, you kind of step by and run your fingers along some of these withered gray and black fronds and branches, and all of these trees look like they had the life force pulled from them, almost like a very, very rapid starvation or thirst took them. But what's interesting is a lot of these trees are near petrified and have been this way for a very long time.
That was gonna be my question.
It's not a recent occurrence.
So like the petrified forest in Arizona? And stuff?
Kind of, yeah, but it's a sadder version, if that's possible. Okay. They're like,
No, that's sad. That is sad.
bad tree.
What do I know about?
Okay. The Viscon trees are withered in a way that makes it look like they had the life pulled from them, and they have been this way for a very, very long time. Once again, makes me think of a siphon used for resurrection. However, it does make me question which side of the siphon this is. I'm going to stick with Glintshore being the input and this being the output. But I'm not totally confident on that one. It would just be so weird and random for Thordak to be resurrected on Glintshore and then go here afterward. It would just be weird. Unless it's like the siphon needed to the siphon just provided like some of the power for the ritual that was supposed to resurrect Thordak, and then they needed like more power for some reason, and so then they drew in all the power. I don't know. don't know. You know what would make Pass Without a Trace a better spell? Does it need to be better? If stealth checks were made by someone when someone may spot you, not when you go stealth. Oh, you mean better as in like more balanced. Yeah, I can see that. I'll let the chat discuss that since we are well far into the stream, or we've been streaming for too long with very little progress. But that seems like a good chat discussion. Better as in better designed. Okay. That makes more sense. I was like, whoa. I'll let you discuss that, but I don't hate that. And it's not standing there horizontal logs and chunks. I don't think Matt means that extreme, though. I think you're right, Sarah, yeah. Okay, anyways.
About Opash and the crimes and what sort of tinkering.
You don't know that much. I mean, the fact that you knew the name and a little bit of the history was even impressive by the standards of everyone here. What little you do know is that he was sent away specifically because of his inquiries and how far you can reach with necromantic magics and lost history from the Age of Arcanum.
Okay, that's good to know.
The Age of Arcanum was the epoch before the Divergence, before the Calamity hit, and not a lot of history exists about it. A lot of it was destroyed either during the battle or people destroyed it thereafter to prevent us from, reusing what led to that sort of conflict. But Opash apparently had gathered, or at least was in the process of trying to recover some of that information.
So these trees have been dead for like hundreds of years.
Hundreds of years, yes.
All right.
So the scarring does not seem recent.
Nope.
And there's no new scarring.
There does not appear to be any new scarring. You can tell. That's not what you've seen so far.
That's very good.
That's a good sign.
Do I see any sign of tracks or anything? Dragon tracks.
Go ahead and make an investigation.
Dragging of giant carcasses or just, footprints.
Hello, dragon crossing signs.
Advantage because it's a dragon.
If it's dragon related.
It is dragon related. Natural 20.
Alrighty. There are no dragon tracks.
Oh, what?
She licks a tree and says, no dragon.
No dragons. I bet there's other tracks that I totally missed because I was looking for dragons.
Yes.
Can I look for anything other than dragons? There won't be an advantage.
Go for
Just
it.
really want to use that.
I really want that 20, but I don't get it. And this one is not as good. Is this an investigation? Perception?
Yeah, this would be an investigation for you. Kind of like sitting down and getting close and looking throughout the dirt. 11. You do find tracks, but they're scattered and they're small feet. Looks like some indigenous creatures or wildlife that exists on this landscape.
Okay, but they're all little.
They're all little, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Cats.
As you guys push through, Allura kind of looks up through the boughs of the dead trees. And, while you were preparing, I did some research on this island, and it seems that there were an indigenous people that lived here before Opash came. Thousands that made...
Okay, so Opash did come. And Allura did know about it. Fair enough. All right. Allura did some research between EPs. Confirmed that Opash did come here. There were indigenous people that lived here before that, and I'm assuming not after.
seaward trade routes to the north and the west, and when he made this his home, the indigenous people were never heard from again.
Oh my gosh.
It is believed by many who fear the seas that this land is cursed and is to be avoided for that reason. This forest, one of the superstitious points of that reasoning. There are a few that come through hoping to scavenge or find things from his lost whereabouts or his own hoard.
Okay, all right. So maybe. All right. Okay. All right. New theory. Slight recalculation of the old theory. All right. Because that sounds so much like what the Briarwoods did in Whitestone, right? So much. It's like you go somewhere and you use the populace and their bones to build an altar, possibly an entire ziggurat, whatever. Much like the Briarwoods did in Whitestone. Which I think would make this the input of the siphon. Which then begs the question, if the Glint Shore is the other end, I still think it is, but then it would be the opening. And I did theorize a while ago that Thordak's rebirth would have been fiery in the same way that Sky Sunder's was very icy, right? Sky Sunder's rebirth froze everyone in the vicinity. Tracks to me that Thordak's rebirth would be very fiery. And maybe that is what caused the damage at Glintshore. So then that all begs the question. Why, after his rebirth, would he go back to Viscon? And my only theory is that Opash thought he could fully control Thordak. That's my current theory, is that Opash, either through arrogance or some miscalculation, arrogance or ignorance, thought that he could control the Red Dragon. And possibly enslaved him all the way back to Viscon, whatever. And was using Thordak while he was growing up to go and do shit for him. And then at a certain point, Thordak like broke the mental shackles, so to speak. And Opash lost control and fled. And that is when Thordak made his way to Taldore and started doing all of the things that we know of. That's the way that I can make this make sense. That's the way I can make this make sense. Because I just can't let go of the Glintshore. It feels too significant. But it could be that maybe the input side of the siphon needs the bigger structure, but the output needs a much smaller containment structure. So that's why there's a smaller idol on the altar on the Glintshore, is because the output might not need as large of a containing structure. It's possible. I did not know she said this ep. I'm running off of 3 ice lattes and little sleep. That's all good. Can't have a powerful necromancer without a large supply of necromancer resources. Yeah. I think Thordak was reanimated by Opash on Viscon. Theory, not confirmed canon. Nothing really connects Thordak to Glintshore. No actual evidence. The evidence that I see is the altar. Like, if we see an altar on Viscan similar to the altar that we see under Whitestone, to me it's locked. That's what happened. But I don't know. We're gonna have to see. Maybe Opash was trying to make Thordak a Draco Lich under his control and messed up the ritual and revived him by accident. I don't know why Thordak would have gone back to Viscan. To me, that's a big missing piece to me of why go back to Viscan if you're Thordak. And to me, it just implies some amount of control by Opash. That's all I can think of. Because now Opash and Thordak are pretty directly connected through Viscon. So I can only assume that Opash was trying to control Thordak, and then something either just happened to Opash. Like, this would be a little weird to me, but maybe Opash just died. And yeah, maybe Opash just died, and then, Thordak was freed. Or something about Thordak's growth and development eventually allowed him to break. Nothing connects Thordak to Spinning Orb of Death or Ioun Temples either. Well, my connection to it is that we know that the siphons, the Spinning Orbs of Death, are described as like the way to do great works of magic. Like, you want to get a super crazy work of magic done, you use a siphon. That's what they used to do in the past. And in fact, I think we know something about it that connects them to the Age of Arcanum, actually. I know it's how a bunch of the vestiges were created. Siphon? Do we have a connection to Age of Arcanum? I don't actually know. Strategically placed through the world's crust. Unclear if these are meant. NPCs theorize. Okay, we don't have confirmation about the Age of Arcanum. Other than that, they helped create the vestiges, which does tacitly connect them to the Age of Arcanum, which we know is what Opash was researching. So there is something there. And then, so that's my kind of theory, is that it seems that if you want to do something big, you gotta throw a bunch of shit into the siphon. And resurrecting a dragon seems big to me. Unless there's a different soft magic option that we just haven't been made aware of. But that seems like, if you're gonna do something big and magical, seems like that's the way you gotta do it. Now, I don't necessarily know about Ioun temples or ziggurats. The only siphon we've seen has been on top of an Ioun temple. But I think it might just require... I theorize that the Ioun temple was just like kind of a funnel for the magic that the Briarwoods just used to direct all of the magical energies. I think maybe the only things that are actually necessary are the bodies. And you know what? I did just think about the fact that all of the... about like the sun tree withering and dying, right? Now, I had originally thought that the sun tree was probably withering and dying because they... I assumed that the sun tree was withering slowly. Yeah, it was on the brink. Yeah. I assumed that it was that was happening because it was being starved, essentially. Like, my initial thoughts were that the sun tree essentially fed on the ley line energy, which it kind of confirms. It's like, yeah, that's why I'm so dope. It's because of the ley line shit. So I assumed that the siphon was capturing the ley line shit, effectively starving the tree. However, that might not be the case. It might just be the necromantic energy of the siphon, of the ritual. And so it could be that the bodies, because I believe that they removed all the bodies at Whitestone. So it could just be that, like, the bodies being set up around the siphon and that, like, necromantic ritual going on is what was killing the sun tree, not necessarily a starvation type deal. So that could mean that there's still an active siphon, although there's still an active siphon in Whitestone, but there's no bodies. Oh, no. Oh, Vox Machina might walk into that mountain and find a bunch of still alive bodies and a currently active siphon. That'd be a little unfortunate. And that's what's keeping all the trees all dead and shit. We're gonna see. Yeah. Huh. It's like Monty Python, then the animator for Opash had a heart attack. Maybe. You can res a dragon with a raise dead spell. Any middle school necromancer can do it. That's true. Maybe it's the spell to dominate an ancient dragon. Or maybe it is the Draco Lich creation. Because the creation of a Lich is a little bit softer. It's not like a singular spell makes a lich. So it is very possible. I mean, yeah, it might just be that it needed that for the creation of a Draco Lich, or just for the domination, like a permanent domination. Being involved with the revive, you know? And that's what they needed the energy for? I don't know. But also, to be fair, raise dead can only raise them if it's been a certain amount of time, right? Maybe you need a more powerful spell to revive something that's been dead for hundreds of years. Because we don't know exactly when Opash would have been reviving Thordak compared to when Thordak died. So it could be a more energy to draw back the soul sort of situation. But I don't know. You ever figure out where Thordak's body ended up after dying to Jaman? Somewhere in the ocean in the Hesped Archipelago. Or not, I guess we don't necessarily know the Hesped Archipelago. Somewhere in the ocean north of Marquette. Probably the Hesped Archipelago, if we're being honest. Which is also why I feel like why I can't let go of a Glintshore Thordak connection. Because it's like, okay, Thordak died real near to the Glintshore. And then the Glintshore, at some point in the past, has this big fiery event that fucking petrifies all the trees, turns the sand to glass, you know? And we have the rebirth of Sky Sunder that has this big icy event. Like, to me, those things just line up so strongly that it could all be coincidence, but it is almost harder. It's harder for me to believe that that's all coincidence. I could be wrong, but I don't know. Unlife needs things done alive. Yeah. Maybe just washed up on Viscon. I don't know the map that well. It's a ways away. I got the map. You want to see it? I've got the map. Okay. This is one thing I got. So, this is Taldore. The Hesped Archipelago is probably this stuff. This is where the Glintshore is. This is Marquette. So Thordak, originally from Marquette, went north of Marquette. This is Othanzia. This is where, like, Vasselheim is. So Thordak went down in the ocean somewhere around here. Okay. Viscan is over here. With a heavy dragon body. With a heavy dragon body, I don't feel like you go all the way around a continent, even if there's like an ocean current sort of situation to take you there. To wash up on Viscon. I mean, it's possible. But a heavy dragon body? It's pretty far for a dead body. I guess maybe bones. I don't know. And you see why this is like... The pieces are all there. I feel like I'm missing like one or two key pieces to really put it together. So let's keep going.
Treasures he may have garnished in his time, but do those return as well?
Well, if Raishan came with them, who knows what horrors actually do exist on this island. It's possible that she found some of his notes and built upon them. It could be anything.
And did you read if the island was trapped or...
Viscan is south of Taldore? So then it would be like over here? Because it talked about Thordak like waylaying ships going through the Lucidian Ocean between Taldore and Wildmount? Like directly underneath? What? So this is all the Lucidian Ocean? Weird. I mean, I guess I don't know. I think it would be right where you circled. Huh. I mean, fair enough. Possible. I think if we in our modern world were drawing this map, we would probably delineate this as a separate sea or ocean than this body. But you know what? I don't know that. I ain't a hydrologist. If you're a ocean namer person, expert, comment down below. Would we name the body of water here different than the body of water there? Feels like we would. But maybe I'm wrong. I might be wrong. Because I know over here is certainly a separate area. But I guess it extends all the way like that. Weird. I can't wait until you read the Tal'Dorei guy. Oh, me too. Me too. Interesting. Maybe Thordak isn't Thordak. Maybe Opash wanted a brand new body, a better, stronger body, then heard about an adult red dragon and said, I'm not a scaly butt. Ooh! Now that's a fucking theory! Whoa! I'm into that. Thordak's mind was Opash's? Or possibly was bonded or melded with Opash? And maybe that's how he knew how to get rid of Raishan's soul curse? Is because his mind was that of Opash? Interesting. That's a theory I can get behind. And that, if Opash had come to live on Viscan for a long while, that would justify why you would get revived in Glintshore and then make your way back to Viscan because you're Opash in your brain. Ooh, I'm into that. Huh. And like I said, that would explain his knowledge on curing the soul curse. And it would give an explanation as to why he would need to use a siphon. You know, you break your own mind and body down, funnel it through the siphon, and jam it into something else's body, blocking the soul from returning simultaneously. I'm into that. I'm into that. It comes out close to the end of C1. Ooh, hell yeah. The Osmond Sea is more northeast. More northeast of the archipelago. Interesting. So the Osmond is just smaller than I thought. The Lucidian Ocean is much bigger. You can actually see where two oceans meet, making it pretty easy to tell IRL what is which ocean. Look up pictures of Atlantic Ocean meeting the Pacific. Oh, that's true. I have seen pictures of that. So that's fair. I forgot about that. Interesting. Couple 100 or 1,000-year-old necromancer might explain the personality shift of Thordak. It might. I'm into this theory. We're gonna go further, but I'm gonna keep that in the back of my head.
Any type of arcane presence on it?
Well, I mean, if this was the lair of a necromancer, an entity that is both selfish and driven towards the personal power and advancement of their own narcissism, I can imagine that they are very well protected with their secrets. Now, the fact that this abode was taken by Thordak before he made rain upon the southern side of the continent, who knows what happened to Opash?
Thordak made this his abode.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and up until he began to wander onto the continent of Tal'Dorei. Interesting. I'm just playing some conjecture in my head. You have a powerful necromancer. There's any possibility that he could have found a semblance of unlife of Opash wandering around and bent him towards his will. That we don't know how that gem got into his chest in the first place. We don't know how any of this happened.
Yeah, we do. Wait. Allura put the gem in, right? Right? Okay, we'll see if someone corrects him.
There's just too much we don't know yet. We have to find the cave. The gem we created, me, Kima, and Drake. As far as we know, and if any of her stories be believed, Raishon was responsible for the rituals that embedded it within Thordak's chest on the plane of fire during her time with the Fire Ashari. Once again, as much as we can believe. As much as we know. There's just a lot we don't know.
Oh. Raishon did that? One moment. Allura, Vysoren, and Drake Thunderbrand attempted to hunt it down but were overpowered by Thordak. Through some planning, Thordak was sealed in the elemental plane of fire by the Arcana Panasophical, was held in the plane of fire by a soul anchor, which is a large gemstone. Huh. How did Thordak get locked away to begin with? Allura's teammate worked as a Thordak follower. The follower... Did I just assume that? Or did she directly say that? The follower convinced Thordak to embrace his full power, worked into his greater trust, and convinced him to perpetuate his wealth, his growth, his strength. He needed to truly embrace the essence of fire. The Heartstone we had convinced him to take into himself. We found a way to seal it, banish it permanently to that plane so he could not escape. It says we had convinced him to take into himself, banish it permanently to that plane. So that means it seems as though at the very least she worked with Raishon. No? I think Allura used the gem to trap Thordak. Raishon used it to empower him. Oh, well, that's right. That's true. The gem we created.
Any of her stories, he believed Raishon.
That embedded it within Thordak's chest on the plane of fire during her time with the Fire Ashari. Maybe Allura's just slightly misspeaking, but that... It sounds like from what we've heard before, they put it into his chest. And we do know that Raishon is the one that she said she corrupted it, which I would assume is what it ultimately empowered him. I would also assume that. But there's a little bit of weasel wording there. There's a little bit of weasel wording there. Allura? Allura's going back on my shit list, possibly. Allura possibly back on the shit list. Convenient that she wasn't around for the battle with Thordak. Mighty convenient. Mighty convenient that she knows all about Opash on Viscon. Huh. During her time with the Fire Ashari? That seems interesting. Okay. All right, here's the quote block. This seems in conflict with her earlier statements. With her earlier statements. Quote. The Heartstone we had convinced him to take into himself. Boop. Interesting. Maybe they just convinced him to bind his soul to it like a phylactery, and Raishan just put it in his chest. The wording, and again, it could have been, mistaken wording at the time. It could be mistaken wording now. But the Hearthstone we had convinced him to take into himself. Take into himself. Like, that sounds like they gave it to him as a pill to swallow. And then maybe Raishan, brought it out of his stomach and, onto his chest. But that feels like it's not in the spirit of what she's saying here. This to me seems to imply that they just sent the gem into the elemental plane of fire. And Thordak, had to follow it. And then it was just, sitting there on the ground. And he was just I can't get out of here. But the previous quote is nah, they, put it in him. But it's not specific about what in him means. Yeah. Yeah, that is also my understanding, Sarah. That is also my understanding. But we'll see. Percy for gore. Percy did for gore, regardless. Percy for gore. I think Dawson got confused about the soul anchor and with we don't know and then tried to save it by saying things are mysterious and unclear. I also think so. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Sounds like a retcon. A lot of retcons lately. I know. And they're very suspicious to me because I fully support a DM's right to retcon. Retcon it. I don't fucking care. Especially when it's a detail small like this. But man, oh man. The moment that Matt used the teleportation circle thing, which at the time sounded like a retcon, the moment he uses that as justification of yeah, you could have seen through her. Now I gotta analyze everything. Anything that might otherwise be a retcon that I would easily ignore and brush away, now has to be hyperanalyzed. I don't even think Matt knows it's a retcon. I know. I always imagine in my mind that the anchor was on the floor somewhere and Thordak had to do something. That doesn't seem to align with previous Allura statements. And again, if that is what it is now, and Allura is not, made out to be lying here, and this is just, possibly a slight mix-up in wording, either before or now, totally fine. Nothing against Matt for that. That is a GM's right to fuck shit up. To fuck tiny details like that up. But now, but I can't trust him. I can't trust that that's what it is. Because it also might just be a fucking clue. The fact that there's a little bit of a mix-up like that. You just don't trust Matt. You don't trust Matt's DM NPC. I mean, that's also true. Because, the Arcana Panisophical, I mean, she's part of the Illuminati. No matter how much she seems chill, she's still in the Illuminati. And so there's only so much I can trust someone who's in the Illuminati. Especially when she has all this history that just so happened to wind up with Thordak not getting dead. I don't know. To fuck up is to be human. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So I don't blame him, but I can't trust that that's what's going on. I can't trust that it's a fuck up. Stay inside of the perimeter like a dog chained to the ground. I mean, that makes sense, but I don't think that's what she was saying. Why would Allura be the big bad? Because it's a subversion. version. Medium bad, human sized.
Once again, as much as we can believe.
As much as we know. There's just a lot we don't know.
Just be
lot we
careful.
don't know.
Press on.
Tread carefully. Just keep an eye out. We're keeping eyes out for anything that looks
All right, I don't have to pee right now, so we're oh man, but I accepted the ads. Well, I guess I'll take a break. Damn it. I should have denied the ads. But I didn't. Fuck. All right, we gotta keep playing. Every second
Line up,
counts.
like 20 feet ahead of everybody and check our traps as we go.
All right, investigation checks from both of you guys, if you don't mind.
Investigation or previous?
Yeah.
We're looking for traps, specifically investigation.
26.
18.
Okay. Pushing forward, you
I'm
guys.
looking for I wasn't just looking for traps. I'm looking for anything that looks out of place in the forest because I don't know what kind of traps necessarily would be set by something like this.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Sure. In a very Lord Bailey, how much can I get out of this?
That's what I was.
I know. I'm just messing with you. So as you guys push forward, you, Vax, notice that the further in you go towards this mountain, the trees, still dead, gray, are even further withered, and many of them have just turned to ash and dust. And the closer you get, the actual tree line grows thinner and lower, as it seems like the closer it gets to the mountain, they've bereft of most of their structure. You do, Vex.
what's up? We're back. And I've talked too long. I've yapped too long. I can't even talk about the interesting things in chat. We have to go.
Moving forward, he is stepping towards a section of the earth and sand that is slightly different textured, ever so slightly from the rest, and he's about a few feet from stepping into that space.
Fax. Stop. There's some weirdness on the ground. I feel like that's something. I feel like it's something.
So you think something's up on the ground there?
Yeah.
I mean, what do I do at this point?
You look down and you kind of...
Do I detect?
Don't you see it?
It looks almost like...
I'm going to take a closer look, is what I'm going to do.
It looks like the difference between sand and slightly damp sand. The coloration is just
Now that you're looking, you
Yeah,
can tell.
now
right?
that I have context. Context is key, always.
Yes.
Can I push him in? Okay.
Is it quicksand?
Do I find a trap if I'm looking closer now with her added?
I mean, it looks different from the rest. There's no mechanism there. You don't see a pulley or
Maybe it's magic.
How much of it looks
Is it
different?
avoidable?
it's avoidable. It's like a 10, 15 foot kind of oval area.
Hey everyone,
Yeah.
let's just not step on this dark patch. How about that?
What?
Because I think it's like magic or something, Rogue.
Like good magic?
Like bad magic.
What kind of bad magic?
Like kill us all, or
Like the
maybe
kind,
let's
that gives you a really bad headache.
Right, so
I've already got one of those.
more
I
of
don't want
that
one
don't want to
as we go.
similar sort of.
Continue.
Okay. Now that you've identified that, you come across a few more patches, and they seem to grow more dense as the trees grow more withered and gone, until you get to a point where you can now see the base of this mountain.
Can I do can I from a distance, kind of maybe do like a nature check? Are these almost like siphons, like wells, where he was sucking the life force?
Make a nature check.
Or maybe like quicksand. This could be all the quicksand you were promised to
Quicksand,
children.
I know, right?
Oh my gosh, all these quicksand.
Kids do not
So
appreciate it.
threatening.
big part of
Why
my
did I
job.
never find quicksand? 22.
22.
Then.
These are less siphons. They're more what looks to be, it's a phenomenon known as hollow earth, which is when subterranean caverns go into collapse.
Sinkholes.
It can create a sinkhole-like phenomenon, but hollow earth generally is based on some sort of magical release, an explosion of magical energy beneath the earth that causes, even though there is
like an
no
eruption.
space, it erodes the earth from its magic presence, whether it just like completely disintegrates or destroys portions of the earth. It leaves this very, very unstable portion of
So
ground.
it's like
Oh,
a
we could
magical,
follow.
like a magical quasar that kind
Sure.
of blasts out.
You're not entirely certain what it'll do, but it's
All
not
right.
good.
I'll take one of my new.
Okay. That, he did say, oh, man. Bro, is? God damn, is the, he's the Glinchor just totally unconnected? Wait, I gotta, wait. It can create sinkhole. 22, these are less siphons. Oh, wait. Wait. Oh gosh, always quicksand. So why do I never find quicksand? 22. Okay, wait, I wanted to include all of this. Can I, from a distance, they're almost like siphons wells, right, Marisha? Mega's Marisha, dude. That's exactly what I was thinking. Sinkhole-like phenomena. Okay. I just want to copy all of that. Okay. Now, it is hollow earth. Hollow earth, which is when subterranean caverns go into collapse. Where else have we seen a subterranean cavern? It can create a sinkhole-like phenomenon, but hollow earth is generally based on some sort of magical release. Like a railgun? Only people that watched the Briarwood arc with me will know. Sounds like a railgun to me. So it wasn't the Briarwoods, it was Opash building the railgun. Interesting. An explosion of magical energy beneath the earth causes, even though there is no space, it erodes the earth from its magic presence. Okay. Whether it just completely disintegrates or destroys a portion of the ground, it leaves this very unstable portion of ground, so it's like a magical quasar. Okay. I mean, this sounds related to a siphon. Even though he's saying that it's not a siphon. Because what exactly did he say? Are these almost like siphons? These are less siphons. I mean, these spots are not a siphon, but they are possibly caused by a siphon. Or the other end of one. Bro. I don't even know. I am becoming more and more confident that one end of the siphon was on Viscan. I have no fucking clue which anymore. Because this sounds like it would be the output. But maybe it is the input. I don't know. Fair. I agree. I just thought, hey, that's fair. That's fair. Crazy. No, I mean, I'm concerned about the time and the speed, but I'm not that concerned. The sex cult plot begins. Oh, just you wait. Too many dead people for a sex cult plot, and that's where I'll leave that thought. That's what happened to all the local peasants. Peasant railgun. Holy shit! That's crazy.
Throw it in one of the little sandy pools.
Okay. As you take the rock and throw it into the sandy pool, it just kind of lands with a little bit of the dirt being kicked up around it and sits there for a rest.
Oh, magic, huh? Real scary.
And then
Would the rock tell you if it was having a headache right now? How would it tell you?
I have a psychic connection with my rock.
You also weigh a little.
The rock then goes and just falls underneath, and you can see a spot of the ground perfectly shaped like where the rock was. That is now just.
told you it's dangerous.
I actually did that. It's magic.
Good job, Grog.
Don't step there.
You figured it out, Grog. Good job.
Leave it to me.
Contention for my imagination. Are the trees wilting, or do they seem like there was a bit of a blast? Are they?
They're not leaning in a specific direction.
Okay, so there's no pattern to it.
Yeah, and it doesn't like there were leaves or anything blown off of them. It just looked like they gradually just died rapidly in
It
place.
seems like the closer we get, the deader it gets.
Can we see the mountain that we're getting towards?
Yes, you can. You guys maneuver around these spaces to get to the base of it, and it's a moderate sized mountain. It's not nothing impressive on the outside. It's maybe 600 feet tall at its apex. It's more like a large rocky mound.
2 Matterhorns.
Make a perception check.
Natural 20.
Oh,
There's nothing here around.
there's 30 is what I rolled, but that's not as good as a natural 20.
No, it's not.
What's
But
your
30 is still good.
What's your bonus to the perception?
Perception, oh yeah, is 12, so 32.
Okay, so close. You guys being at the front of the party anyway.
Oh, your perception bonus is higher than mine? When did that happen?
How did you just notice that?
Fucking knows.
That was my perception. That's all we got.
As you guys scoot forward, being ahead of the rest of the party, you glance across the surface of this, and most of the rock follows the familiar pattern of tectonic shift that's broken and cracked in places, but it's been over hundreds and thousands of years just settled into its natural state. There is one section of rock just maybe 200 feet from where you are landing at the base, where it looks like the texture, the natural kind of lines of the rock is in a different direction. And upon you heading that direction, you can see now what it appears to be is a large rock. Very, very large, maybe 20, 30 feet wide, that is jammed into an entranceway.
I perceive a rock.
I got a rock.
Kind of. There are a number of strange holes kind of peppered over the surface.
Like big holes?
About the size of a larger than a gold piece, each hole.
Oh, does it look like it could be like things could come out of it?
Possibly.
Like a trap?
I'm checking
Look, you have to check it.
All right.
You know what we're doing.
I want to check it.
What is ended?
How many flash Gordon?
25 for investigation.
Investigation, okay.
Well, do I need to roll since he's so good?
Might as well.
What if it's a 1? No, 24. Damn.
Okay.
Got your water, man. Hurry lunch.
Thanks. So, the rest of you guys following up behind them?
Just wait a
Just
moment.
careful,
wait
be
a moment.
careful.
Yeah. No, hang back for a second.
Okay.
There will be things to hit.
Between the two of you glancing, you notice that each one of these holes is actually it's a pierced intrusion from the rock. Something very quickly jammed itself into the rock to create this hole, and they're clustered in places. And you, with your experience, these claws are respective to the size of a very, very, very large dragon. And it looks like some of them are more weathered than others. This boulder has been placed and pulled back and placed many, many times throughout the years.
Wow. It's probably too heavy for us to move, but Grog, do you want to try?
I don't know if we should move it.
Well, how do we get in if we don't open the entrance?
If nothing else, rather than moving the whole boulder, is there a way we could just get enough of a crack to get in?
I can stone shape it a little bit thinner.
Oh, dig. I like that.
Yeah, just so that if the dragon tries to run, they have to move a giant boulder. That would be really convenient.
Good call.
That's
All right.
true.
All right.
Does it look like there's... Am I there? I'm not there yet.
You guys are
No,
heading
no,
back.
right
You're
behind us, but...
Okay. I go up.
Okay.
Is there like a crack that looks like it can kind of just whittle it away? That's kind of already started with the boulder?
The boulder is larger than the entranceway that it's jammed into. And you're not entirely certain what the inside of this cavern mouth is, if it's like just a direct, intersection point, or if it's a gradual influx. You can just try and push through at one of those points if you like.
I'm
Can we just
pushing.
put a hole in the middle, like right in the center of the boulder on the ground?
Or would it be easier to
I
scrape
don't know
across
how
the side?
shaping works.
I only have a limited amount of space that I can carve out, so I don't know
Got
if the boulder might be too thick. But if I do it at the seam line,
Okay, yeah.
I should be able to do it. So I kind of want to do it at the seam.
What?
Do we want to take the first entrance that we find? I mean, is it really one way in, one way out? Or if it's just like a trap?
It's a very elaborate
Does
trap.
someone want to check for traps?
We already
I
checked and
this
checked.
rock.
Yeah, they did not appear to be trapped, just
Check
a
the
very,
rock.
very heavy rock.
We don't like run a perimeter or like do any recon on anything else, right?
We'd have to run around an entire mountain.
Dude, okay. I know that I've been very in theory mode right now, but going into like DM analysis mode, I fucking love a big rock. I love a big rock. Look, sometimes you gotta make shit complicated for a higher level party. You gotta scale up the danger. It can't be a stream of water that blocks their path anymore. Now it's gotta be a stream of lava. You know, there are some ways in which parties just get progressively better and better and better. However, I think there's two factors that make a big rock great in this circumstance. The first one is that they know that they need to be really conservative with their resources. It's one of the reasons that I kind of beef with the recommended like XP adjustments and everything for D&D, because most of them assume that you're doing, 2 to 3 encounters a day, blah, 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 blah. And that gets less and less true the further you go on, because combats take longer, and and you start to not want to have little shit tier encounters before your big one. So, number one, especially as you get higher level, look up guidance for single encounter long rests. They're very useful. And then think about a big rock. Because a big rock is... a big rock is like a big body of water, right? Just having a lot of stuff between where they are and where they want to go, and no way to get to point B without going through the stuff. That is going to kind of always be relevant. Now, with something like the Marrowglade Lock, which had the big body of water between where they were and where they wanted to go, there are some things that just get past that really easily. Water breathing. I think that's great. Not very many people have water breathing, or not very many classes, And even if they do, it's not used very often, so it feels good, and it's still like resource expenditure at the end of the day. And if you are in their situation where this is going to be a single encounter day, this is going to be a 1 encounter day, and they have been terrified of this enemy to the point where they are going to scrape and claw to keep every single resource they possibly can. Because at the end of the day, this rock is not a challenge, really. Like, if the entire issue is just getting A to B, and they'll be able to long rest when they get to B, this is trivial. Keyleth can stone shape like 3 times in a row, and they're good. But when they're in a situation where they don't want Keyleth to use 3 spell slots on a dumbass rock, this is suddenly a great challenge. And especially, I think a rock is distinct from something like a big body of water, something like the Marrowglade Lock. Because it is something that is a pure obstacle, not a challenging path. Right? I've talked about that in my map analysis before. The difference between an obstacle and a challenging path. An obstacle is something that, typically at least, you overcome once, and then it is done. It is overcome, you're good. The Marrowglade Lock was really interesting because it was a challenging path, so even though they got through it once, they still had to get through it on the way out. That's a unique and novel challenge compared to a boulder. But a boulder is really fun because if they can figure out a clever way to do it, then it's just done, and they feel so smart because they got to retain all of their resources. Third reason, or second or fourth, I don't remember the number of reasons I've given yet, that I like a big rock is because I think it naturally lends itself towards the stronger characters, which rarely have a very obvious way that they can use their abilities in order to help the entire party. Right? Grog will never be able to get the entire party through a lake of water. Unless there's a way to turn off the water somehow. Right? That's never going to be within his skill set. he might be able to lift a big ass rock with his barbarian strength, right? Like, you know, it's a big rock, but barbarians are really strong. And so that's why I like a big ass rock. And especially Matt giving them all of these holes and saying that the holes are clustered, to me, that screams handholds. That screams like, oh, like the barbarian might be able to like dig into those holes and like get some purchase on the rock and maybe be able to pull it out of the way. So I love a big ass rock. I love a big ass rock. It's good for strength characters. It's a obstacle that, while theoretically trivial, becomes an exercise in how do we spend the least amount of resources. In a way that, honestly, if you like something like Legendary Resistance, it's a challenge in a similar way. However, I like this more because this is not, there's no mind games with a rock. The rock is a challenge of what is the least amount of resources I can use to accomplish a very clear goal, moving the rock. Legendary Resistance is what is the least amount of resources I can expend that the other person will consider dangerous enough to justify them using Legendary Resistance. I don't like those mind games. That's the part of Legendary Resistance I really don't like. The challenge of what's the least amount of resources I can expend, I like that part. And I think the rock has that in spades. In pebbles, bro. So I love a rock. I love a rock. I love a rock. A huge rock falls, everyone dies. Ooh. Mega loves a good rock. I do. It's basically a door. Holy shit, it's a really heavy door. A rock isn't a puzzle, it's a challenge. There's no intended solution, there are many possible ones. Absolutely. There is no one solution on how to get rid of a rock. And that's really obvious. There's no, or at least I think it's pretty obvious. I think if I was a player here, I would pretty clearly get, yeah, there's no intended solution for this. Matt just threw a big rock in front of us, and like, we can guaranteed get through it. I think that's kind of the beauty of it, is that they know 100%, kind of like a door. They know 100% they can get through this. The cleverness and the challenge is how efficiently can they get through it. And that's good. It's good shit. And sometimes a real rock was the friends we made along the way. Yeah. How many spells will Scanlan use to get around the rock? How much damage will he receive? The real questions in life. Grog did get Garmelie over... Wow. That is true. That is true. Rivers are interesting. Rivers are something that get relatively trivialized because they are not actually a solid barrier. They are a semi-permeable barrier in that they do not block the space above them. The space above a river or even a lava stream, the space above that is not blocked. So rivers are a very interesting obstacle in that the moment you gain kind of a third dimension of movement, like the moment that the party attains relatively consistent flight, anything river or river-like is kind of trivialized, especially if they don't have to expend movement or resources to fly. If you have to spend a flight spell, maybe there's some amount of thought, but if you have like a magic carpet, trivial. Or even the broom, really. So yeah. Yeah, so rivers are interesting in that way. They're a good way to show how much the party has grown in power, honestly. And like the things that they've acquired along the way. but they're tough to really provide like a distinct challenge later on. That's why you have things like wall of fire, not line of fire, you know? I get that reference to my favorite niche meme, how move big rock. That's it. And that's it. And I like a big rock. I will probably be theorizing for most of the rest of the stream, but I saw that and I was like, that's a good DMing point. Put a big rock. Put a big rock in front of a low-level party. Put a big rock in front of a high-level party. Because at every level, it is the same challenge. How can we move this rock in the most efficient way? Because the great thing about humans is that we built the pyramids. We can kind of move any size of rock. Given appropriate tools and time, we as humans, without any of the superpowers, can move big rocks. We can tunnel through mountains. We're kind of awesome in that way. That no rock can stand before us. So rocks are always a great choice. The choice is just or not the choice. The only decision when you're the DM putting in a rock is how many resources you want it to drain. How long you want it to take them. Because at a certain point, like, imagine there's no entrance, but we know there's an interior to the mountain. That's kind of just a big rock. Like, at a certain point, a mountain is kind of a big rock if there's something in the middle of it. The rock is just on all sides. So it's like, how do you get through it? How do you get through it? So I love a rock. I love a rock. A rock that's blocking something, that is to say. Does an active meteor count? Because I don't think we can stop that. Crazy. We can. Nowadays. Now, in the past, maybe not so much. But it all just depends on how early we detect it. We have, I don't know if it was NASA specifically or if it was the International Space Consortium or whatever. But they just tested, like, recently, like, I think within the past year, a asteroid redirection system to be able to redirect asteroids that would otherwise hit Earth. And it worked, dude. We conquer all levels of rocks. We would just need, but the caveat to that is that we would need quite a bit of lead time. We need quite a bit of lead time. It only worked in theory. So the bigger the asteroid and the less early we detect it, the worse. But if it's small and or we detect it very early, we have proven that we can theoretically nudge an asteroid in a direction and make it miss Earth, which is so cool. Oh, humans are so good at overcoming rock. It's so sick. You could say we rock a... Ain't no mountain high enough. They were kind of spitting when they said that. Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, shit, really? Yeah. Yeah, it's less exciting than it first sounds, but it's still very exciting. Earth is just a big rock. A little bit. Why'd you put Dwayne Johnson in our dungeon? Yeah. Those scientists are working on better asteroid detection. Yeah, we're getting better all the time. So it's sick. It's really cool. But yeah, I guess that's the ultimate lesson. Put some rocks. And they're also such a classic, like, tropey adversary and obstacle too. Like, one of the most iconic scenes in all of Indiana Jones is just a big rock. Big rocks are kind of iconic no matter what. No matter if it's like superheroes or indie, big rocks just work. They're awesome.
Does it look like there could be any other entrances?
Well,
I mean,
can
you have to
still-
go around the entire mountain.
How long would it take if I flew around?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe at full speed. Hour and a half, 2 hours.
Fuck that, death first, open the door.
All right, cool. Let's just shape a boulder.
Do I want to scry on the inside, or are we just going in? Do I want to scry and see if she's there?
And really, as a bit of an end cap, I guess, what we're really talking about here is 2 big rocks. And the question is less of, and it's why it works, I would say, is because the question is not we get past the rock or we don't get there. You know, we will get there. It is just how and through which rock and by what means. Because there's the mountain rock and the boulder. And so they go through the boulder. Forget Vecna, let's have the ultimate big bad be a rock. I have heard about a campaign concept that is basically, I heard about it. It was a, oh God, I'm trying to remember the specifics. It was a competition of some sort. It might have been on World Anvil, but that doesn't even sound right. But essentially, it was a competition that was like, a lot of people say that one of the weaknesses of modern D&D, of like 5e, is that when running it, unless you actively insert downtime, most campaigns, like the players like level up like 0 to 20 in very short time. Like most campaigns take place over relatively short periods of time. And so the writing prompt was something to the effect of like, turn that weakness into an advantage. And the writing prompt was essential, or the response to it that I read that I loved was essentially the big bad of the entire campaign is a meteor. And the meteor is circling the planet. It's basically, maybe it wasn't a meteor. It might have been the moon falling. It might have been the plot of Moonfall. But it was essentially that the big bad of the entire campaign was a big rock in the sky. And the campaign was centered around getting stronger to be able to deal with Big Rock and figuring out tasks to deal with Big Rock. Majora's Mask? I have not played Majora's Mask. Maybe they ripped Majora's Mask. Or maybe they ripped Moonfall. Or maybe Moonfall ripped Majora's Mask. Is that the plot of Majora's Mask? Is that the moon is getting closer and is going to fall into Earth? Because that was basically the plot of this. And so it was like basically the entire campaign was on a timer. And it was like, okay, you got to complete the campaign. You got to figure out how to deal with the rock before it hits. And that was the entire campaign. And I was like, that's a great idea. Short amount of time, moonfalling Majora's Mask. In that case, they ripped Majora's Mask. I have only played Zelda Phantom Hourglass, Zelda Spirit Tracks, because I was a DS kid, and Zelda, what was the one on the Switch? The first one. Not Tears of the Kingdom, the one before that. The one that is the precursor to Tears of the Kingdom. Breath of the Wild. Yeah. Those are the 3 Zelda games I played. Phantom Hourglass, Spirit Tracks, and Breath of the Wild. I've not played any other Zeldas, which I know is a huge gap in my video game knowledge. But I don't know what fucking Wind Waker's about. I know it's about a boat and an ocean. And I kind of know what the Triforce is. It's like an eternal enemy lover situation. Ganondorf's kind of the eternal cuck, if I understand it correctly. But yeah, the moon will crush the planet and you have 3 days. Oh, there you go. You have 3 days to stop the moon from falling. Is it like a time loop sort of situation? That's kind of fun. Oh, one of the most popular games of all time is kind of fun. Who could have guessed? Fucking hot takes today. You knowing the plot to a movie before a video game was not on my bingo card? It shouldn't have been. This is a weird coinky dink. My favorite Zelda game is the one where Link must pose as the mayor to save the world. Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask is so unbelievably good. I've only heard it referenced as an incredibly good game. And that is it. I knew... Oh, and isn't the moon... Is that the one where the moon is scary? Doesn't the moon have, like, a face? So does the moon want to fall? Like, is the moon, like, a sentient villain? Or is he also a victim in all of this? And it's Ganon's fault? Because isn't it always Ganon's fault? Because he's mad about being cucked? I thought it was always Ganon's fault. And Ganondorf is the human version of Ganon. And that's why Breath of the Wild was Calamity Ganon? This is a series I know very little about. I know much more about most older series. Wind Waker's a child in an ocean world must stop evil. Oh, I like sailing. Maybe I should play that. It's one of the most iconic Zeldas. I've only played Botu, but I know the basic plot. Yeah, I don't. So we are back in track for the Primordials being the final boss. That's good. Yeah, the super creepy face. It's not always Ganon's fault. Really? I definitely thought it was. I'm gonna be I'm being fully honest about what I thought. I definitely thought it was always his fault. Interesting. It's not Ganon/Dwarf villain. Oh. Tears of the Kingdom as Matt in it? As Ganondorf? Well, that's fun. He's fucking everywhere, dude. I just have to go back and play Zelda is now what I'm learning. They're adding GameCube games to Switch, right? Maybe I will.
Yeah, because this accounts for you, like, flying, stopping, checking, flying, stopping, checking. You can't just check for traps while going by at 50 feet around.
I'm scrying on the
Gonna
inside.
scry on the inside.
I guess so.
Are we just going in?
Yeah, we're doing
I
it.
think we just go in. I mean, what are we going to see that's going to make us change our mind?
We have not
Well,
guessed.
she's not
If she's not there.
We haven't guessed what bullshit.
Can you
But we
detect,
can still
can you detect
play.
dragons?
Oh, I'm gonna try to detect dragon.
Yeah!
What the fuck?
That's better.
I sit down and go,
It's almost like
Do you have a headache too? Oh my god.
Such a
We're all
headache.
gonna die. I'm patient zero.
If I'm up by the boulder too, I don't have a huge range, but I will do divine sense.
Okay.
I can detect all manner of stuff up to 60 feet.
Yeah.
Yes, you can. Alrighty.
Nice.
So, using your divine sense, let's see here. Okay, so you spend your time just focusing, making sure there's nothing either in or in the immediate vicinity of the rock or boulder that could be of celestial, fiend, or undead nature, while you spend a spell slot to do your primeval awareness.
Yes.
So, yes, you do sense what appear to be 3 sources of dragon life force within the space, roughly in the direction of this mountain and below.
That means they're
They're
alive.
here, they're here. Oh god. They're here. She's still here. And I think the eggs are okay because I can still feel like
Oh, she's still alive?
I think so.
Oh, god damn it!
long.
Oh, god. Okay, all right.
I tested it within a mile. So, is that okay? Was that within a mile?
I believe it's...
Or did I need to spend longer?
For that one, it is for 1 minute per level of the spell, and it's within 1 mile, up to 6 miles if you're in your favorite terrain.
Oh, so I am because it's like woods, right? Wooded?
It's not wooded anymore, so it's 1 mile. But yeah, so you know at least they're within a mile.
Okay,
Well, that's big.
That's huge.
okay.
All right.
So this is happening.
Does anyone need to do anything else before we
I have to go take a poo.
I have to pee too. I have to pee so bad.
What's the roll for that?
It's both.
I'm so nervous. Okay.
A little bit of both.
A little bit before. Okay, sorry. Sorry.
All right.
Feel bad about that.
So let's play, guys.
Like, are we gonna go in? Let's go in.
Does anyone need to do like a thing? Is there any pike?
I mean, I guess. I mean, I don't know. We're gonna have to like go
Get
through.
in.
Yeah, and it only lasts for a minute, so I feel like we're gonna be in the caves longer than.
Yeah. She's
So we're still stealthing.
Wait, actually,
For a minute.
can I pull Vex aside real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I talk to you just real fast before we?
Me?
Yeah, like a little further away, like in private.
I'm single. Grog.
Listen, no.
I'm already seeing someone.
No, I know. Listen, I hate to like beat a dead bush, horse, cow. I hate to beat a dead cow,
Cows, cow.
but like. I really did like that little magic thing I found
What little magic thing,
when we were looting and stuff.
Yeah.
And like, I've been really worried about you. I know how you like to bargain, right? So I thought maybe I could trade you back for what I found. And I have this little parapet of wound closure. And you'd be dying so much, right? And if you wear this and you die, you immediately stabilize on your next turn. I figured that'd be like a good trade.
Do I have to attune to that, Grog?
No,
You're lying.
it's a big word. I don't really know what you're saying. I really liked it. I mean, it made like a magic sword when I touched it.
Grog, I'm gonna give you a headache.
Yeah, but I can deal with a headache. No, I won't. I found it, you know.
Grog. Ah! Grog!
What?
No.
Come on.
No,
Look,
it's so bad for you.
You won't die. You won't die. It's only because I'm looking out for you.
Oh my God! You see how hard
all over
you see how hard this is when people want their boots back, when people want their ducks back.
Well, I mean,
Don't compare the boots to that deck. Are you kidding me?
It is technically mine. I found it.
You did find it.
Technically somebody else's. You
I'm
forgot
already a
to take
cat.
stolen
What
stuff.
do you care what he says?
Grog, you have to promise me you won't pull anything from it. All you can do is hold on to it.
Yeah.
That's all you can do.
Yeah.
You can't look at anything. You have to keep it in its little pouch.
Okay.
I'm not there.
Yeah, I don't look at anything. I keep it in its little pouch. I don't pull anything.
So you know, in Guardians of the Galaxy, when he gives him that little ball at the end.
Yep.
Can I do that? Can I give him a pouch? Here's your cards back, but don't look at them, Grog. They're really dangerous. All right?
You want to trade?
Yeah, give me the necklace.
Okay, there. I take the cards.
Okay. So what are you giving him?
A little pouch.
A little pouch.
That's the shape of the deck of cards.
How do you make the pouch the shape of the cards?
It's maybe not that good of a pouch, but it's Grog.
What are you giving me? What
Make a sleight of hand check with disadvantage.
Okay.
Oh man.
Yeah, everybody saw through it immediately, just so you know.
Well, obviously, but it's Grog. This is really bad. He's gonna be able to tell. 9.
Go ahead and roll perception check, Rob.
Well,
You.
well, Mortal Kombat.
6.
Yes! Oh! The trade is complete. She hands you your deck of cards. She takes her parapet of wound closure.
Oh my God, I'm in so much trouble.
I'm so proud of you.
I like to think that there's a live kitten in this pouch.
Pull the right card, yeah.
You saved the party, but your marriage is in jeopardy.
I know.
At what cost?
He's so mad at me. He's so mad. It's really good that he's sitting over at the other table right now.
I'm gonna get the wrath of this.
I know. We have him.
I can feel the heat emanating right now.
So feeling satisfied that you're imploring a Vex and the trade you've made, your shiny package of happy cards are back in your possession, but you promised, at the moment at least,
To not look at them.
not look at them.
All right.
Well, she's right there in front of you, yeah.
Wink, wink.
Thank you, Bex.
You're
It
welcome,
really
Daddy.
means like the
Seriously,
yeah.
though, they're really, really dangerous.
No, I know they're really special. I won't look at them or anything.
All right.
It means a lot. I don't find a lot of great things. I did find a couple rocks earlier. If you want.
Oh, they're yours.
Okay. Are you sure you're not going to try and steal that shit too?
No, I won't. I
Okay.
promise.
Cool.
All right.
Let's go kill a dragon. And I jauntily and cheerily walk back to the group.
He looks happy. What was that about?
Oh, he just I just gave him back his cards. Is all.
So happy to be reunited.
So proud of you.
Oh God.
All right, so what are the rest of you doing in the meantime?
Got a little bit of sweat on your forehead, Vex. It's such a humid jungle.
We zoom in on a single drop. I guess we're leading us in. I should do them.
I'm waiting
Yeah.
to sculpt a hole in the door.
Okay. So using stone shape, you can a section of stone no more than 5 feet in any dimension and form in any shape that suits your purpose. So you can make a small passage as long as it's no more than 5 feet thick. The wall and the stone are both thicker than 5 feet. You can begin to make a slight passageway, and you can see. I mean, you can create enough of a crack with your spell as it completes, which mark off your 4th level spell. But as you create it, you do manage to pierce, and you can look into the darkness of the tunnel behind. But through full use of the spell, you create this kind of tunnel intrusion into the side of this mountain, and you only get that much of opening before.
Bitch.
No, this is an excellent start.
All right, and like Splunker Keyleth mode, I'm looking through the hole.
Okay,
with
make a
my
perception
dark
check.
vision. What do I see?
Keyleth into descent.
Son of a bitch! That's a 1.
What do you see, Keyleth?
You just got James Franco.
It's so fucking dark, you guys.
Wait. Oh, can I? How about I try?
No,
no.
28 days or whatever.
What if we
Shit,
light
no.
an arrow? And can I do an oracle arrow through the hole?
I kind of shimmy out and say, Vex, go in the hole.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So you pull back the arrow, you fire it through. The arrow. Go make an attack roll.
I'm getting that. Natural 20.
You fire the oracle arrow at just the right angle where it doesn't hit any of the walls. It just arcs off straight before it eventually begins to curve. And what you do is, as you pass along with this arrow with your dark vision, you can see down the tunnel there is no light source. There's a layer of untouched dust all across the ground, and like an interesting texture the further in you go. And then eventually, about 100 feet or so in, the tunnel begins to curve to the left and descend before the arrow lands and sticks into the rock there, kind of splintering a little bit, and your vision now sits there with the arrow. There doesn't appear to be any movement.
Okay.
It is silent and pitch black.
Okay. And nothing had walked. It didn't look like there were any tracks. It was just heavy dust.
From what you can see from the arrow rushing past it, yeah.
And that gap is just this much?
It's not that big.
And does it go in like that, like a long tunnel that? Or is it like, could I reach my arm through?
You can reach your arm through. Essentially, it's like the edge of the wall of this tunnel,
Yeah.
and the rock were kind of jammed together, and she punched through just enough to push past where the rock and the wall had hit, and it created this slight opening, but there's still a bunch of stone in the way.
Yeah.
It's okay, there's options.
A shimmy out. It's just a tunnel.
That's good.
Yeah, it's a long tunnel.
That means we could make a little bit of noise getting in here, maybe.
Potentially. Raishan, I think, has rather good hearing, but if we make a lot of noise, it might echo down.
Right.
Do we have no way of keeping silent, do we? We don't have any way of. Do we want to try? We
I
have.
can try like what you said. I can always, worst case scenario, burn another 4th level to finish this off.
For a
You can
door?
always do that.
So I've spent more opening a door before.
Yes, we have.
I don't have to spend anything. I'll just beat the shit out of
You're our last resort at this point.
Oh, wait, you do have siege gauntlets, though.
Oh, I do, yeah.
Loud, though.
I actually have those. Like, no one's taken them from me.
Why do you say that right now? How is that relevant to the
I just
conversation?
mean like
right
they're mine, you know?
Yeah,
Of course they
I
are.
know
I
what
don't
they do.
see what that adds to this.
They work for me. They speak to me on...
I've always said as much.
Yeah, of course I do.
Do you have a relationship with all of your inanimate
I
objects?
try to work on it at night.
Sure.
Yeah.
Wow, I actually do blame myself for this. This is interesting.
Why would you say that, Percy?
I don't know. Let's,
Should we let,
Man, I feel like there's a lot of
what do
secrets
you think?
suddenly
Should we
being
burn
revealed.
another force, or should we have Grog punch the little hole a little bit?
Well, let me see. I crawl back in the hole.
yeah.
All right.
All right.
You know how, like,
Erosion.
yeah, like a blade of grass can break a block of concrete?
What?
I'm doing some monk shit, all right?
Look at his face.
Okay.
You know how big grass can break a stone face?
There is no spoon. Okay, but no, all right, go with me. Okay, you know how like plants can break stone when they grow through? If I do a druidcraft cantrip and try and like grow some plants through this hole, will it kind of maybe help crack open a bigger hole?
Can you fast forward 1,000 years?
No, creeper. No, creeper.
Okay.
No.
I was proud of that.
Okay, I shimmy back out and I say, no, apparently that takes like 1,000 years.
Okay.
Grog, you want to go punch some shit?
I mean, like...
Well, hold on for 1 second.
Yeah.
I know you can move this stone. Can you, if it allows you to only move certain parts of it, could you, like, use the stone that you can shape to effectively, like, carve out a chunk that could be pulled out? Like, make a very thin, narrow, like just move as much as, like, a finger's width around, and then we could pull that out instead of just pushing it all away like clay?
I mean, it could be, but so one spell's already been spent.
So it would just be another
It would
spell.
be another spell,
slot.
but it would work.
It would be another spell, but that would be just 2 to get in, as opposed to, like, endlessly throwing spell after spell at this.
Well, Grog has siege gauntlets, so he could potentially do some damage to the rock.
But it would make noise.
One second, Percy.
Yes.
I have a nutball idea that maybe you can turn into a better one.
Ooh, great point that I didn't even talk about with the big rock. Stealth. Big rocks are great as a stealth challenge because the best ways to get rid of them, shit like dynamite, are really fucking loud. God, Big Rock just keeps on winning. Oh. Yeah, like when they talked about the siege gauntlets, I was like, oh yeah, the siege gauntlets. And then Marisha's like, oh, but that's not very stealthy. That'll make a lot of noise. It's like, fuck yeah, it will. Big Rock. Big Rock, Big Rock. Why are they trying to do everything but let Grog be Grog? I am a little confused as to why Grog's not even like, why they're not even thinking about trying to like have Grog like pick it up or pull it or something. Maybe because they just don't run into very many strength challenges. And with so many spellcasters in the party, like, spellcasters to some degree, they're just kind of used to solving like environmental problems with magic. Could be like a habit sort of deal where it's like Grog does not get called upon for exploration challenges. So they just don't even think of him. But it is interesting to me that like Travis has not chimed in to try and just like pull it or push it or whatever. And no one has even thought of it. But they did think about like the siege gauntlets. I think they might just think it's too big. And they might not think about like the degree to which your strength score like scales. And like the feats that you can perform with a high strength. I would guess that that's it because there hasn't been that many demonstrations of Grog's ludicrous strength yet in the campaign. So it might just not be in their heads, But it also, again, it could be a noise factor, which I love. I love the added stealth factor of this. And so even if, he were to pick it up and drop it or grind it or drag it or whatever, it would make a lot of noise. Yeah. Stealth rock, yeah. Just move the rock, people. Grog, Pike, Kerr, Kima, Trinket could easily move it easy together. I would think they could at least try. I think they are a little bit worried about the stealth aspect, but I feel like they could quietly try. A little, They're trying to outsmart the rock. The rock wins the battle of wits every time. Yeah! But that's the great thing about the rock is that sometimes you can outsmart it. That's the best thing about it, yeah. It would be hard to pull out without breaking, maybe. Grog would make too much noise. They do want to keep the rock there so that any dragons in the dungeon can't easily escape. That's a good point, Crazy. If you completely remove the rock, then dragon can follow you if you need to retreat. But if you make a human-sized little door, then human can get through, but dragon can't, at least without polymorphing. God, the rock's awesome. Every added layer and complication that we talk about in chat is not only are there endless considerations that you can, not endless, but there's a lot of considerations to make depending on the context and the scene, but it is also a really great it brings out the mindset of the party, right? Of G. Hercub, saying hey, if we all work together, we are powerful, we are strong, we can definitely move this. And people be well, the noise factor, I don't know, maybe. It's so good. It's so raw. It's so primal that it just brings out what the characters already think. This is why the spell Pass Wall exists. True. I don't know that I've read Pass Wall in a while. Oh, but we don't have time. Damn. We don't have time. Also, Laura's realized the big rock is just a door she has. Doors. Also, they weren't worried that the rock was going to be trapped. Weren't they worried the rock was going to be trapped? Not a very logic place to put a trap, but Para is going to Noya. And even more specifically, Vox is gonna worry about traps. I'll be real, my party would never think that a big rock is trapped. Not in a million years. They would be oh, it's a big rock. But again, brings out the mindset because it's so simple that you keep thinking you should be able to just find the right answer. And then you think, okay, it is simple and the solution is simple, but it can't be that simple. Plays games with your mind. I expect the next stream takeaway to be about the role of big rocks in D&D. I mean, bro. So far, I'm not going to make the takeaway about Opash trying to create a Dracolich. That's for sure. So far, big rock is the takeaway. You are 100% right.
And I pull out the oil of etherealness that I've been carrying for ages.
The what of witness?
This is goop. You rub it on yourself and you become ethereal for an hour.
Right there with you.
But I can't do it.
Why?
It's not enough to cover me. But Scanlan could do it, or Pike could do it, and could walk through the rock.
And then do what?
Look around, see if there's anything to... I don't know. That's why I prefaced it with saying it was a shitty idea, and I spoke to the brain to see if he could come up with something better.
Look for a switch, right?
It's a giant rock. It's a boulder.
With handholds on it. It's a fortress of solitude.
Very archaic.
Can I look for a switch?
I
Make
think...
an investigation check.
If I solve this.
God.
Such a waste of time.
If it works.
19. Oh, wait, minus 17.
17. Looking around as they're having this conversation, there's no switches, but you do see finger holes, big dragon-sized finger holes, something grabbed it and jammed this boulder in there.
And I actually want to kind of take a look around too, because if this is a naturally formed rock, a naturally formed opening, this is not like a cork in a bottle. There has to be some parts that don't fit really smoothly. Have we found the best place to make our incursion, or maybe up on the top? Is there an opening? Is there any? This can't fit snugly into this unless it's been shaped for that.
We can now get enough of a hold to make a lever and move the boulder out a little bit, get us all in, and then drop it back into place. In theory, we have this hole now that's big enough for, let's say, a magical weapon that can't be destroyed. And we can just apply as much pressure, put a bunch of other people pushing on the other side, and see if we can open it up enough to get in, and then let it close behind us.
How would Bigby be in this situation?
Bigby would be an upper level spell.
I don't want to burn that right now.
Grog,
Yep.
do you want to try and use some of your basic mechanics of physics? Some leveraging?
I don't know what that is, but I will assault this stone with the quickness.
Do it. Just get it.
Don't assault it. Don't insult. Don't insult or assault it. If you could just.
There's no joy in either.
I know. This one isn't for you. Though.
Let's try. Okay, who's got a magical weapon that's
If
very
you
long?
can just.
Kima.
If you can take Kima's sword, pry open a crack, let us slip in.
You ask Kima for the Holy Avenger. I'm not taking that.
Well, don't you have the dragon sword?
Yeah, no. You ask Kima for her sword. See how that goes.
Kima.
Yes?
We're thinking about building a giant lever. Could you put your sword in that hole and help us pull very, very hard to see if we can move this boulder?
Will it damage the sword?
In theory, no.
In theory.
It's a magical sword. Can you break a magical sword with pressure?
You ding it, you pay.
That's fair.
Just...
I'm gonna dig it.
So I'm going to try and build this lever. All of us are going to put pressure in the other direction. We're going to try and have as many of us moving this thing just a couple feet, not far.
Yeah.
Just far enough to make an opening to get as many of us in as humanly possible.
All right, so who's doing the leverage?
Pike.
All right.
Probably
Definitely
him and
Pike.
Okay, well, the size of the sword is going to, at most, it's going to be one person assisting the main person, which would be Pike assisting.
Grog.
All right. All right, so as the rest of you guys go on the other side, Grog, I want you to go ahead and roll a strength check.
Pike and Grog, Pike and Grog.
And with advantage because of Pike's 8 on this.
Like a statue.
That's better.
23.
23, okay. As you guys get on the other side, before you even start getting into position, Grog already begins to pull back on the sword, and you watch as Kima keeps glancing over his shoulder like, waiting for it to snap. But the large rock, the boulder, kind of begins to shift ever so slightly. You watch as dust and other small pebbles begin to clatter down the outside of the rock. You all get on the side, and
Get ready to go.
all together as a group. Everyone else make sure.
Yeah, like, I definitely wouldn't have the sword break here, but, like, the rug got broken. Now, to be fair to them, it appears as though the rug got its magic dispelled and then it broke. So they might think that unless it gets somehow dispelled or silenced, it can't break. Like, the magic will hold it together. I don't know. I definitely wouldn't have it break, but it is an interesting thing that they thought very confidently. Yeah. The cards and picking Pike, it really looks like they don't like Travis. I know. What's up, Deadly? How you doing? Magic items are resistant to all damage, not immune. Oh, yeah. I'm with you. I'm totally with you. But I think that's like kind of where their mindset is they've never seen a magic item break except for the carpet, which had some extenuating circumstances. And like a lever would put a ton of force on this, but I don't know how much force, honestly. I truly don't. I don't know how much force it would put on it. They know the sword's made of platinum, so like, it's going to be stronger than rock no matter what. Yeah, the question is, like, would it bend at all, you know? Like, how brittle? I don't know how brittle platinum is, honestly. And I don't know how magic would, like, affect its... Maybe, you know, it doesn't fully snap, but maybe it, you know, is a little bit more pliable. I'm sure Kima still wouldn't love that. I guess they could bend it back, but that's kind of hard. I don't know.
Use the rod of immobility to brace it.
Brilliant.
Yeah, that's a great job. We have two of them now.
Let's
that's such a good idea.
we'll use, and we have holes drilled in the stone by dragon feet.
We can just wedge it in there.
Wedge it in there and-
Yeah, that's a good call, you guys. So wait, we're all doing strength checks?
12.
Just straight strength?
Straight strength, so add your strength modifier.
Straight strength?
17.
13.
16.
All right.
Oh,
Do you
Scanlan.
want pikes?
And Scanlan.
To do what? To help profit up?
Scanlan rolled a 4.
Okay.
In character.
Okay. So you managed to get about 1.5 foot.
Trinket rolled a 19.
Okay. Trinket was pushing as well. There isn't a whole lot of surface area here to really aid. It's more than it's just like it's mostly on you, Grog. And you managed to get about 1.5 feet wide before you pull out the rod, the movable rods, and Carrick and anybody else wants to help. You managed to jam them into 2 of the finger holes, and as soon as they lock in, you can release the weapon in the. It's just enough to hold it in place, so it is slowly moving.
Go fast.
Each rod can only hold 8,000 pounds.
What?
Yeah,
Go.
mind you, it's not holding entirely aloft. It seems to be holding okay for now.
I immediately throw Whisper through the crack and bam. Through.
Okay.
I scooch.
You guys all pull through. Kima immediately rushes and grabs the sword. You guys charge into the darkness.
Can Trinket get in, or do I need to pay for the necklace and pay for the
You probably have to do that. Yeah, you can do that. But you guys all do get inside the tunnel. The boulder does appear to be stationary.
Should we leave it open, or should we take the roads? We might need to get out in a...
Gonna squish your hand.
And it's what a wonderfully convenient way to close, and also means that the dragon will not be able to open the door.
Okay.
If it's wedged,
It's wedged shut.
she can turn into a person, and she can also teleport. Let's not
Okay,
forget
well,
that.
let's just fucking keep
Yeah,
walking.
okay, let's keep going.
It'll be fine.
All right.
Just let's remember to pick those up on the way out.
Yes.
If there's anybody left to pick them up.
You guys now stand in the 15-foot wide, about 12-foot tall tunnel entrance to this mountainside. As you saw before, the floor itself is a layer of dust. There's a heavy smell of ancient rot and stagnant water in wet earth. The rock walls of the pathway are kind of just rough, but appear to have been intentionally carved for purpose more than any sort of presentational element of it. There's no wind, there's no movement of air. Everything in here has been, at least in this portion of it, still untouched for quite some time. As you guys push forward through this tunnel to where it begins to make its slow descent, you guys, all right?
Checking. 24.
Okay.
for investigation.
Oh, this is investigation.
Oh, investigation. I thought you were stealthing.
Oh, was that a stealth roll or an investigation roll? That was investigation,
Yeah.
right?
Well, that's
Investigation.
Okay. Yeah.
24?
Yeah.
Duck shit. 11.
Okay. And we'll have to make new stealth checks since you guys have come out of stealth and you're not going back in.
Okay.
But as you guys are moving down the curvature of the tunnel, Vax, you notice that there are, amongst the dust and pebbles of the floor, small pieces and chunks of other material. Most of them very small, maybe anywhere from like a pebble size to like the size of this die or a little larger, and they're different than the rock. They're a lighter material and almost porous upon close look as you kind of take one and look at it.
It's bones. It's bones. I'm not entirely sure, but I pictured it boulder-esque. I pictured it circular personally, so their image of it doesn't totally make sense to me. Like, I think me and Vox are picturing the boulder or the rock differently, but I'm not entirely sure, honestly. Those are questions they should have been asking, frankly. Yeah, frankly. We're about to go into ads. They got past the rock, though, and it's definitely bone, right? It's definitely bone, just like we saw on the Glint Shore, just like... What's up? Hello, we're back, and we're playing, and we're going right now.
Keyleth, come up here, please. Do you know what that is?
What is it?
You've seen this before, actually, in Subterranean Place once before, though it was a large field at the time. There are a number of scattered shards of bone, just kind of scattered and cracked and broken across the floor. Not a very thick map, but like just here and there, peppered throughout the walkway.
These are dead things.
Wait, what?
Is.
What is it?
You've seen this before.
Who is he pointing at? Is he pointing at Keyleth or Vax? In a subterranean place. Wait. Because that kind of looks like he's replying to Marisha, but then a large field of it. A large field of it. Because I remember them finding a layer of bones at the Glint Shore, but I don't remember a large field of bones in a subterranean place, unless it's Whitestone. Unless there was like a field of bones at Whitestone that I just don't remember. Underdark? Maybe Underdark. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that.
Or actually, in subterranean place once before, though it was a large field at the time, there are a number of scattered shards of bone, just kind of scattered and cracked and broken across the floor. Not.
Oh my god, you're right! It's where fucking Speed Racer was! The abomination that was like really fucking fast. That guy. Yeah, the anime villain. Right. Right. That's probably what this is in reference to. The field is probably in reference to the Underdark field of bones that the anime villain was in. Dude. That's a little interesting. Because that anime villain was clearly, they talked about how Kavarn was making abominations, but we never actually saw his process for doing so. And it's like, oh yeah, he has the Horn of Orcus. So I just always was like, yep, that's how he did it. Necromancy, whatever. But there was also the Ziggurat. And maybe he was using the Ziggurat to do it as well. I don't know. Interesting. Tunnel of Bones in the Underdark. Yeah. That was a callback. That was a big callback from Matt. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. I haven't thought about Kavarn in a sec. But it is interesting because it seemed to kind of imply in that segment, because they went to those two islands or those two little areas that weren't actually on Yugvaril. They were in the same cavern as it, but they weren't actually on like the subterranean island. And there was a portal there, I think, to the elemental plane of air, either the plane of air or water. And that's one of the original reasons that I thought that the Primordials might be a final villain. But it is an interesting connection between necromancy and the elemental planes. Like, why did Kavarn have that portal, Interesting.
A very thick map, but like just here and there peppered throughout the walkway.
These are dead things. This is bone. Yeah.
You also do notice upon looking at a few of them on the ground now, having the context, a lot of them look blackened. A lot of them look like they've been charred, burnt.
Hey, Keyleth, when you did the scrying thing, how long did it take to get down the tunnels? Was it a lot of tunnels before you got to the laboratory?
Like in terms of my vision?
Yeah.
You don't know. It's like you're at this point, and then you're there. So you have no idea.
It's hard to
less than
say.
a mile down, I know.
It kind of rushes past you really fast, and it's a little disorienting. I don't know.
Okay.
No traps.
No traps at the moment, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shall we
Do
all
you think
stealth?
that these are just here so that people step on them and it makes noise?
It's a theory. Are we already stealthed?
I thought we had to reroll stealth.
We did. Oh, I did. Oh, I didn't. You didn't. I got it.
Can I do it? This is some CSI
You
shit.
guys are rolling stealth, right?
Yeah.
All right, so roll stealth checks, please.
Little plus 10.
30.
Yeah, stealth plus.
What's up? Did she just want to get in? Oh, she needs to go? Oh, we did just do a break, but I can do another, and I can just skip the next one. Okay. I'm going to take the dog out real quick, so we're going to go on a not like a real break, but I'll skip the next ad break, and we'll go straight through. So I'm gonna go to BRB, and I'm gonna run the break screen, but it'll take however long the dog takes to go to the bathroom. So I'll see you in a second. What's up? All right. The dog is out and we're ready. And we won't take another ad break. So we are here until hour 7. An hour 45 minutes-ish. So strap in.
Okay.
35.
34, and then Scanlan.
30 total.
28.
25 for Pike.
Oh God.
Nope, sorry.
Care Bear?
18 for Scanlan.
Stealth roll.
Did you stealth, Garrick?
29 for me.
Great. Awesome. Perfect. All right, so as you guys continue progressing down this curving tunnel, it goes into a very, very mild descent.
Can I want to do a quick check. This is some like bones type shit. Can I see if these bones were charred recently, or once again, if these bones have been there for like a long time? I know this is like some weird carbon dating shit.
Make a nature check on this,
Nature
actually.
check?
Make a nature check.
Yeah, this is your understanding, at least, of how fire against bone,
Ooh,
which is
that's good. 28.
20. Okay, so understanding, especially like kind of the pyra and noticing the difference and just experience of natural animals and creatures that have been cooked to be eaten and the effect of the fire on the bones that are left behind. This bone charring is not as ancient as like say the trees that have withered, but they aren't, they're years old at the very least, if not longer. So
Years old, if not longer.
yeah, there's a layer of dust on these bones as well that shows that at least they have been untouched for a short time.
Okay. But wait, was Thordak here over a year ago?
Yeah.
Could have been, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You don't know.
He was here for a long time before. He was here before he got the thing, right?
Yeah, he made this his lair after avoiding death from Jamon Saor and Ankarel, and then recuperated here, from what you know, and then kind of made this his domain for a while, and then pressed northward into Taldore, which is where...
That's when Allura and her team encountered
Correct.
us.
That's when Thordak battled Raishan and began the beginning of the formulation of the Conclave. That's when Thordak destroyed Byrodin and, by proxy, their mother. That's when all that went down. So,
While we're
Okay, we just got a fucking speed history of Thordak, so I don't fully trust all of it. It seems like the history of Thordak from Vox's perspective, but very worth noting. The charring is not as ancient as the tree damage, but is years old at least. So probably, It's interesting. That's interesting. Seems like it would have been from Thordak recently, as opposed to the trees. Interesting. All right. I mistook it for the first halftime. Oh, there you go. Let's see. Okay. Who's here a long time? Okay. Thordak. All right. Thordak speed lore. Let me see if there's anything that stands out to me too much. He made this his lair after avoiding death from Jamon Saord and Ankarel. That's the part that I'm like, avoiding death? Okay. And then recuperated here from what you know. From what you know. I'll just point that out. So I don't take this as an indictment on some of my theories. And then made this his domain, then pressed northward in Taldore. So it does sound like it's straight south. Yeah. Which is where, that's when Allura encountered him, correct. That's when Thordak battled Raishan and began the beginning of the formation of the Chroma Conclave. That's when Thordak destroyed Byrodin and by proxy their mother. That's when all that went down. Gotcha. Okay. Now we know. Recently, as in after the fire plane, shortly before, or as soon as he arrived in Viscan? Thordak, I would assume before fire plane. Matt said years old at least. So it must be, like, I'm assuming it is pre-meeting Raishan. It is sometime between Jamon killing him, in my estimation, and him going north from Viscan. Because that was like 15 years ago, which would match with the years old at least stuff. But we'll see. Okay.
Quiet here in the dark. I pull Pike over to the side. Pike.
Yes.
I have a bad. Will you take care of my sister? You have that one thing that you do. I don't know what it's called, but if she falls down, she gets back up again. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Is that the death ward? It's a thing. I talked to Sarah and Ray, and then she protects them for a little bit of time.
Why'd you do that to my sister now?
Feels a little selfish, but sure.
You didn't think of it. I thought of it.
I mean,
Sure.
if you want me to do it.
I do.
Sure, why not? I walk up to me.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I guess Pike will cast Death Ward on Vex.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
So it's a 4th level spell off Pike.
Yep, got it.
And for the next 8 hours, Vex is death warded.
When you brought down to 0, you ping up to 1.
Okay.
Is the math on that?
Okay. Sure.
It's kind of like buying Starbucks with the company Amex.
I know it feels a little
like
it feels a little weird. I'm not gonna lie, but
It's just strategy, man. Game strategy.
Good flatline.
Well, it's done, and my sister is a little safer than she was before. Y'all go fuck yourselves.
so easy when you have the pin code.
okay. It's, oh my god.
This one.
Wait. Pike should have cast
it. It's fine.
Yeah, it's totally fine.
Out of character, Matt pooped out this new feature to dying, and she's on her last fucking string, man. No regrets. Move
Well,
forward.
to be fair, like I'm still toying with it because it's one of the things that I'm kind of adjusting as we go.
Well, you said it, and the spell is cast.
That's not true at all.
You freaked everyone out, Matt.
Oh, I can keep it if you want.
No, don't worry about it.
You're literally wearing the creeper shirt. You have to be
Stop
careful
wearing
what you
the
say. Ah, God.
No,
You do what you
yeah,
want.
it's a rule that I'm working with. I may have jumped the gun in releasing it at the time as I'm working on the campaign guide, but one of the resurrection rules, I was setting the DC, I think 5 per death is a bit intense, so I might just more to be a 2. Just because I was thinking in the long term of campaign, like your character may die a lot more between levels 1 and 20,
Oh, sure.
and then it gets a little insane. So I'm working on it.
Okay.
Listen, I love my sister, okay?
Wait, she's still closer to death.
We
Yes.
want to die.
Yeah.
Mind you, she's so close
This
to
is the one
death.
where Lorgar does play
Also,
death.
just to ask a little bit, as we're going down here, I don't know how everyone else is geared up, but I'm kind of vanilla human here and not that equipped to see in the dark.
Yeah, in fact, currently, Percival and Carrick are blind.
Oh.
Like pitch
Wait,
black blind.
light your little dagger up.
All right,
And actually, you probably just hear Carrick say, I am sorry, but at this point, I can't see.
I pull out I'm always holding 2, and one of them is I pull out the flame tongue dagger, and I wave a fly away,
This fucking gnat.
and then I hold it so that Carrot can see,
No,
and I say,
no way.
well, we might die, so try it one more time with me. Irish wristwatch. Just once more before we die.
I dreamed about this last night.
Tough one.
It's hard.
It's a really hard one.
Irish.
Yes!
Irish wristwatch.
Yeah, well done.
Okay, I feel so much closer to you now. Let's fucking do this.
Okay, the dagger, which emits flame on it, is the equivalent of a candle.
Yes.
So it helps. He can see about 15 feet beyond you, and that's it.
Well, actually, what I'll say as soon as I say, are we okay with light, or are we trying to keep it as dark as possible? Because
Too late now.
A little bit of light.
There's a candle.
There's now a candle light, or a flame licking the edge of the blade that is being held aloft. So light is being shed now in the tunnel, though not a lot.
Yeah, we can put that out, and they could just like grab onto each one of my arms.
Yeah, I
and
could.
go
I go
forward.
and find Percy,
Okay.
and I link arms.
Oh, geez. Hey, Kay, you want to cuddle?
actually, yes.
Yeah. Hey, Max, put that light out.
All right, so Carrick, there's a moment of quiet and stillness in the darkness as you feel the ground beneath you shift ever so slightly. Heavy footfalls approaching you as suddenly a large, muscled, somewhat sweaty arm just curls around the outside of your shoulders and pulls you close to Grog's torso.
Lucky.
It is one of the most comforting things I have ever experienced.
I think it's astonished. That's the advantage.
I love it. I love it.
All right.
No.
Okay, I kind of guide Percy as we go through.
So you guys making your way down this this slow grade
Still
beneath. Yes.
Looking.
Okay. Well,
Being
okay,
stealthy as fuck.
yes, you make incremental checks as we go.
Okay.
Eventually, as the grade continues downward, you begin to see the hallway open up ever so slightly, and what was once just kind of somewhat rough rock walls begin having slight shapes or details to them. It's still hard to see. Dark vision is, you still need a little light to make out like fine details or things at a distance, but it does help you at least make out the basic shapes and things ahead of you. You look and see what appear to be small shelves or alcoves that are now beginning to show up every 20 or so feet as you progress down.
Shelves or alcoves?
Like little bits of rock that jut out that look like they are either bolted in or crafted on top of it. And you see small little cubbies almost, little alcoves that are kind of put into the rock as well.
Hold your little dagger up to it. I want to see what it is.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, make a perception check.
Pretty good. That is 29.
Okay, you kind of glance in the first one to your immediate right, which is a small shelf outward, and you see what appear to be a number of dust-covered cluster of candles that have long burned and melted into dripping wax that pours down the side of this alcove. That's it on that particular shelf.
Careful. Maybe keep it out and just keep an eye out. It's hard to see down here.
We can look at these after.
No, I mean for traps.
Okay, so you're searching for traps now?
Constantly.
Okay,
Constantly.
go ahead and make another investigation check with disadvantage.
Okay.
Because it's dark. See, if you pulled your dagger out, it wouldn't be so bad.
Good suggestion. Still a disadvantage?
If his dagger's out?
I am gonna double check here. It's kind of a frustratingly broken ability in some cases if it's just a universal thing here.
I'm gonna pull out the flying carpet. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna walk over to...
So you can see in dim light within...
Is he saying, he's saying dark vision is a frustratingly broken ability? I mean, yeah, man. Yeah. Yup. Does feel like dark elves and Dwagar. Like, it feels like superior dark vision should be about the power of regular dark vision, and regular dark vision should be much more limited. I'm with Matt here. I think he's going to discover that it is pretty powerful. It's just, my understanding is that it's just grayscale. That's really the only difference. But maybe he will discover something different. I didn't realize the whole DC for the resurrection was a new thing. I don't think it's a new thing to my understanding. Maybe I'm wrong, because I know about the DC for the resurrection. I thought it's scaled by 5 every time, and now he changed it to where it only scales by 2 every time. That was my understanding. But I could have misunderstood that. They're underground and in complete absence of light. There should be no non-magical way to see in those conditions. Look, I'm with you. That's not how dark vision's written.
60 feet of view as if it were bright light, and in darkness as if it were dim light. So,
in darkness as if it were dim light. That's it. I think that dark vision is one of the, how do I say it? I think it is a area of D&D that they either should have just ignored, just say, everyone has dark vision, fuck it. Or they should have made it substantially more limited. Because I understand the desire to say, fuck it. I understand the desire to say, fuck it. Like, 2 of my players right now are human, and one of them is a elf. The elf has dark vision. The other 2 do not. And to a degree, managing the light is a little annoying. Like, during, hex crawls. Like, I'm not going to lie and say it's not. It's a tiny bit annoying. So I get where the urge to say, fuck it, comes from. But I think that the thing that they decided is, the worst of all worlds. They almost entirely said fuck it. But then sometimes you still have to deal with it. And that's dumb to me. That kind of sucks. In my ideal version of the game, it is it's honestly my ideal version is no one has dark vision except for Dwagar and Dark Elves. I'm trying to think of anyone else. Only races or species that have an association with living underground. That's it. They're the only ones that get dark vision. That's it. Because otherwise, no. And frankly, I would pair it with sunlight sensitivity, which I know Dark Elves have. I think Dwagar have sunlight sensitivity. But that's another thing that people just don't like to track. So I get where it comes from to just say fuck it, because people also don't like sunlight sensitivity. It's annoying. So maybe my more ideal version is just to not have it. I don't know. I really dislike the way that it currently is, and so I would take most things over that. I'm with you. I thought Liam was referring to, the scale. Very possible. I don't know, yeah. That's why I dislike dark vision. Yeah, I dislike dark vision too. Depends on what you mean by new. If you mean Matt didn't realize, if you mean you didn't realize Matt invented it, he basically did. If you mean new to this episode, no, I think it was pre-stream. Gotcha. And cats. And cats. Maybe cats. To me, it seems like the Resurrection has set DC, and Matt changed it to a scale based on the number of times you died. Oh, really? I was definitely under the impression that it always had a scale, which is one of the reasons I was like during the Raishan fight. I was like, when I was talking about like them dying and like, you know, like risking all of this and like potentially not getting back up and like all of that stuff, I was under the impression that every time they die, it's harder to come back. That was my impression this whole time. I have legitimately no idea though. Because the resurrection mechanic that I read when Vex first got resurrected in the Sunken Tomb employed the +5 DC every time scale. But I don't know if I read maybe something that was published later on accident. I'm not sure. I'm not certain. Sunlight sensitivity only affects perception checks now, which I think is perfectly balanced. 5e really doesn't like giving detriments to the players. Yeah. That's why I say, like, sunlight sensitivity is just annoying. People just, like, don't like to track it. People don't like to track detriments because they're really rare. Like, if you were going to track permanent detriments, they would need to be less rare, I think. So I think that, yeah. What if sunlight sensitivity was just -1 to everything, like 2024 exhaustion? I think more people would run it then. Maybe. I think the problem with sunlight sensitivity and like what makes it annoying is not necessarily that it's a detriment. I think that's part of it. But I think the more substantial part of it is that it's a conditional detriment. I do think you're right in that more people would run it if it was a -1 because it's easier to remember without having to like check things. But I think right now, the fact that it's conditional on the level of light, the type of light, and the type of check that you're making, all of those conditions on a detriment, I think is just annoying. Honestly, I don't think it's bad game design, frankly. But it's kind of like my what I've talked about in terms of like wounds from BitD. It's like the more conditional something is, the less I think people are going to remember it and the more annoying they're going to find it. So the more you layer conditional issues that have to be checked, I think the more the less often people will run it. Dark vision alignment and sunlight sensitivity all sit in the same category. I ignore them 99% of games, but I do think it could be fun to make a campaign where it's very relevant. Maybe. If you designed the campaign around it, you could use it to give real choices between paths, between locations, etc. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I think part of the problem is that I don't know that people would, if you made a campaign where sunlight sensitivity was very relevant and people knew that going in, I don't think they would choose to have it. Part of the problem, I think, is that the benefits of something like the Dwagar with sunlight sensitivity do not outweigh having sunlight sensitivity if it is relevant. You know what I'm saying? I think people would just choose not to deal with it. Yeah. Would you play a character who has -1 to everything when in the sunlight? Yeah. I wouldn't. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. It's like if you're going to give that kind of detriment, everyone needs to have that type of detriment so that the environment is very important. Like if a certain race had -1 to everything in the swamp, and one is, you know, when it's daylight out, and one is this, and one is that. Like if everyone has these sort of conditional detriments, then maybe it works and you can do a game and a campaign around that. But yeah, if I knew that sunlight sensitivity was going to be relevant, I would just not play a sunlight sensitive race. Like, period. I would avoid it because I would find it annoying as a player. And I would never choose to do that as a DM because I would find it annoying as a DM. So yeah, that is, I don't know. We may have spoiled the DC scaling with more deaths. Maybe. I'd rather have a more persistent -1 that is low impact than have particular things be at disadvantage. Disadvantage is huge. Disadvantage is pretty huge. I truly don't think that it matters the degree to which it is a detriment. Because if people are going to engage with detriments, all you have to do is give a substantial enough benefit. Like, you can balance it. I personally don't think that is the problem. I think the problem is the inconsistency of it all. If everyone has some kind of detriment like sunlight sensitivity, I think suddenly it works because everyone's always engaging with that. But if you don't, and I will also say, again, I think that the more conditional it is, the worse it will be for, like, in terms of people remembering or wanting to use it. So I don't even necessarily care about disadvantage or -1. It's the fact that the disadvantage is situational, which it has to be because disadvantage is huge. But if it was like, you have disadvantage on everything, honestly, that's fine. As long as you have a crazy benefit to back it up, If there was a detriment that was like fucking bad luck or something, where every time you roll a d20, you roll with disadvantage, the buff would have to be astronomical. But you could make a buff that does that, and I think more people would engage with that than the conditional sunlight sensitivity. That is my thesis. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I don't know. That is my experience, though. The first thing that comes to mind is it's only disadvantage on perception since Monsters of the Multiverse, but it still is only disadvantage in light. And I believe before Monsters of the Multiverse, there were other conditions on it. I don't think it was on all D20 tests, was it? I could be wrong about that. But it still is, sunlight versus darkness. The first thing that comes to mind is set in a place where all the main species are sunlight sensitive. If you play anything that isn't, you stick out like a sore thumb. If everyone was really into that kind of campaign, that could work. Yeah, it would have to be that the people that don't have it are the exceptions and essentially have that as their detriment. Like, if everyone by default is going to have sunlight sensitivity, then the people that don't need to have some other form of detriment, I think. Which, like you say, like the whole stick out of the sore thumb. Yeah. Should be more if you have sunlight sensitivity. Dark vision up to like 200. Yeah, I mean, superior dark vision is not enough to justify it, which is why I think people don't play a lot of Dwayguard Dark Elf. Yeah. Show me a drow PC and I'll see their magical sunglasses. Yeah. It was designed for monsters, not players. That says it all. Yep. Now I want to run a Denis game. Yeah, I'm coming around on the idea that you could design a campaign around that. I just think that you would need to, the people that don't have it would kind of need to be outsiders. I think it necessitates everyone having to think about it, even if they don't have it. You need to be constantly thinking about the darkness versus light, even if it doesn't necessarily affect you. Yeah. Superior dark vision can be really powerful, but it's GM specific. When I think that's kind of one of the problems with a lot of this. It's similar to a problem with like 2014 Ranger. Of these things are so campaign and DM dependent. Of like a lot of the 2014 Ranger exploration abilities don't even really function unless the GM decides to make them function. And so now it's a balancing act for you as a DM. How often do you make it matter as a detriment or a benefit? Because if you make it matter too often, then you are essentially buffing that person and that, that ability. But if you don't use it often enough, then the detriment is too detrimental. And you know what I'm saying? Like anything that is environmentally dependent like that to like be really relevant, it's tough. It puts the balancing of the mechanics onto the DM, which some people are into. I'm also not going to say that that is like inherently bad. But it is not the way that the rest of the system is designed. I'll put it that way. It's that those are outlier situations. And I don't think it's a coincidence that they are all environmental and exploration related. There's very little of this type of thing in the other areas, in my opinion.
You have about 15 feet you can kind of see out in front of you in straight darkness. If you have your dagger out, you can see pretty decently for 60 feet. Is how it works.
But if it's gone, I can see 15 feet?
You can see kind of shitty in 15 feet. Like as if you had a shield.
All
right.
I'm going to give the... Ooh.
So regular checks if the dagger's out.
Correct. For at least 60 feet for you.
And this is investigation 18.
Okay. Nothing seems to catch your attention. As you continue pushing forward, you see one more of these shelves. Are you looking at each one as you go?
Yeah, right now I am.
Okay. As you glance past, another perception check.
Hey, Grog. So you have this flying carpet.
22.
22. Okay. You can see on the left shelf, it appears to be a humanoid skull that's up on top, next to two more candles. One of them more melted than the other, but the wax kind of drips past. There's a shelf across the way on the opposite side that appears to have a couple of small books that are put up the side, and looks like a small wooden box.
Is the box trapped?
Roll investigation check.
That is a 22.
The box does not appear trapped from what you can tell.
Nah, fuck it.
Put it in the bag of holding.
I don't.
Okay. Continue walking.
Looking for traps.
Okay. As you continue kind of keeping your eye out in front of you, the next shelf come across looks to have some sort of a mummified raccoon-type creature that is kind of propped up. Yeah, not taxidermy by any means. It just looks like it's
dried out.
It dried out in a sort of standing position, or at least is leaning against the wall on the platform.
Oh, like some weird Pompeii shit?
Kinda.
Like he died that way?
Like,
I literally have a friend who has that on his
Grog,
wall.
would you be able to use a flying carpet in battle to get up to a dragon?
I have no idea.
It could be useful.
Carrick, do you have something to say?
Yeah, I'm just gonna, blind as a bat as I am, I'm gonna use divine sense to see if I can sense any undead,
Smart.
corrupt fiend. There's kind of a long list, but I do know corrupt was
It's a rodent.
mentioned in there.
Also, Vax, what was the purpose of this book?
Specifics.
Earpiece, listening to your big description of things. I assume that we're using our earpieces.
Thank you for that comment. Yeah, well,
Okay.
Yeah.
but I would have read them if I could have.
And I would have asked
I'm
if
not
I read
Grog.
you. Grog would have read them. He just
Okay.
made up words.
You do sense that there is some sort of an undead presence in your vicinity, Care, though you do not quite know what its nature is or its direction. There is something undead near you.
Oh, jeez. She didn't bring Thordak back, did she?
Sure she did.
We're gonna have to
Okay.
fight an undead
Do I
dragon.
get a sense of like, is it just yes, it is present? I don't get any sense of direction or intensity. I'm assuming this isn't my first rodeo. Like everybody bumps into skeletons early in their career.
Correct. I would say it does not appear to be any extreme. Yeah, it does not appear to be like an extremely powerful undead presence. You can't tell of size or direction by any means, but it's not like all of a sudden there's a lich ahead of you or some massive, arrival of Orcus.
not like
You
a
just
giant-
sense something around you that is an undead energy.
Like a
Around
giant.
us, like how close around us can you sense that?
I mean, this could be crypt
Okay.
shit on the sides. I'm going to focus a little more on the ground.
Okay, you guys all continue moving forward?
I did ask about the books.
Oh, yeah, he asked me to the earpiece what the book said. Could I read them when I saw them? Were they
Well, then
common,
you-
elvish, and abyssal?
You do not know the title of the books.
Tighter buns in 30 days was the only title I saw.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Looking for traps.
All right. Roll another investigation check.
Good. 25.
25, okay. You continue to push forward. There is no trap set. You do look ahead and see what appears to be the pathway is now showing stonework at times, almost like there are slabs. Elements of a tunnel that was once better constructed than one exists, but is either eroded away or elements of small collapse have kind of covered what was once a very, very ancient form of architecture.
As a precaution, I'm going to, as much as I can, stay to the stuff that looks natural or fucked up and not civilized.
Okay.
Oh, well, hold on. I'm sorry. I just found my specific description. It does say I sense type and location.
It does say that. I missed that.
So long as it's not behind total cover.
Gotcha. Okay. then you sense there is something. You know it's from one of the wall areas, but you cannot see, and your one single bit of light source is ahead of you in the tunnel. But you do sense there at one point as you're walking, it is to the left of you.
Okay, I say there is an unclean thing here.
Well, fuck, I'm sorry. It's just not a priority to me, right? I mean, I'll put my arm down off his shoulder. I grant him at least that.
It's not you, Grog. There's some undead thing here, and I say it's off to the left, to my left.
Oh.
Left end of the tunnel.
But I don't know what's around here.
Can we see anything on the walls that looks like a door or anything?
Are you stopping? Because you two are moving ahead of everyone else.
Oh.
So you guys are probably a good 15, 20 feet ahead. Do you want to move back with them?
No. If Grog
Can I
check it
look
out.
to the left just off him saying that because of the belt of dwarven kind? I have dark vision.
You do. Glance off to the left. You can see upon that shelf unit there are the 2 candles and the singular skull set on the shelf.
Fucking touch that skull. I start to slowly make my way over to the skull.
Okay.
God damn it.
Carrot, you feel Grog slowly step in the direction that you pointed out to him.
Is this the direction?
Yes.
Are we getting warmer?
Yes, it is. It's over there.
Okay.
I'm not bringing my hammer out, but my hammer is ready.
Okay.
What does the skull look like?
It looks like a human skull.
Anything shiny about it or jewel?
No, it looks kind of dust covered. You can see what looks to be the bone itself appears to have a hint of blackened soot or some sort of a darker color to it. It's like it's been slightly singed.
Candles look like candles?
Candles look like mostly melted candles.
I hate to rain on your parade, but I only see 2 candles and like a human skull up here.
Partial undead thing. Do I know? Again, obviously nothing is trying to like eat our faces off here, but can you turn an undead thing into just like a watcher or a trap or a spy or a trigger?
Make an intelligence or maybe make a religion check. Make a religion check here.
Oh, it could be
There's nothing
watching
past
through
that
the
skull,
skull.
right?
Care Bear. You're brilliant, Care. Fuck.
You know, that's about a 12.
Okay.
Not my best.
Best that you can understand is, undead magic can raise dead. It can control dead. You have heard stories of undead or the use of them being more situational, as opposed to just roaming zombies. But that's as much as you can remember. Call top. It's been a while since you've been adventuring, so the specific stories are a little too foggy.
Security cam.
Yeah, it could be a security
Is
cam.
there anything past?
Actually, I say if there's give me the skull, and I'm just reaching out blindly in his direction.
All right, I grab the skull and headed to Care.
Okay.
And then I'll use divine sense again. Is it this?
It is. The skull is the source of the undead energy. It is not currently moving, reacting, or having any sort of
Smash it.
reaction being held by you.
I say, anybody mind if I wreck this thing?
No, I do not mind at all. Thank
What is he
God
talking
there's
about?
someone else in this world with my sort of thinking.
What are you doing back
Rick,
there?
what?
If it's a spy, yeah.
Yeah, hold on. I grab my earring and I say, Care found a human skull that has some undead vibes vibrating out of it.
Okay.
Yeah?
But it's not doing anything. Do you mind if we destroy it?
He's already holding it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
We're both
if anything's
alive.
gonna happen, we're probably fucked already, so I don't know.
Actually, where's Kima?
Actually, yeah, that's a good point. What is your guys' marching order, by the way? Like who? I know the.
Twins are in the front.
Code, code.
Then I
Alright.
think it's you and Care, and then me and
I think the twins are fronts.
Percy, Grog and Care, Keyleth and Percy,
Percy.
Ash and Scanlan.
Ash and Scanlan after that.
Pike Scanlan, yeah.
Yeah.
It's, you know.
So we have.
it's
Do
fair.
you have trinket in your out of the necklace, right?
Out of the necklace.
And then probably Kima and Allura back with trinket in the back. So they're kind of holding up the rear and keeping an eye behind as they go.
Destroying it.
Okay.
Trigger it.
I mean, okay.
I'm kind of for leaving things alone as we go through here, Percival.
I mean, we can leave it
Are you
alone.
with Grog?
What if we just
I could do Sacred Flame on it, and it would do radiant damage to it.
What if we turn and just face the skull so it's looking into the corner?
Sure.
I mean, I think
It's not looking at us.
digging with it in the first place might have already ruined us, but yeah, let's just
Just
set
turn
it
it
down,
And
turn it
Care,
around.
they're like worried we're gonna like kill ourselves. Can you just put it back but face it towards the wall like it's in timeout?
Sure. If I got a spare sack, I'll stuff it in the sack and point it towards the wall.
Nice.
Okay. So you pull out the extra, kind of a heavy burlap sack. You throw the skull in there, tie it taut, and set it back up on the shelf facing away from where you're
Not
standing.
underestimate the power of burlap.
We should have come down in the tunnel wearing like pantyhose on our heads so Rashad would have known.
Next
oh my
time.
gosh.
Just thought it was a college prank.
Damn,
That's a
yeah.
brilliant idea.
Yeah, we should totally invest in those little pantyhose eggs.
Delta Lambda again, sneaking in. Oh.
Every time. All right. So
About that to say that correctly either.
continuing onward
watching going.
into the next length of the tunnel, about another 50 feet or so. There is. The room opens up and you can see that stonework eventually takes the entire floor. And the chamber opens up into what looks to be almost like a hexagonal shaped chamber that ends.
I do like as a sort of exploration sequence. Well, I like parts of this, and it really depends on what the fuck is going on with this place. Because I'll just say the thing I like. I like and this is something I've talked about before, but I like that Matt is not necessarily tracking their movement meticulously. He is now, which I think is unnecessary, frankly. But even before this, I think that it was a good strategy to just be like, you move through these segments of tunnel. It doesn't necessarily matter how big they are. And I'm just going to describe it until at the point at which something changes. So it's like, okay, there's nothing. Now there's bones. Now there's the alcoves. Now there's stonework. You know, it's this little progression that doesn't require feet or movement. Like, it doesn't require that meticulous hex crawl. If you just stop their narration wherever anything changes, allow the players to act, and then keep going when they move on. Now, that said, this tunnel is really long with not a whole lot going on. Unless there's more going on than I think, and Vox is just kind of not asking the right questions, possibly. But this seems overly drawn out for how little is here. I am putting a big asterisk on that statement in that I'm not behind the screen. I don't actually know how much is there. But it does seem to me like with the amount of investigation and investigating that Vox is doing, if there was something there to the degree that I think there should be, they would have found it. But that is very loose speculation because Matt is a little bit more old school in that he wants them to ask the right question, not necessarily like he's not necessarily going to give them something if they do not, you know, check every wall and crevasse, which I think is a little bit in tension with this less meticulous, you know, no feet of movement style of crawling. Like, I think that style of like you have to ask the right question about things is more compatible with like a gridded dungeon crawl where they can see the entire layout of everything and meticulously check every aspect of it. So then in if I assume that Matt is not running that more like ask the right question sort of style, then I think Vox has done enough to earn whatever's in this tunnel. So it seems like there isn't really anything in this tunnel, at which point it's too long. It's too long. It's too repetitive. So yeah, that is all of my... It's built on a lot of speculation, but it's like any, you know, kind of position that I look at it from, something seems to be kind of weird with it. But I very much hold open the possibility that I just don't know a piece of information that would make it make sense to me. Yeah. That's an interesting question. How do you narrate a long trek without it feeling like teleportation or a slog? I think all their dungeon crawls are boring and can be played at 3x speed every single campaign. Kind of agree. I think, and this is why I'm saying that I think this particular portion is too long, because I don't think that the actual length of this tunnel matters, which is why Matt didn't narrate the length until just now. And I think you should have kept not narrating the length. And in that case, I would put things there that are new pieces of information. So, like, everything that we've seen so far is kind of just reconfirming shit we already know. And frankly, stuff that I don't think will be that important. Like, we already really know that there's a necromancer, or that there's necromancy of some manner here. And most of what this tunnel has served to do is 100% confirm there's some freaky deaky necromantic shit going on here. Like, give me something new. Give me something new to a new piece of information, a new facet, maybe a subversion of like, oh, it is necromancy, but maybe it's not evil. Look at this. I don't know. Maybe maybe the head is like wearing a little bow. maybe the raccoon is in like a fine suit. I don't know. Something new that would be like a, wait a minute, what'd you just say? Like, I think that's what we need. And I get if you want to hide some of that behind checks, but they've been checking, they've been looking, and they've found basically nothing. And so I doubt that a lot of it is hidden behind checks. And so my general kind of thought process is don't worry about distances for like these long sort of treks like through this tunnel. Only stop the narration when something changes, which I think Matt did do. It's like, okay, you know, we reach these new phases of the tunnel, but then make sure that there is an interesting thing in that phase. There is either an additional piece of evidence for something that was only lightly hinted at, which I don't think we've had. Everything so far has been pretty heavily hinted at before now. Or have something that's totally new, like a totally new lens to look on something or a totally new angle with which to view it. And as long as you're not describing discrete distances, it probably won't feel like teleportation too much. Like, as long as you are, you know, and if you do just want the tunnel to be exclusively boring, I think breaking it up into two phases is decent enough to give a sense of movement without giving a sense of teleportation. So it's like you go into the tunnel, describe phase one, and then you get to the point where things change. Say it's where like the constructed brickwork started, and you pause there and let them kind of explore around, and maybe there is nothing there. And then they explore for a little bit, they waste a little bit of time, which I don't love, but it's theoretically, I think it would be fine. And then after that moment, they reach the end of the tunnel and they reach the new place of interest. I think that's a way you can approach it to make it feel possibly less teleporty. I'm personally not too worried about the teleportation feeling. Like, if it was me and I, there was nothing in this tunnel of interest or of really consequence at all, I would probably just describe how they walk down it. And unless they interrupt me, I'm probably monologuing straight to the end. And trying not to take up too much time with it. So that's the way I look at it. But I'm also not... I don't know, I guess I'd have to ask my players exactly how they feel the tone is. But I do tend to cut the boring shit. And I think that gives it a possibly maybe more cinematic feel. But that's not a super big concern of mine. Because I do have detailed portions of like dungeon crawls and hex crawls. I just want to teleport to those things because those things are the interesting part to me. I don't care about demarcating the distance of boring stuff, unless the boring stuff is meant to be like an active subversion. You mean that the skull isn't going to tell them Kima's their evil mistress? Dude, if it did, that'd be cool. I'd be into that. Even if the skull just said something cryptic. Like if the skull was like, when the moon falls, the gator will rise from the depths of the sun. I don't know. Some abstract poetic bullshit that is going to hint or foreshadow at something later. That'd be sick. I'd be super down with that. You know, it doesn't need to be a challenge or an obstacle. It can just be like it quietly whispering into the dark, crimson sunlight, crimson sunlight. Like the moment they pick it up, it just starts whispering in their ears. And maybe crimson sunlight is the password to a door later. That'd be kind of fun. But like it's way later in the dungeon. Maybe it's even optional. They might not even encounter that door. You know, something in this vein. I will run ads? No, thank you. I will honestly, if there's a stretch of exploration or dungeon that I'm like, damn, this stretch is real boring. And I decide to myself, do I want to put something interesting in here, or am I fine with it being boring and skipping through it? And if I decide I don't want to skip through it, sometimes I will insert a challenge later just to have something to foreshadow in the boring section. I will create more stuff so that I can hint at it here. Because I'm not into boring slogs, if I can help it, and sometimes I don't predict that something will be boring. Like that absolutely happens. Sometimes I overestimate the amount of atmospheric something will feel, and maybe my music doesn't work, or more often I just misjudge how into the scene my players will be. And so I think to myself, oh, they'll be captured with the ambiance, and them trekking through this creepy tunnel will be, they'll be so scared. And then we actually get there and they're just like, oh, they're skulls. That's crazy. And I keep thinking to myself, I'm like, well, maybe I'll just describe the next section and that one'll hook them. So I don't want to act like I'm immune to running boring segments, but I try to avoid it if at all possible. And sometimes I just fail at avoiding it, You go through a tunnel, it's long and boring, you reach the door. It would, let me try to think about how I would literally do it. I would probably, if there truly is nothing in this tunnel, I would be like, as you trek down the tunnel, the dust starts to be slowly intermixed with bone. Small pause to see if they want to interrupt. You go deeper and you start to see alcoves and shelves that appear to have been still crafted out of the main tunnel material, but they are crafted in a way that the previous part was purely natural. They are filled with necromantic accoutrements, candles, skulls, petrified raccoon. And then you go deeper and you start to see constructed things, brick, pavement, archways, until you reach the end of the tunnel that opens onto blank. When we reach those scene changes or those phase changes, I'll slow down very slightly to try and, see if any of the players want to jump in. And if they don't, I'm ready to move right on past. That's how I try to narrate a long-ish stretch of boring stuff. I try to just focus on the atmosphere. Now, the problem is also sometimes if the atmosphere is too engaging. Like sometimes I do that and my players pause every time I pause. And if I notice that they are doing that, I will start pausing less. I'm trying to keep their autonomy. I'm trying to keep their autonomy. I don't want to teleport them to the end of the tunnel if they don't want to be teleported. If they want to maybe pause before they reach the end. But I also want to get them through it as quickly as possible. And balancing that is not always the easiest task. I think Big Rock sent them into analysis paralysis, and now they are focused on the empty tunnel. That is maybe the only weakness of Big Rock. I won't lie, because Big Rock does ask you questions that get into the very heart of your soul. And if you're still in the mindset of solving Big Rock, you know? When all you have is a lever, everything looks like a rock. That's the problem with Big Rock. If a Big Rock gets sent into analysis paralysis. Look, a lot of shit can send Vox into analysis paralysis. We know that. Yeah. Anyways. So that's you know, I like parts of this, and I'm not quite sure. It might just be that there is interesting stuff in here that they are missing. I don't know, though. It doesn't seem like there is, and if there isn't, moving through it faster.
A large iron door. It fills the entirety of the chamber, and it seals off any progression from that point.
Vexagonal.
Make a perception check.
Wait,
Okay.
what?
It was vexagonal.
Hexagonal.
Should I make a perception check too since I'm up near him?
Sure. 22.
Oh god, that was a 1.
But it's not, it was a 15.
Okay.
Never mind.
So 15 total?
Yeah.
Okay. As you glance, you can see in the center of this chamber, there looks to be. So here. Okay, yeah. There stands a pillar of dark green marble, about 10 feet, 15 feet away from where the iron door is, and what looks to be a roughly forged bowl of iron that is imperfect and is bolted to the top of this pillar.
On the top or out the side of the top?
Like resting on top of it. It's about maybe, say, 5-6 feet up, and there's a platform that leads up to it. So maybe if you were standing onto the little kind of dais around it, it'd be about chest height to you.
And how tall is this chamber?
The chamber's whole height would be about 25 feet.
25 feet.
You also see off to the right what appears to be another shelf that contains a very, very large leather-bound tome. It looks to be a cold iron brazier that is unburnt but has a bunch of dry tinder in it.
Oh god.
Oh, come here, come here.
There's a tradition of using a fire too.
There's some shit, there's some ingredients in that ready to go.
There's ingredients?
Yeah, there's something in that brazier over there that she hasn't burned yet.
Can I get a little light in here just for a second?
I'm holding.
Okay, we're back.
Oh, I can do
A
light.
tiny bit of candlelight.
Let's
You
go
can
with
see
a tiny
about
bit of light
10,
for a
15
moment.
feet around Max.
Okay, so I can't see the mechanism on the door.
You do not know there's a door there.
Okay, that's fair. For the best, it would just
I
scare me.
mean, would it be helpful if everyone could see?
Take a look around.
No one else is in this room, yeah?
We're just coming into it. We're just waiting.
As you
Okay,
approach,
can the half-elves with dark vision kind of do like a little...
you can make perception checks.
I'll do that, and I'm also going to do divine sense.
Don't fuck.
So this is much more of a puzzle than the boulder. It's another door, insofar as the boulder was a door. But it's much more puzzly. Much more puzzly. Okay.
Miguel.
This isn't.
This is one of the first distinct puzzles I can think of. There's been some social puzzles and, like, you know, say the right thing to the right people. I'm trying to think of another one. The cavern beneath Vasselheim, where they hid the Horn of Orcus, had some. I'm trying to think of another, like, straight up, just in the environment, no adversaries, puzzle that they have done. I can't think of it off the top of my head, although my memory's not the best, so take that with a grain of salt, but interesting. We will have to see how Vox Machina deals with it. Big Rock is better than a puzzle, though. I mean, hey, I won't lie to you. I'm not a huge puzzle enjoyer. I'm a puzzle enjoyer in terms of... How do I say this? I'm a key and lock puzzle enjoyer. As in a type of puzzle that I am calling a key and lock puzzle. I am a fan of puzzles that have a singular right answer that you just have to find or earn. And I'm a fan of those because sometimes my players figure out alternate solutions that I just like. But I always have the key if I need it. You know, the key is always there. And I can progressively maybe push them towards it. And the key is not something that I want them to intuit. This is not a riddle. This is not something that, like, they have to figure out. I put the puzzle, the figure outable part of it in how to get the key or where the key might be. But there's a key. There's a secret word. There's a specific set of actions that you would read out of a tome. Like maybe that tome there. And then if my players walk up to the door and one of my players is a fucking changeling and changes his finger into the shape of the key and then shoves it in and twists the lock, I might be like, damn, that's super cool. It opens. And in this case, keys and locks, they're metaphors. You know, they can be any sort of paired sort of things where it's like one problem, one solution. But then if my players come up with a different solution, I kind of have the freedom to say yes to it. That's my type of D&D puzzle. Now I like riddles. I like other types of puzzles outside of D&D. But in terms of D&D, those are my personal favorite types of puzzles. Not to say that I'll never do another type of puzzle, but if I'm going to put in a puzzle, it's going to be a lock and key type. What do you think? Could Grog bypass this puzzle by breaking the door? Can you do door puzzles when your PCs can break any door? That's a good question. It's a good question. I would love it if they considered breaking the door here. I'm sure that one of them would, talk about the stealth of it. Oh, maybe the door is cursed or trapped and we can only open it in this sort of way. I would love it if they considered that sort of stuff. And then maybe they take a risk. And maybe depending on the roll, maybe I reward the risk. Or maybe if they roll really low, I don't. Yeah. Man, Big Rock really will be the takeaway. Really will be the takeaway. In most puzzle games, your character only has one thing they are good at, mostly being able to walk around and push buttons. And D&D players have a lot of powers. Precisely. Which is why I like to make the puzzles simple to allow their variety of tools to shine. So the puzzle is simple. It's direct. Maybe it's hard, but it's direct. And then I leave it open to their creative ideas in utilizing the powers and tools that they have. Again, not always, but if I'm making a dungeon, that's the direction I'm leaning in, unless there's a distinct reason for me to not lean in that direction.
Oh, thanks, Gil. That's not bad. Perception?
Yes.
Right? 26.
60.
Okay, me too. There does not appear to be anybody else in this chamber with you, and from your divine sense, you do not sense any undead within the 60 feet of you right now.
There's no dead dragons walking around.
Can I look for invisible dragons? No. Okay.
Within 60 feet? Wait, what?
So light?
Yeah.
Should we light it up?
Wait.
Nothing within 60 feet of us.
Wait, one
Well,
second.
he doesn't sense any undead within 60 feet. That's
Right.
the range of his...
Right, how far from the gate to the far side of the room? Is the first question.
Well, the door, you mean?
I'm at a gate, and that blocks us from going in. Is that correct?
No, you're entering this chamber, and on the opposite side of the room, there's a large iron door that prevents you from progressing beyond that doorway. In between you and that door, there is that...
The moment there's this sort of discrepancy or disagreement, that's when the whiteboard comes out. I don't blame Matt for going full theater of the mind up until this point. The moment there's that fundamental of a misunderstanding, whiteboard comes out. I'm just like, oh, no, shaped like this, gate here, pillar here, brazier here, tome here. Simple stuff. Don't get me wrong. It's squares and circles, but whiteboard.
Kind of raised platform, the pillar, and the iron bowl, and then to the right and against the wall, there is the brazier and the shelf with the singular tome.
Does it look like how when we enter the chamber that it looks like a door would come down or something when it opened up
Is
into
there
the chamber?
a gap, like a crack that someone could slide down out of? Right
Like this will
above where
turn
we
into
are?
a death chamber.
Glancing up, based on your perception rolls, you don't see anything that would
Okay.
dictate any sort of exit or entrance way from the ceiling.
And in addition to everything we see, do we see levers? Do we see panels? Do we see anything on the walls in this room?
No, they're standard stone, old stone masonry. You can see chunks that have broken off and just fallen over the years. There's a couple of small cave-in areas where it looks like...
And also, to not caveat, but I guess follow up on that whole key and lock situation. I think Matt's given them a pretty clear direction to the key. Like, I don't know what the solution is yet. And I'm down to let my players be as creative as they want in this room. But if they run out of shit to do, there's the tome. It's right there. Like, the tome is there. You can go and look at it at any time. I fully understand why they don't want to. But that's my sort of lock and key puzzle. It's like, all right, yeah, see if you can figure out a way around it. Whatever, man. Shmeep shmop. And if you can't, there's the book. It's perfect. I do love that. We'll have to see what the book says if they can't figure out a way around it. But so far, introduction to puzzle, super obvious, very clear what they can do to progress this if they want to. Thumbs up.
Rocks just stumble in as the general shifting of the island has caused elements to fall loose and tumble in.
Keyleth is going to go ahead and light up her fire hands.
Okay.
Oh, thank God.
That gives a bigger radius, just a comparable torchlight to Keyleth. And now, Carrick and Percival, you guys can both have a much better view of the room. You can see now this iron bowl on top of this pillar in the center. You can just make out the large iron kind of wall or door on the opposite side, and a little bit of that, the brazier in the tome.
Do I recognize? I've built a firelock mechanism for a door before. Would I recognize this as being a set of fire in a bowl and that might open the
Make an
door?
intelligence check.
I built one for the Raven Queen Temple.
Go, Percy. Go, Percy. Go.
So,
Intelligence check?
Yes.
That's with my new intelligence level. That's a 19.
19. Best you can glance here. I mean, it's possible, but this.
It's magic.
You don't know. The room itself is ancient in the construction. There is nothing that appears to be mechanically attached.
So if it did, it would be a magical. It would be
Possibly, yeah.
If that was.
Yeah, there's no chain, pulley system visible at all. The doors, and where the door hits the seam of the room, it looks very smooth.
Can I go and look in the bowl in the middle of the room, and just like look and see if there's a residue of anything in it?
Sure, investigation check.
And
I will just say that when the lights came up, Carrot kind of, he'd been leaning into Grog maybe more than was entirely appropriate for a so he kind of stood up a little better, like on his own. Out of it, but.
Right.
Luckily, no one saw you because of that ring.
Oh yeah.
No.
26.
Okay. As you look down into the bowl, you can make out what looks to be a very, very faint, long-dried residue, just at the very, very bottom of it. Some sort of a liquid that was once in there that has since just dried up entirely and left this very, very faint, just a slight shift in texture other than the hammered
color
iron.
change or anything on it?
Huh?
No color change on it?
Not that you can really tell, no. I mean, you're just looking into this dark bowl with a little bit of light source.
Well, I don't know. Should I touch it?
Do you have something sharp to just scrape some off and let's taste it?
Sure, something.
While she's doing that, I'm just going to quietly extend my wings now.
Okay. Just your wings.
Activating my.
Oh yeah, I get out like a lockpick and scrape it to see if I can.
They're pretty cool, aren't they?
They take up a lot of room though, so.
No, they don't. They go out and they can go slam onto my back.
Yeah, Carrick, as I'm having this conversation, you're looking and watching as this small half-elf rogue that you've had a few encounters with suddenly just sends this pair of large, jet-black, raven-like wings that fire from his shoulder blades and slowly fold behind him.
They don't work. He just does that to be an awesome.
It's all a cosplay prop.
It's just,
That's all it is.
Possibly nowadays.
It strikes a bit of a figure, though, doesn't it?
No, it's very attractive.
It's very obnoxious, elaborate.
I heard Percival say that.
Yes.
Scratch, scratch, scrape, scrape.
You scraping the...
Yeah, just to see what the residue is.
Okay, it scrapes up. It creates like a small, almost like a dried powder type substance.
Can I?
What color is it?
It's like a dark burgundy.
This is fucking blood.
Can I taste it?
Yeah, taste it. It has like kind of an iron
Does it
light.
taste like-
Oh, it's so blood. Oh, you're so right.
Maybe we just bleed into this bowl and the door will open.
Tempting.
It's necromancy?
I think that's the word. Yeah.
Interesting. Do we recognize the architecture of the door? And also, I want to take a look at that book. What is the book's language? What does it look like? I'm not picking it up yet. I'm just
Don't
looking
touch
at
the
it on
book, Percy.
The leather tome, which is kind of leaning up against it, it has no text on the cover and no text on the spine, but it is big. It's about that big.
No.
So it's like a tome.
Is it made of skin?
Well, you want to go over and check it out?
Made of skin.
Okay. It appears to be a thick leather. It's hard to tell in this light if it was made from tanned hide or tanned flesh, but it is old.
As we're watching Grog, I just lean over and say, you are criticizing the size of my wings. You're walking around with a Persian rug, a broom, and a longbow strapped to your back.
I tried to give this rug to someone else, but Grog didn't want to take it.
And then I come up and I say, "Can I pet your wings?" I've never pet them before.
There's things going on in this
You
room.
hear this heavy sigh from Allura behind you. She's like, this is my first time actually adventuring with you. And
Yeah,
Sorry.
No, this is the plan. We're going to see if we put the PDA in the bowl. We'll see if that'll open the
don't
door.
get me wrong. It just reminds me of my early days as an adventurer, and I forgot just how ridiculous we were. So,
Is there still like tinder under the
He's rolled, he's
residue?
rolled.
yeah, there's like the iron razor, and there's a lot of like, dried inside there. Yeah.
Well, we do have samples of blood in theory in the bag of cooling.
We've got dragon blood. I'm gonna get out a vial of dragon blood.
Oh, jeez.
You've caused a feedback.
Here she comes. She's coming.
We are spoiled to death.
What is it? I'm sorry.
I don't know.
I put the dragon blood away.
Are there any holes up in the ceiling that I can see?
The dragon being
Okay.
What should I do? I've also got other kinds of blood. Let me see what kinds of blood.
Is the book trapped?
It's fine.
Look.
No. Is kindling?
24.
24?
Yeah.
Okay, you looking at the book, are you like taking it off the shelf? Or
No, I'm looking at it, man.
Looking at it, it looks like it is just resting against the wall. The shelf unit is not trapped. The book itself does not appear to have any sort of connection to the wall. You can see the pages themselves are weathered, old, stained, but intact.
Is anyone near me?
Currently, I mean, Percival's like a step or two behind you, holding onto the wing.
Okay. I push back slowly with my wings. Just get like 15, 20 behind you.
It's not that big.
I'm going to bring it to you. I'm going to try to take this fucking book off, okay? And if I'm going to go down, I don't want you to go down as well, all right?
With the sister.
Are you about to die right now?
Don't fact. Facts. Facts. Hi.
I love you. I know your name on my good days.
Grab it, grab it, grab it, grab it.
I get back about 10 feet, and I take my wing, and I scooch it on the
Oh,
shelf.
wait, you know what?
As you're saying this, the book and hits the ground, kind of scatters open.
Oh, it's
Hey,
open?
look, it's a fucking book.
It opened?
Personal to me.
Oh,
And I
no,
light it up
someone knocked it over.
just to look
What's
at the
it say?
pages that are there.
Okay, so you take the dagger and you kind of place it over there. You don't recognize the text, and you try and focus on it too, and you don't recognize it either.
Wait. I wanna play that in real time because I am pretty sure that Mega is Marisha here.
Scatters open.
Oh, it's
Hey,
open?
look, it's a fucking book.
It opened?
Personal to me.
Oh, no,
And I light it up
someone knocked it over.
just to
What's
look at
it
the
say?
pages that are there.
That's me. That's me when my warlock ass is adventuring with good people. Oh no! What? That's me in Baldur's Gate 3 finding the fucking Thaumonomicon or whatever. The Necromancy of Thay. That's me finding the Necromancy of Thay, knocking it over. Oh, no. Oh, we shouldn't read. Let's just like read what it is we shouldn't read so that we know like how much we shouldn't read it.
Okay, so you take the dagger and you kind of place it over there. You don't recognize the text, and you try and focus on it too, and you don't recognize it either. It's like the more you look at the text gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it's microscopic. Like it just looks like just a mess of symbols and details. It's weird. It's almost like as you get closer, the perspective keeps shifting away from you to where you cannot actually make out or read the text in the
How does
book.
it feel?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna flip gently with a gloved hand, flip through a couple pages just to see if it's just text, if there's any.
As of right now, it looks like there is just text as you go through, and every page seems to have the same sort of reaction where as your eyes try and focus in the low light, you know the text just gets smaller and smaller and just avoid comprehension.
I'm going to flip to the front really quickly and see if it has a title.
There is a title, and as you look at it, the title itself seems to be blurred and obscured and begins to shrink as well. It's like trying to put on a pair of reading glasses that won't focus.
I know that feeling.
Allura, will you have a look at this?
All right, she comes over and starts looking at Carrick. What are you doing?
I'll actually bring out my hammer. And if, assuming that I can kind of get close to the book as well.
Yeah, you guys kind of gather around it.
It does the same thing for me.
As you get close and look, yes, the same thing. Your vision doesn't seem to focus in the text. The pages seem to just
I'll
hide
just say, are we okay with more light?
Yeah.
Kind of looking around.
At this point.
Okay, and then I'll effectively, I'll.
Okay. Now, I'm not saying that this is what Matt should be doing here. I just wanted to give an example of how this might go at my sort of table with like the lock and key puzzle setup that I've talked about. What I would probably go for is like when you look something to this effect. When you look at it, your eyes just slide off. Like they don't really want to perceive the words on the page. As you try to force them to look at the words on the page, it hurts. And it hurts bad. You're going to have to actively endure some pain in order to look at this. Would you like to try? Set up a clear barrier, clear obstacle, clear risk. But also clear direction through. Clear direction to attain the key. Very similar to Necromancy of Thay in Baldur's Gate 3. Very similar. And I'll offer, and maybe it is even like Necromancy of Thay, where it's like a series of skill checks that they have to do or perhaps, and probably everyone that they fail, they do perceive what's on the page. They just get a little bit of a detriment in the process. You know, it's like, okay, yeah. You see page 1, it reads this, 1 point of exhaustion. You want to read the next page? They read the next page. They roll a Constitution saving throw or wisdom or whatever you want to make it. They fail, point of exhaustion, next page. Or a D20 of damage or whatever you want it to be, some negative consequence. That would be how this sort of thing is set up if I'm crafting it. Again, I'm not saying Matt needs to do that here. That's just the type of puzzle that I prefer. Because I'll be really honest about this. I don't have the patience for more open-ended puzzles. I don't have patience for puzzles where I force them to be creative in order for them to make any progress. Because I've run in those sorts of puzzles before, and we've been stuck on them for like an hour and a half, and I have seen people do the same thing and make it interesting the whole time as a DM. That's not my skill set. I cannot make you trying to solve a puzzle and failing for an hour. I can't make that interesting. Not me. If you want someone that can, you're gonna have to find someone different, because it ain't that ain't in my repertoire. I've seen it be done, not by me. So that's what I'm saying. Is like that's how it would be at my table because of my own DMing skills and preferences. Matt, on the other hand, I'm not saying he will make it interesting, but I think he's more capable of it. I would also have a really tough time making the Grog arena fight in Vasselheim. Not Earthbreaker Groon, but like Master Kiara or something. The pit arena champion fights. I would also really struggle to make those interesting. But Matt did. Matt is great at making that sort of stuff interesting. Yeah, the first one, yeah. So, from that perspective, he could probably do a better job making a long puzzle that just like requires creativity to solve. He would probably be better at making that interesting as well. But it ain't me. A book that's painful to read, possibly stealing it. It's awesome. It's awesome. I like there being clear solutions that they can either be creative to subvert, but the clear solutions are there. They just require bit of a tax on you. And if you can be creative, you can avoid the payment. Otherwise, you just pay your due, you pay your wage. Kern, that's right, Kern, yeah. But your travel scenes rock. Hey, boom.
Activate the hammer.
Okay, you guys, as he holds his warhammer in front of him, you watch as the head of it, the spike in the back and the front.
There is no head. It's just kind of a bar of iron that he has.
Yeah.
Until he holds it up, and then the head of it kind of comes into being as just like an artifact of radiant light.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's cool.
That's just.
It was like
So what would have been the back of the hammer and the front of it is, like I said, missing entirely, and it just blazes forth with radiant energy like a giant glowing metallic end of a weapon. But just
I'd also
made
like to think that it makes a noise like a lightsaber, but that's just...
No, go ahead. As it happens.
Nice.
The room is now much brighter, and you can see kind of the details of the stonework around you. The mustiness, seems to almost back away instinctually from the radiant light itself. It almost warms the air in its vicinity.
Oh, it smells like strawberries.
That's me.
Very weird. It's very weird strawberries, probably.
Yeah.
And as the light hits the pages go almost blank. The text
no.
just shrinks away to the point where it looks like there's just tiny
I
dots.
think I've solved this.
What?
Let's extinguish all the lights, and someone with low light vision has to read it.
Okay. Grog.
Yep.
That's
No.
That's mean.
Sure, yeah. Extinguish all the lights. I want to go see if I can read it.
Yeah, give it back.
Snip off the hammer.
Okay, the head of the warhammer flickers outward, leaving just the handle behind. You go ahead and look at it, and the text is more legible there on the page, but it's still blurred to your vision.
I think I need glasses. It's blurry.
Do we have anybody with perfect night vision?
Perfect night vision?
20/20 night vision.
Well, I can't see a thing.
I look, nothing for you?
No, it's blurry.
Just so blurry. I look over Vex's shoulder, maybe, I don't know, anything? I know Prime Ward.
Same circumstance, it's just
It might be a little too nice.
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe if you put something in the pot and set it on fire by that light. it would
Scanlan
get rid of
goes up and looks at it.
Okay.
Grudgingly.
Begrudgingly.
Scanlan can glance over. Oh, it's fine to me. I know what your problem is.
Oh, really?
This is.
No, I have no idea what's on the pages.
Oh, you
Sorry, guys. I thought we figured something out.
That's actually a really good idea, Grog. Maybe we should light the brazier.
We should like to raise that, or we raid the cabinets we passed.
Allura, who's look. Oh, so you're going to light with your hand?
Oh, I don't know.
Who's doing
I
what?
just-
Who's
I'm
doing
setting my hand. I can do it.
We're bringing light back.
What's what?
We're bringing light back.
Okay, so the room fills with light once more. Carrick, you can bring your hammer back if you'd like.
Please.
Basically, all running around the room in circles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess just charging around.
Are we gonna light this brazier?
Yes.
Keelik goes up and just sticks her flaming hand right down into the middle of the brazier.
Okay. Your hand hits the top of the kindling, at which point the wood catches, and there's a slight flash as the extremely explosive materials that were within the brazier detonate, causing Percival, Allura, Vex and Vax, who are also reading the book nearby, to all have to make a dexterity saving throw. As a sudden, it explodes with the force.
Do I make a dexterity save as well?
You don't make it. You just take the damage and see we're around 0.
Yeah, that's fair.
God damn it.
To be fair, I was right next to the book as well.
That's right. So you go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw as well, Carrick.
That'll do.
22.
24.
Okay.
16 and a luck blown.
Okay. Carrick, what'd you get?
Evasion.
I got 3.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Everyone but Carrick made the saving throw. And so Carrick and Keyleth, you both take 32 points of fire damage.
Oh, that's fine.
The rest of you take 16.
32, so that blows my 15 hit points, which leaves me with
I start
12
breakdancing
over
and doing the worm underneath the glass. Jeez, all right. The luck wasn't blown because the other roll was a 1.
Oh, so there you go.
Yeah.
Do I?
Did you see that?
I did, but everything's like really bright right now.
Your ears are ringing from the blast of the impact. The brazier just all the metal is just bent outward and ruined.
Yeah, it's got like the lit up shades of a bunch of people.
Yeah, when Skill turns around, you can see just her hair's kind of blown back a bit.
Shit.
She's like a little cartoon character.
Noise.
This has happened to me dozens of times.
That was awesome.
If Raishan didn't hear us before, she potentially heard us now.
Hello.
Well, at least now we don't have to try and stealth anymore. Let's. All right.
Is the door open? I'm sorry if I'm speaking loudly.
Yep.
The door's not open.
The door's not open. We need blood. Damn it.
The book's fine, I assume.
The book has burned entirely. It is destroyed.
That's awesome.
Who cares about books?
And you see Allura, who also made the save and took some damage, is off the back, is kind of chuckling to herself and goes, well, I think I know the purpose of the book.
What?
That dick book.
No fucking way.
That's,
Is that it?
it was well played, and curse be on the one who thought that up.
Put some love into this.
I know who that is.
Do I recognize the smell of?
All right, Matt. All right. Don't have your DM NPC say well played about the tricky trap that you came up with, all right? It's not quite saying, man, my trap was so cool, but it's approaching the line. What's the purpose of the book? How is it a trap? I don't get it. The purpose of the book, my understanding of what Allura is saying, is that the purpose of the book was to trick people into lighting the brazier. Basically, like, people that are trying to solve this puzzle will think that this is a solution, and therefore they will do it, and then they get blown up when they try. Which is the sort of thing that makes sense if you are thinking about the realism of securing a dungeon. Is like, set a trap that doesn't look like a trap, you know? Especially if you're embodying the mindset of an ancient smart guy necromancer that probably thinks he's real hot shit. But I don't know. It's a little lame to me. I don't have like a complicated opinion on it. It's just a little... To me, it characterizes Opash, whatever man's name is. It characterizes him as a little bit of an Opash. It characterizes him as a bit of a prick. And the problem with that is that I don't think that Matt meant for it to characterize him that way. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's just a little sadistic. It's just like, I just like want to cause like random pain and suffering to anyone that wants to get in when I'm not here. I'm not going to spend resources on just making it more secure. I'm just gonna leave a bomb there that I know not to touch. It speaks to a person and a mindset that is more concerned with punishing people committing infractions than to actual security. You know? Which just kind of paints him as a dick, which he probably is. But the fact that Allura is then like, hey, well played, my man, kind of paints her out to be a dick. And I don't think that that was the intention, you know? So I don't know. It ain't for me, personally. But whatever. But did they check if the door was even locked? I don't think it's... My understanding of it is that it's not like a door with a handle. It's like a barrier. Because earlier he was like, oh, the iron door wall thing. I think he's called it a gate a few times. I don't think it's like a door that like... I don't think it like opens like that. I could be wrong. But I think the thing that I'm assuming is also what they're assuming. Probably should. I mean, frankly, probably should. Like having some cold spaghetti and a microwave rigged to explode? Kinda, yeah. Big rock, greater than book. This time stone beats paper. Heavy agree. Heavy agree. The trap doesn't work if the trespassers have their own light sources or take the book to read it later or 1,000 other things. Yeah. Which is why, to me, it just paints this image of just kind of a dick. Like, doesn't even really care if the trap works. Just, like, throws a landmine out just on the off chance that it blows up and, you know, blows someone's leg off. Because he knows that it won't blow his leg off. And he's like, oh, anyone that comes in here deserves it. Again, more concerned with just random acts of violence than actual security. It's just weird. How do you know that wasn't the point? At this point, necromancy equals evil, so why not as a douche on top of that? That's, well, okay. That could just be the takeaway, is that, yeah, he's just a huge douche. If I'm a player in this circumstance, I'm like, oh, damn, Opash is a bit of a dickhead. Like, yeah, he kind of sucks. That's why Allura being like, ah ha ha, well played, is kind of like, okay, Allura, was it? Seems like a pretty douche move. Doesn't really seem like... Doesn't seem like well played. It's just like, oh, yeah. He fooled us because this is such a weird trap. So, yeah, I guess I'm the idiot. I don't know. For not expecting such a weird off-kilter trap. Yeah. Allura has no security. VM keeps stealing. Well, that's true. You clearly don't think about IEDs very often. That is true, Ross. In my day-to-day life, I do not think about IEDs. And okay, wait, actually, I have a point about this shit. the reason that we use random proximity explosives, like mines, or like, what are the ones underneath the ocean called? Depth charges? The things that are like on chains and like wiggle around. If you get too close, they blow up. I don't know what those are called, but that sort of shit. Mines, minefields. Also a mine. Mines. This was basically a mine, yeah. The reason we use those is to imply a greater blanket of security than actually exists. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't put a minefield in a location where we could just build a big wall. We put mines there because they're quick to deploy, and the moment that you know there's a mine, you know that there are probably others, and you just don't know where, and so you cannot cross this big area that all of the mines don't actually cover. Like, they create a bigger area of security than the actual amount of secured area. Like, that is the point. They use fear and risk to create security. You don't just put a mine somewhere random. And you know it's there, but no one else does, so they just might walk into it. You don't do that shit. We don't do that shit unless you're a sadist. That's the only type of people that do that shit. And so that's kind of where I'm at with this of like, oh, there is very clear security. That Book and Brazier setup is not securing a larger area unless this is like weird foreshadowing and there is a series of Book and Brazier type setups in a larger area that will then go to imply greater security and greater risk. So that's why I'm saying that this just implies Opash is a huge douchebag. Depth charges are anti-subtech. Yeah, exactly. Like they imply a greater area of security so that a sub, which has the whole ocean to go through, feels like it can't go through a bit of ocean, which is crazy because the ocean is big. The ocean is so big that the idea of securing even a portion of it is ludicrous. So you use a mine because it implies a greater area of security through that risk. Yeah. A mine could send a big rock flying, turning the wall into a weapon, I guess. Mines are FUD. Mines kind of are FUD. If you want to think about it that way, yeah. People 100% do that. What, like put like a random mine in like a corner of a place that they regularly traverse just in case? Do they? I guess I don't think about IEDs often, but that is not my understanding of it. Again, unless it's like a sadist sort of thing. But if you wanted to imply, don't read all my secret notes while I'm out for lunch, the occasional exploding books are literally perfect. That is fair. So if we are about to go into like a library, but at that point, just make the book explosive. Like, that's kind of the thing that is weird about this to me, is like, just make the book explosive. If you are able to set up this whole thing, just make the book explosive. If the idea is, hey, don't read my books, just make the book explosive. You know? At least that's the way I think about it. Maybe not. I don't know. Having a mine as the first trap would make me more nervous to travel through, so that feels effective to me. But I guess at that point, for me, just put the mine in a place where they are more guaranteed to run into it. Because if the point is just make them uncertain to travel, then putting a trap somewhere where they know that they're going to run into it, I guess to a degree, it makes you uncertain to experiment. I don't know. It seems very convoluted. It seems like a very convoluted way to give a message of security and risk. I don't know. There was an IED discovered where a mortar was in a pipe with ice underneath. When ice melts, mortar falls, setting off IED. Former bomb tech. You're a former bomb tech? That is crazy. So you do have the expertise. So, okay. There's an IED discovered. That sounds like a delayed way to use an IED, which does not necessarily sound like what this is, right? Because this requires someone to actively interact with, and it is separate from the normal path of travel. So that feels just more like a way to delay the explosion than necessarily what this is. You know what I'm saying? Am I crazy here? Maybe I'm crazy. They are a minefield exactly how you described, implying any boom could be dangerous. Yeah, and I will say, if there are other braziers, or if there are more puzzle-like traps after this, like if they walk into a big room with more shit like that, then it's a warning. Yeah, then it's a warning. I'll be honest, my assumption is that they're about to walk into a room with very few traps. If they do, I'll hold it. I'll hold the L on that one. Because my assumption is that they are going to get through this gate and there's going to be very few shit. Very little shit like this. And therefore, it wouldn't then work as essentially a warning or an implication of risk. You know? Or I was going to have the expertise. Wait. This feels like a GM gotcha trap rather than something that makes sense in world. That is what it feels like. That is what it feels like. And I'm trying to rationalize it in world. And like I said, if there are other things like this in future rooms that they just don't want people messing with, then I can see in fiction sense to that. Honestly, a lot of what tipped me off about it is the way that Allura reacted. Because Allura doesn't know if there's anything left. I don't feel like it's well played. I guess maybe that is also one of the core things about this for me is she's acting like it's clever. For everything else we could say about mines, I don't think they in and of themselves are particularly clever. I guess you can use them as part of a complicated setup and clever setup. I mean, I guess, it's a little morbid, but I guess you could call that ice setup a little bit clever, but I don't know. That's what I was saying. The book itself should explode. I could see that. Yeah, this is why you never check for traps. I mean, wouldn't most people naturally light a tunnel? Complex, sure, but Opash is a dick. It's just I guess this is the reason that feels more dickish to me is because it is there's a layer of uncertainty. There's a layer of assumption of I know what they will do. And therefore I set up a trap because I can predict what they'll do. And even if it is a common thing that people do, it just reeks of this air of superiority. And that's why it really weirds me out that Allura is like, he is superior. It's like, no, what? Don't compliment him. Ew. In VTM, I have an NPC who has a mine mounted to the wall. She is the crazy bloodline, and it has sentimental meaning to her. Well, that's like fun flavor, you know? I don't know. Ice, no known target. It's a to whom it may concern type of thing. There's no end to the ways mines can be used. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. But the mine, I guess more of what I was saying is that the mine itself is not particularly sophisticated. It is the way in which they are employed that can be complex and creative. And this doesn't feel overly complex. I mean, it is complex. I don't know. I'm trying to nail down exactly what bothers me. And maybe it's just the air of arrogance about it. That it's like, Opash could have set this up in a way that it was more likely to go off. So if the point is for it to go off and convey a message, he could have set it up in a way to make that more likely. But instead, he set it up in a way to make it less likely. Which implies that he either doesn't care that much about the security or is like Sherlock Holmes-esque level of arrogant about his ability to predict the behavior of intruders. I think maybe that's what like really kind of tips this off as like a dick move to me. Is like that layer of it. Of like, this feels like it could have been set up in a more effective way. And maybe I'm wrong about that. You know, I will hold that possibility that in order to convey what Opash would want it to convey, it had to be set up in this way. But I don't know. Opash's logic sounds like if they steal my book, they'll need a light to read it, so they'll certainly try to turn the lights on. Little do they know, the light bulbs are broken. Fucking a little bit, yeah. It sounds like this is a weird reference, but it's actually a little perfect. It reminds me of the Taylor Tomlinson joke where she is talking about how her sister ordered lingerie and her conservative dad found the package and opened it and found the lingerie inside and then hid the lingerie behind the couch and did not mention at all that it came or that he found it. And the kind of like the punchline of the joke is like, she can't have sex without her fancy underwear. That's kind of what this trap feels like to me. Is like, bro, you could have just... If the goal is for her to not have sex, it feels like there are other ways to accomplish that. Rather than hiding the fancy underwear. You know? I don't know. It's the sort of thing that Moriarty would do. Yeah, that's probably why it made me think of Sherlock, yeah. Because almost definitely was just the hand of the GM. What if it was Thordak? Honestly, whoever it was made by seems just like a dickhead. Which, I mean, and again, that's not necessarily a problem. If that had all happened and Allura was like, man, what a dickhead. What a douche, dude. That would have instantly conveyed of like, oh, okay, we're all on the same page. This was meant to be kind of just an asshole move. Like, that is why Matt did this, is to convey that he's an asshole. But because Allura kind of praised it, it makes it feel like that is not the case, and Matt just thought it was a fun trap. And I don't agree with that. That is the ultimate problem to me. He is a necromancer, right? He is a necromancer. No, Opash is, at least. Opash is a necromancer. I took the Allura's comment as sarcasm, but that means that Matt made a dumb trap for his smart ancient wizard on purpose. A little bit. I mean...
Back is kind of chuckling to herself and goes,
kind of juggling to herself.
I think I'm going to the peps of the book.
What? That dang book.
No fucking way.
It was well played, and cursed be on the one who thought that up.
Nah, she sounds like she's a little impressed. Maybe I'm not reading the social cues entirely right here. That's, to me, sounded like Allura is kind of like, damn, wish I'd thought of it. It makes it sound like she's gonna take this and put it in her tower. This sort of trap. That's what I got from that. But I could be reading the cue wrong, you know? I love Tomlinson. Yes, sir. It's just a great joke about brides walking up the aisle and getting mad at the groom for not crying. Oh, yeah, we're gonna redo this. You know, get your shit together, bro. Get your shit together. I can make you cookies every day, or I can make your life a living hell. Which one? Oh, absolutely. Of course, Allura wants to take the trap. VM keeps stealing from her. Fair enough, and she has proof that they'll fall for it. I don't know.
Plus 11 to this.
I know who that is.
Do I recognize the smell of whatever they used to ignite that, or was it more mystical in nature?
It was a sort of mixture.
And this is also kind of the thing. It's like separate from all the in-fiction stuff that we're talking about. I think I also just cringe a little bit at an NPC saying, oh, curse to whoever thought that up, when the person who thought it up is the DM who is playing that NPC and making them say those things. I think beyond everything else about the in-fiction sense that it makes and the type of trap it is and how IEDs are used, that is just a little cringe to me.
Of extremely flammable liquids. It was not black powder, basically.
I was just curious.
Yeah, no, it was not.
All right, well, let's try and pour some of the dragon blood into the bowl and see if that
Does what?
Opens the door.
opens the door.
Oh.
Let's blow a vial, see what happens.
Dragon blood is so expensive.
Can we just knock it down?
No one else is.
I have basilisk blood, black dragon blood, and white dragon blood.
Let's try basilisk and work our way up.
No,
can also cut our own
like
hands.
7,000 gold each.
Yeah, I know, that's why basilisk is better. One basilisk, bye.
Okay, so as you kind of uncork and let it flow into thick, and syrupy, it hits in pools. A moment passes, 2 moments, nothing.
Fuck. I pull out my opal dagger and just cut my hand and drip it in.
Okay. The basilisk blood that's still in there, you kind of bleed into the basilisk blood, and it kind of pulls in the center of it, and you watch as the blood that you just dropped gets pulled beneath the surface of the basilisk blood out of sight.
Creepy. Is the door opening?
And if you drop the blood you put in there, it is not open.
It's like kill something sort of
His character
situation.
is like kind of like reaching out, like don't. There's a lot of things in the world that shouldn't have your blood.
Oh, well, shit. What?
Especially something clever enough to lay a trap like that. It might be clever enough to trick a bunch of people into handing over blood.
Well,
How far is it to the door?
From the probably about 15 feet.
Oh, I'll go to the door.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with Rob. Yeah.
punch it.
Do we just, would you mind?
You guys work on your thing, I'm gonna work on another thing. I'm gonna go over to those other shelves, I'm gonna see what the fuck is up there.
I go with Percy. I do that.
Okay.
Start
I'm
inspecting
gonna
the shelves.
quick jog to the other shelves, I'm gonna take a look at those books, I'm gonna take a look at
The door begins to shift. There's a slight shaking sensation as the bowl itself begins to glow and the basilisk blood begins to sizzle and burn away, almost like it's being pushed to the outer edges of the bowl with just the singular drops from your blood kind of resting in the center. The room begins to shake a bit, and you watch as dust that had been alongside the ceiling kind of begins to slightly cascade from above you. The metallic door lifts up and reveals the opposite.
It's open?
It's open.
It's
Never mind.
You do take point damage from the blood you lost.
Okay.
No, 90.
So you guys just start to push out of the room, at which point you begin to hear laughter.
Oh, fuck.
Does it sound
Cackling.
familiar?
Multiple sources of laughter. And you watch as down the distance on each side of the hallway from where you came and where you're going, these little sources of light suddenly spark up and begin drifting
Pike
towards you.
immediately casts. No, not that. She casts the other thing. Shouldn't she? It's undead.
turn on, Dave?
Holy aura.
Holy aura?
All of us.
Okay, what does that do? Right.
I wrote it all down. Hold on. It is within a 30-foot radius where everybody is. It sheds a 5-foot radius of light on everyone. Everybody gets advantage on saving throws. Enemies who are attacking have disadvantage on everyone. Fiends and undead who do melee attacks have to make a Constitution save or be blinded.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, that's on yourself, and it creates a 30-foot radius around you. So,
We all hug the Pike.
yeah, as you guys all see these kind of sources of light hovering towards you, the cackling getting louder and louder from the source just out of view. Pike grabs her holy symbol and slams her hand down into the stonework in the center by where the pillar is. As it hits, there's a sound as the vibrations from impact kind of shift through the ground. You feel the ground itself grow warm with radiant energy as a giant circle of ancient radiant runes begin to connect, intersect, and within that circle, you all kind of rush in. And as you do, you feel the warmth of that protection come over you. As you all kind of gather with your weapons at the ready, you see now the sources of light as roughly 4 floating flame-wreathed skulls come rocketing in from each side of the hallway, cackling along the way. And we're gonna take a break.
Flaming skulls?
Flaming skulls.
Flaming skulls.
Just floating
Flame on, dude. Okay. Oh wait, break is in. A
towards you.
couple of
You get the sense that one of these may have at one point been contained within a bag.
Guys, it's fine. My 10-year-old son destroyed one of these recently. We're gonna be fine.
Yeah, a firecracker outside.
All right, so we'll be back here in a few minutes. We're gonna go ahead and take a restroom break, and we'll
All right. Woo! 7 hours later. No ads. No ads. Woo. Okay. Well. Mega hates Allura, CR's resident bisexual wizard. Why can't I be the bisexual wizard? Because I'm not. 7 more hours? No! Oh, fuck. Guess spend on the L, the G, the B of campaign 1. We'll see if he finds a T to trust. Look. I've come around. That doesn't sound good. It's just that nope, I was about to say something worse. I was about to say that they're all just in positions of power. Look, I have a distrust of authority, all right? That you two have me in a bit of a corner here. Now, if we encounter a T, I cannot be suspicious of them. I can't do it. Although, to a degree, what does it say about Matt? That he has made all of these people so suspicious? Seems like that says something about him, not me. I'm rubber, you're glue. What you throw at me bounces off and sticks to you. No, thank you. Big Rock is the star of the stream. Of course. We will see if anything tops Big Rock so far. The Flaming Skulls. We'll see. Because it's weird. Because I do like dungeons that are intelligently designed. I think there's a lot of creativity there. Especially if they are like a more classical lair sort of situation. But to me, it also runs the risk of feeling like a big ass waste of time. Because a lot of times, and it'll all depend on what's past the gate. Because it ultimately, like, a dungeon that is intelligently designed, it all depends on what the purpose of the dungeon is. Like what its form and function is. Compared to the security types that are in place. Because I totally expect more security and more egregious security when I am, say, going to work than when I am entering my home. And things are maybe a little bit different if I, depending on how often I enter or exit. Like, if there's a lot of security steps between entering and exiting, but I only leave my bunker once a month, once every few months, okay, whatever. Like, how do I say it? My verisimilitude, like tolerance, is much more forgiving if this is like a workspace or a vault, or it is a home, but it is a home in which the denizen only leaves a few times a year. However, if it's somewhere that they go in and out of every day, then the Blood Bowl seems like a little much to me at that point. So I will find it hard to truly judge this dungeon until I see, what is beyond this. Like, what is at the bottom of this? What are we ultimately hiding? If this is just a spot where Opash did a ritual, like, once a year, or like he wanted to set a ritual in progress and then leave it there for years or centuries, then yeah, put a bunch of security and put a bunch of weird types of security just to, like, throw people off. I have a lot more tolerance if that's the case. So I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what I ultimately think about it. And if I have any more comments on the book, I hope that Ross is there for the next stream so that I can ask him questions about IEDs, although it might be too much of a bummer. Unfortunately. I don't like when learning is a bummer, but with weapons it sometimes is. Especially that type of weapon. So, anyways, I will leave it there. We will finish the session on Sunday, and we'll see what lies at the bottom. Thank you so much for joining, everyone. I've been Mega. This is Critical Eyes. And I was thinking I would do like a little sign off there, and then I said the first two phrases of it, and I was like, bleh. But I also just hate signing off. So now I'm gonna leave.